This is the D6 generation with your hosts, Craig Gallant.
You're wrong! If you're getting any compensation, it's not charity!
Russ Wakelin. Did you put me on a boat with frickin' dragons attacking me and whatnot? Now we're talking. And Raef, Hollywood Granger.
Now that's Jimmy Django right there.
With contributions from Total Fangirl.
Vampires do not sparkle.
And our loyal listeners.
One game is very like another till the D6G reviews it, brother.
Welcome to a very special edition of Rapid Fire, the roundtable discussion of all things gaming, coming at with the speed of 400 hours of cut-rate amateur entertainment, coming straight through your MP3 player and slamming into your ears at a rate of 1 minute per 1 minute. Today's edition is brought to you by the cranky lawyer who wants to say to Craig, I'm internet famous. Go on, Russ. Oh, look, shiny game mechanics, Wakelin and Raef. Now I remember why I left Granger. Congratulations on 100 shows. Looking forward to 100 more. I'm just let that one slide. I'm Geekly McGardigan, your host today. As always, our panelists are Russ, Forrest, Whitaker, Wakelin, and back for this special episode, Raef, Alec Guinness, Granger. Let's begin. Issue number 1. The number 100, represented in Roman numerals by the letter C, is the natural number preceded by 99 and followed by 101. 100 is the sum of the first 9 prime numbers and the smallest number whose common logarithm is a prime number. It is the atomic number of fermium, the number of senators in the U.S. Senate, the number of tiles in a standard set of Scrabble in most languages, the number of yards in an American football field, and the minimum distance in yards for a par 3 on a golf course. Question. What does the HTTP status code 100 convey? Theodorad Raef.
Jeez.
That you have squirrels in your hard drive.
John Romero Russ.
I should know this, but I've totally blanked out.
Which makes you both wrong. I would have accepted client should continue with request. Or who cares? We made it to 100 episodes. Issue number 2. The term documentary covers a broad category of non-fictional motion pictures intended to document some aspect of reality, primarily for the purposes of instruction or maintaining a historic record. Although there is always an element of persuasion in any documentary, one must be very careful with one's facts, or soon your documentary is proven to be nothing but a propaganda hit piece and no longer taken seriously by anyone. Question. One day soon, when someone proposes a documentary about the D6 generation, who will play the parts of the 3 founding members of the podcast in the reenactment portions of the film? Alan Rickman Russ.
Larry Curly and Moe.
James Brolin Raef.
I'll be played by Charlie Sheen. You'll be played by Owen. And Russ will be played by, who's the guy who played Daredevil? Matt Damon's friend, that guy.
Ben Affleck?
Yeah, Ben Affleck.
Interesting. Unfortunately, that makes you wrong again! In a daring choice, the producers of the film will have Justin Timberlake play all 3 roles, using various makeup, costume changes, and, of course, cranial enlargement special effects to differentiate the 3 parts. Issue number 3! Robert Matthew Van Winkle, born October 31st, 1967, is best known by his stage name, Vanilla Ice. This American rapper was born in South Dallas and raised in Texas and South Florida. Van Winkle's single, Ice Ice Baby, was the first hip-hop single to top the Billboard chart and thus differentiate and validate hip-hop in the eyes of the music industry. Question. Ice Ice Baby received a lot of attention early on because it extensively sampled a classic song without any credit given until after the song topped the charts. Give me the song that was sampled and the artist who performed it. Scott Walker Wakelin.
Queen Pressure.
Gareth the Goblin King Granger.
Dang, he's right. Very good. I had no idea.
Dang, he is only partially right,
come
which
on.
makes him mostly wrong.
Come on.
That would be Under Pressure, of course, by the inestimable Queen, with the amazing assistance of sci-fi acting superstar David Bowie. Issue number 4. An era is a commonly used word for long periods of time. When used in science, for example, geology eras denote clearly defined periods of time of arbitrary but well-defined length, such as, for example, the Mesozoic era. delimited by start and end events. In many cultures, time was broken down into regnal eras, named after the rulers of the period in that particular region, and in common speech, the term era is also used by extension for any period in history with a name after, often relating to common characteristics, even if this is not the normal way to organize time. The most relevant type of political periods, for example, the Roman era, the Elizabethan era, or the Soviet era. Question. What will the time be called from February 21st, year of our Lord 2008, until that far-off future time when our star on the cyber airwaves of the intertubes begins to wane? Tunku Raman Raef.
The six-sided Pip era.
Ronald Reagan Russ.
Well, it'd be called the D6 generation, of course.
Oh, he did it! He did it! We could be talking about the era of awesome, but as Russ says, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about the D6 generation. And that's it for now. Thanks for listening, and good night.
Well, this episode of the D6 generation is brought to you by GameSalute.com. Check out gaming news or find out what the new hotness is on Springboard. GameSalute.com. And by Lone Wolf Development. Take your game to the next level.
And the War Store, bringing the war to your door since 1999, and that is for a decade or more.
And by Audible. Try the service, get a free book, and support the show. All by visiting audibletrial.com/D6G.
And by Geek Nation Tours. Rise up and join the Geek Nation, touring the world at geeknationtours.com.
Hello, and welcome to episode 100. Yeah, look at that.
During which, apparently, Russ forgets that we say hello, hello also.
It's only taken 100 episodes.
It has only taken 100 episodes.
We still can't get it down.
We can't get it down. But I'm Russ Wakeland.
And I am Craig Gallant.
And I'm Rafe Hollywood Granger.
Hey, Rafe, welcome back.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
Welcome back. I think I do that every time.
Every time, yeah.
Thank you for joining us on the centennial episode of the D6
The
generation.
inaugural centennial episode. Yeah, I'm excited to be
centennial
back.
actually means 100 years, but we'll give it to you.
Close enough. Whatever.
Do I get credit for 100? I don't think I do. I'm like
No,
90 factor of 1.
I'll give you credit for stumbling across the finish line. You know,
Okay.
There was a trip around 90.
You're the guy who took the taxi along Heartbreak Hill. Is what
I was
it is.
just about to say that.
right.
Yes.
You don't get a medal, but you get a participatory, pin.
Oh, I think that was a woman that did that.
And on today's show, what are we talking about, Rafe?
Oh God, I'm not even in that part. I'm not. This is not an act. Something about a contest. Ooh,
Yes.
we have a Rafe's round table.
Indeed, yes, we do.
And wait,
remember
I
that
feel like
thing.
there's one more thing.
No, that's it.
Oh, achievements in gaming.
Of course,
Really looking
achievements.
forward to that
Yes,
part.
yes, achievements in gaming, and of course, we're really excited about episode 100, and we had some great submission from our listeners, right, Craig?
We certainly did. Some of you went above and beyond the Call of Duty.
Indeed.
For our request that you go above and beyond the Call of Duty.
Okay, so that's what I need to ask about already. Is the listener feedback just because it's Epi 100, or is it that's the contest?
Well, a little bit of both. We asked for people to
Okay.
submit their favorite moments and any other inspirational things they had, and we're giving away free stuff. So yeah, normally we talk about contests here, but we'll just say that the contest just ended. We've got all these great submissions for episode 100, and we'll be going through those later in the show and sharing them all with you. There were some fantastic and pretty humorous entries, and we're giving away lots of cool prizes as well.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I miss all of our listener contribution segments, so I'm glad we got one back here. I think we should do
me
them more
too.
frequently. That's
We
fun.
haven't done one of those in a long time.
It's been a while.
Well, that's because every time we do, people are like, you made us work too hard. I can't do that.
No, everybody did a good job this time. And
This
well,
time, yeah, which is awesome.
what else should we talk about? Oh, Adepticon's coming up, Craig. What's that about?
Oh, Adepticon is one of the coolest mini war game tournament or conventions in the country, and it started out as only 40K. I mean, only 40K in fantasy, only GW. And then it started branching out just a couple years ago in a Privateer Press and Battlefront, and now they've got all kinds of war games everywhere, and they are growing so fast they actually outgrew the hotel that they have. That they're in they're in possibly what I would consider the best single hotel con venue that I've ever seen, and they've outgrown it this year. And they sold out. The hotel itself was sold out in November for an April convention. So they are definitely victims of their own success. And it's all still mostly tabletop gaming until Sunday night. Sunday.
Right.
That's when Russ and I, as opposed to last year when it was Russ and Rafe, Rafe and I,
Craig and Rafe.
we hit
Craig and Rafe.
ground running, Craig and Rafe, with the D6 Generation and Adepticon board game night, which is going to be off the hizzook. Can you say that?
It is off the hizzy because we've got pretty much everybody has stepped up now that we asked to help out with this. We got Game Salutes throwing stuff down. Fantasy Flight Games is throwing stuff down. I think Fantasy Flight Games is going to have official representation there as well.
They are. We've got a couple of Fantasy Flight guys who are coming to play in our games.
I know. How cool
is that? Going to be
that?
their games.
Their games, but it doesn't matter. It's all good. So it's going to be.
Got a couple questions.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I was just thinking when you said like the best hotel venue ever, I was actually thinking the best venue hotel ever would be like a La Quinta, where the center floor, like from the third floor to get down to the main lobby, you have to take like a slide, first of all. There's a frozen margarita station on every corner.
Okay, but
there's
outside of Rafe's head, this is a really, really cool venue.
Mm-hmm.
But the second real
Very
life
high
question
class,
is
very expensive. Well, not expensive, but very, highly rated hotel. It's awesome.
the second real life question is: remember last year we had very generous donations, and you and I lugged the cases of board games to the board game room, and did that like triple this year? Did you get the same kind of outpouring?
No, I mean it's the same group of people for the most part, and they're given more of the stuff that they gave last year, plus all the new games that they've got, and Fantasy Flight's jumping in this year, and I think Game Salute's given more. So yes, there should probably be more stuff because there's already the library that we established.
That's what I remember. Yeah,
right. Yeah. Oh, it should be awesome. I can't wait.
Yeah, you're gonna like
close.
Russ.
That's
It's really
cool,
fun time.
close. Yeah.
Can I ask you guys about Adepticon now, or is that more into achievements?
You can go now. What else you got?
Well, are you guys like? Is Craig doing Epic? Russ, are you going to scratch off and do any 40K? Are you going to play in any games of miniature?
I'll be doing pickup games, so I'm not signed up for any of the events, but I'll have my War Machine stuff with me, and I'll be looking for pickup games with listeners or whomever.
Why did you go that route? You just figured your podcast would keep you busy?
Well, that and I'm out of practice so much. I don't want to be that guy at the tournament who's like, "How does this rule work again?"
I know.
Yeah, so
intimidating,
I'd rather just play casually. I mean, I know there's people
who's on the very front page of the Adepticon website.
Who's that?
D6 Generation.
Ooh, nice. Very exciting. Thanks.
Right
Thanks,
below
guys.
the Adepticon interviews, which is apparently some other group doing interviews.
Yeah, cool. What about you, Craig? What are you going to be doing at Adepticon?
I am not going to be doing any pre-planned events. I am going to be walking around. I'm going to be looking at stuff. I'm going to be watching my friends playing stuff. I'll probably watch the Epic tournament. I'm probably not going to. I haven't signed up to play in it, so I'll probably not do that.
Yeah, I'll be tweeting like crazy because they have beautifully painted armies there. I'll just be there walking around taking pictures all day.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
it's really unbelievable. We're gonna get a chance to say hello to Vincent and the Black Library folks again. We're gonna hang out with them for a little bit. We're gonna have all kinds of cool stuff.
In addition to all that Adepticon stuff, we should also announce that as you listen to this episode, you'll be hearing some brand new, nicely done bumpers. And we want to thank our dedicated listener, Stephen S. Steve S.
Yes.
Steve. He wants to remain semi-anonymous. So, Steve, thank you so much for the awesome bumpers. And we hope everybody enjoys them as much as we do. I think Steve did a great job with those.
He always does.
Oh, they're fantastic.
They are. He did a lot of the original bumpers, too. These are some new ones, which is great.
Yeah.
Now, Raef, we just recorded a Lost Chapters with you. What did we talk about?
Oh, we talked about mine and Craig's, but not yours, favorite, both TV series and comic book, The Walking Dead. Mm-hmm. It was awesome fun. So Craig's been watching the TV series, and I've read the comics and seen series 1. So I was talking to Craig off the air, and was saying, while we were kind of in between sessions here, and was saying we should talk about the differences and how fun that would be. So we said, yeah, let's lay track.
Right. So it's kind of funny because Raef was like, I don't want to be in the Lost Chapters this time. I don't have time. And then when the topic got good, we lured him in. It was awesome.
Mm-hmm. It was crazy. And actually, it was on the air that happened.
It was actually on the air. And later in the show during Race Roundtable, you'll hear the part where
you'll hear the part where he says no.
Right.
And then he shows up anyway.
It's awesome. So that's a great one. So if you want to check that out, go for it. We are working on a brand new, I hoped we could announce it in episode 100, but it's still being finalized right now. We're working on a brand new way.
Oh, it should be cool.
For not only folks to consume the Lost Chapters, but also for all of our listeners to consume the show. Very exciting. So we can't wait to tell you about that.
Digital input right into your brain.
Pretty close to that. Now, right now,
technology can get it right now.
In preparation for this launch, I've turned off the subscriptions to Lost Chapters. So if you're currently a subscriber, they work. But you can't sign up for new subscriptions. You can still download them individually, which is great. But the new subscriptions will be on probably in the next couple of weeks when you hear this. So coming soon. And when they do go live, I'll put it on the website and we'll tweet about it and all that stuff. But we'll tell you all the details of it in the next episode. So very excited about that.
Oh, yes.
But what's it time now for, Craig?
Oh, right about now it's time for Achievements in
For the 100th time. Woohoo!
100 episodes.
Raef, our guest host.
Yes.
Raef, who is Achievements in Gaming brought to us by this time around?
Achievement in Gaming is brought to you by Adam P., who says, "Congratulations on your 100th episode, D6G! Exclamation point. Can't wait to see what you have in store for the next 100."
Uh-huh.
You missed the period on
Uh-huh.
here. Period. Nice. Thank you, Adam.
Yes.
Very nice. Okay, so, Raef, what have you been playing lately?
All right. So I wasn't really going to wax all nostalgic or anything coming up first, but I don't think it's sunk in yet that there's been 100 episodes.
Heck yeah.
I don't know, man. That's kind of cool.
We'll
So
take-
that literally means
All right, we'll just take achievement
you
right now.
guys have done 100 achievements, and I've done 92.
Yes.
3.
Close to 100. Just a few shots.
I think 93. I can't
Yeah.
lost track. I've been playing tons of Flames of War
Nice.
with the new edition, 3rd edition.
Now, how are you liking the 3rd edition? What do you think?
I like it. I don't feel like it's what Warhammer goes through where they kind of radically change something. They haven't really radically changed anything, and I don't even think they fixed things that were broken necessarily. I mean, I think some people in the forums would say that, but that's not how I felt. I never felt when I played Flames of War that I wouldn't play the game because something was broken in the assault rules or something like that. But I've been enjoying it. So one thing that's good is I don't feel like I'm learning a whole new rule set. I don't feel like suddenly my army doesn't work the way that I've always loved it to work. And yet, in little nuances that I can't quite describe, they make things more fun. Here's an example. If you go into a field... What's that, Russ?
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, you know what it is? I've got an echo again.
But I did have a question for you, though. Is when they released this new version, did it make the old army lists obsolete, or are they still compatible?
Nope. One of the things that Flames of War always prides itself on is that it will not, or Battlefront, is it will not make any army list obsolete by a new edition of the rules.
Oh, nice. That's nice.
So you can play the very first army list book that you have. Russ, you pull out your Germans, 100% legit.
Nice.
Yeah, so no point.
Well, not as is. I mean, you need to make your new stuff.
What do you mean, Craig?
Well, like, for instance, your HQ stands, if you started in first edition, don't have the correct number of models on them anymore, and the your special weapons aren't on the right size stand anymore, and so I mean, it's you've got to make some changes. But what they don't promise your army is going to be completely compatible. What they promise is that it's not going to be obsolete. Like they're not just going to get rid of, like if you did what such and such a tank company or such and such a Sturm Panzer or whatever, they're still going to be there. You may have to switch up a couple models here or there to make them valid again, but they're not going to just get rid of any force, right?
Yeah, I've never had a problem even with the bases, and not because, like, here's an example: the light mortar, the 60 millimeter U.S. mortar, was based on a medium-sized base, and now it's on a mini base. And when I played an Adepticon run by those guys, and actually I didn't play in the qualifiers. Okay, so it wasn't for qualifiers, but nobody cared at all.
Right, but I mean, if you're going to play by the rules, then you need to rebase your stuff.
I disagree completely. So you're saying, Craig,
I'm saying that the rules now say that this kind of unit is on this kind of base.
Yeah.
Right. So those are the rules. I'm not
it has
saying
no
that,
game effect whatsoever.
Well, that's not true.
Yes, it does.
No, because you can, if it's on the smaller base, you can pack more guys into a specific area on the board. Area effect weapons are going to be able to hit more of your guys, and the base size is huge. Just ask to Warhammer Fantasy fanatics, and they'll go after each other for days on base size.
Yeah, I guess you're right. So
I'm not saying people aren't letting you play, and I'm not saying you can't play that way, because totally you can. And obviously, I mean, we're all playing casual up here, and the people that you played were all awesome. I mean, the whole event down over at Adepticon last year seemed to be just a really fun, friendly thing the whole way across.
I wouldn't want to give people the impression, though, that if you're Russ, who hasn't played since, I think, 2nd edition.
Right.
And he's got his Germans on the middle base, and they show 4 riflemen.
Yeah.
Or Panzergrenadiers. And then the book now says 5, which I'm not even sure. I think they do say 5. That he's got to, like, add a guy to every one of his stands.
But I'm not saying number of guys on a stand.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying there's legitimate. That's the problem. HQs are now. They started out. They're supposed to have 2. Now they're supposed to have 3 or whatever.
Oh, I see.
That differentiates them from other, like the special weapon teams that are also now on small bases, but they've got 2 guys. So there's some minor stuff like number of models on a base, which is there for a very good reason, so that the new edition is very uniform. But the issue where base size changes for some types of units, I think that's a different.
I see. Maybe I just don't have any of those types of units, so I don't notice it. Other than the mortars,
right? Well, and yeah.
So Raef,
it's great. I think they're an awesome company. What they did was awesome, and I think what they promised was awesome, and it's the best you could. I mean, they can't say we're going to change some rules and everything you have is going to be exactly perfect. Every time they come up with a new army book, that's not true. Right. So, like my force is into its 3rd. The Maori are now into their 3rd book that they're in.
Yep.
So, like, and they're different from the first book, and they're different from the second book. And some of that is era, whether they're first, early, mid, or late.
Yeah.
But some of it is also like, oh nope, nobody uses that book anymore, so we use this book now, kind of thing.
I think some of the other stuff that's really cool.
Downplay Battlefront. I think they're awesome, and what they did was awesome. And their whole
absolutely
rulebook thing is phenomenal.
Yeah, they did that thing, Russ, where if you had the hardbound 2nd edition rulebook,
Yeah, you trade it in.
you trade it in, you get the mini rulebook.
Trade it in. You just show the.
Oh, you just get a sticker. Yeah,
you get a sticker. You get to keep both books.
Oh, nice. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
you can't really. There's nothing there to fault a company on that does that.
Well, sounds pretty cool.
Full rulebook, just shrunk down.
It's exactly
Nice.
like the 40K and Warhammer Fantasy mini rulebooks.
Yep. But I think some nuanced flavors that I like that are different is wheat fields. They changed the terrain for that, so tanks can go into that, infantry can go into that, and when you get concealment, it's considered rough terrain, but it's a special type of rough terrain. For example, they've classified it so that a tank doesn't have to take a bogging check because it's just grass.
No, very cool.
Stuff like that. Another thing is, Russ, do you remember way back in the day when I would pay armored infantry and I would make my infantry go to ground and then I would want to move my half tracks or something like that, and it was the whole platoon moved?
Right.
Not anymore. That's team by team by team.
Oh, I like that. That's better.
Which they might have even had in 2nd edition, but I just somehow remember that as sort of, quote, new. They also did a little bit more things. Machine guns. Your man-pack machine gun sitting behind a HMG, 5+ gun save. Not anymore. When you're concealed or gone to ground, and if you're dug in, you're considered gone to ground, you get a 3+ gun save.
Oh, cool.
So,
Well,
or a
that's
3+ infantry save.
But
So
sounds like a lot of neat, nice little, just neatened it up a little bit and added some cool new features. That sounds
bingo.
good.
Bingo.
Good.
Yep.
Well, achievement for that.
Thank you. And I've been playing. You want to alternate?
No, keep going. Don't.
All right.
You can't change the format now. It's been 100 times. What are you doing?
I've been playing tons of Mouse Guard.
Yeah.
Via Skype, which I think you heard from Angelo. I cannot say enough about that game, and I know, Russ, you've had a chance to play it now.
I played Mouse Guard several times, yes.
So what'd you think?
I love it. As I mentioned last episode, I played both locally with my family and my brother, my niece and nephew. They all love it. And I played it online on the Kinect with some friends, with some new friends down in Tennessee, and they also loved it as well. So it's a great game. I think it's a great game. It's easy to kind of rip out some of the more complex rules for kids, but it's also great. Got a lot of crunch there for the adult gamer too.
I was going to say, aren't the rules crunchier than you'd expect in playing a mouse?
Yes. Yeah, there's a lot more depth in there. I think the combat mechanic, I'm still not sure I like the combat mechanics. I think they're neat with the cards and everything, but I also think they're overly fiddly, and I find myself just, maybe because I'm playing with kids, but I find myself wanting to go back to just more of a traditional success failure system as opposed to like picking stances and or whatever they are. Not stances, but you know what I mean?
And then looking up on the grid.
Yeah, looking on the grid. That just feels a little fiddly to me.
Yeah.
But I love it. I do like the game a lot, and I like the universe a lot.
I had a chance. I think I told you and tweeted it. Now it was just a couple days ago. I had a chance to interview David Peterson, and so we talk a lot about the comics, and then we talk a lot about Mouse Guard. And it was really interesting hearing his take on that.
That's awesome.
And he plays it and tested it, and it's really cool.
Cool.
What's really cool about Mouse Guard is we play with Steno, Matt Alex's brother, and this is Steno's first time role playing. And when we first played, he was nervous. He was like, I don't know if I'm gonna like it. I don't know what I'm gonna do. And I'm like, just have fun, man. Don't worry about it. And so he's created an accent for his mouse, and he totally gets into character.
Awesome.
And it's hilarious, Craig, because I'm playing with Brian and Matt, who I swear both look like they're having a miserable time. I mean, Matt, he doesn't really talk that much.
Right.
And Brian is like you, Russ.
Except on his own podcast. Somehow they got him to talk over there.
I know.
Right.
I know. He's like Mr. Personality on the podcast.
Like Nerd Herder 1.
I love it.
2,
Nerd
depending.
Herder
I mean, it depends on how.
Yeah, we don't want to start a fight over there. Best
No.
Yeah.
They're all equal nerd herders.
Right.
They're all nerd herders.
He's first among equal nerd herders.
Right.
That's right. And Brian, I think, is like you, Russ. He doesn't quite jack into the abstract combat mechanics,
Yeah.
and so I was busting his chops the other night. I'm like, you hate the game. He's like, I don't hate it. I'm having a good time. But that's been my role-playing game of choice.
Oh, nice.
Also, as Angelo mentioned, played D&D 4E. I want to talk to you guys about 4E. I'm in Russ's camp. I don't hate 4E.
Yeah, I like it, actually.
I don't love it, but I don't hate it. So I guess I'm looking forward to D&D 5th. And I have to admit, the nostalgia of D&D 2nd coming out seems kind of fun. Russ, do you have any urge to play 2nd?
No, it's kind of funny.
Whatever it is.
We got into a little email spat about this the other day because Will Urban and I are both in the exact same camp, which is that we actually like D&D 4, and we think it's superior to D&D 2nd. I know I'm going to get mail now, but that's how I feel. And D&D 3rd I think is okay, but I do like 4th best of the bunches, just because I like a fast playing role playing game where the mechanics. Now, I do like the tactical combat, but see, for me, I play with miniatures and a battle board with D&D forever, since the very, very old days. So for me, having a board with squares on it is not new. As I guess for some people in 4E, that's kind of new to them. And I like the very clean combat mechanics, but I like it that it's fast. In 2nd edition, it was really slow. So we were talking about the new Baldur's Gate coming out for iPad, and we all have fond memories, and one of our friends is like, but Baldur's Gate is 2E. How can you like Baldur's Gate and not 2E? But 2E is a great system if the computer does everything for you, because it's so heavy. That's the thing about it. So it's great for a computer. It's not so great, I don't think. I think it's been refined substantially, and I think it's better now. Could they go back and add more fluff and make it less obvious that if you don't have a card, you can do something else in 4E? Yes, and maybe in 5E you'll do some of that. But I think 4E is a fine game, and you can role play as much or as little as you'd like in that,
It definitely brought back nostalgia from me. Remember the wizard? If you rolled a 1 on your D4, you had a 1.
Oh, I know. I mean, that's the thing. The wizard is all but, it's a crappy job. I mean, someone's got to do it, and you got these grandiose dreams of being, a 7th level mage and actually doing something. But at level 1, you're not doing very much besides, pretending you can read something.
But besides huddling in the corner and peeing.
Right, and praying someone doesn't shoot you and taking at least a sling or something, so you just do, D4 points of damage to somebody.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because even the guys who love 2nd edition, who are like Matt and Ian, are putting together some killer dungeon next weekend.
But they all start at 12th level or something, right?
And they're at 12th level. Even at 12th level, they're like so against being a wizard that only one of like the 10 guys is going to be a wizard.
Right, because they're too easy.
Because it's like the stigma is there. Like,
right.
2nd edition, I don't want to be a wizard.
But in 4E,
you
wizards
have
are
40
awesome.
spells at 12th level or something ungodly like that. But they're like, I don't want to do it.
But you're still rocking like 12 D4 as hit points
12
or something.
D4 hit points.
Which is nothing compared to the fighter sitting next to you.
And no armor.
Right. Yeah, 4E definitely. The biggest thing is if you're a wizard, 4E definitely made your life a little more enjoyable, I think, personally.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But that's my take on it.
Yeah, I still don't like it.
So what are the rumors with D&D 5th? I mean, complete reboot, combination?
All we have is that one PR announcement. That's all I know about. It's very vague still, yeah.
I played a solo game of Ora e Labora. Russ, Craig, go ahead.
Is
Enter
it Latin?
comments now.
Is it Latin?
I don't know.
Because if it's Latin, that would be et, not a.
Oh, et? Okay. So
If
it's
it's
Ora?
Latin, I don't know.
I don't know. I have no idea.
What
That's
is
how
it?
That's
What's
the
it like?
new Uwe Rosenberg game. So the guy who made Agricola.
I should have brought back my negative achievement noise for episode 100. I left it off.
What are you thinking?
I know. I don't know what I was thinking.
I'll do it.
All right, listen to this, guys. Do you want to know what the theme is?
What's the theme?
Growing rocks.
You're monks, and that's it. You're just monks.
You have to be silent. Wait, this is a game I played when I was 5. You have to be quiet as long as you can, and then whoever talks first loses.
Yeah. All right, I want you guys to guess. Do I think I should buy, try, or deny?
Wow, we're going to game on
already
mode.
tried.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you must have. How did you try it? Did you buy it?
I game shared it.
Oh.
Thank you, Myriad Games.
So what do you think? I haven't even seen this thing. I mean, based on theme, I would say deny.
I'm denying it.
May be awesome. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm denying it.
Yeah.
I'm denying it.
Well,
but here's
good.
why.
That's the first step, really.
I like, as you know, I like Uwe, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Rosenberg very well. He's a good designer.
Like that much, or you would have found out how to pronounce his name. What if you meet him one day?
I don't research it, man. I just go all Hollywood on him. Here's what happened. I did the test game. I mean, I did a solo play, and I set up all the cards, and I got everything punched out. And as I'm setting it up, I could see that I think I'd like the game. And one of my Twitter followers, I sound like a Sith now, but one of my Jedi followers was like, "Oh my God, Raef, it was like climbing a mountain filled with razor blades."
I think I saw that one.
And I'm like, "Oh no!" And at first I thought he was an Agricola hater, but he's like, "No, I love Agricola." So I'm like, "Okay, well, if he loves Agricola, and he thought this game was really boring," so I was playing it with his tweet in mind. But basically, Russ, when I was setting it up, I'm like, okay, so this is sitting on my shelf, and I say to the people who like to play Agricola, which is Dave and Matt and Brian, "Okay, guys, do you want to play this, or I want to play Agricola?" So I'm like, why am I going to buy it? So that's why I'm denying it. I'm not saying it's a bad game. It's very deep, but I was like, I think I'm going to pass.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And for my last little bit, I want to talk to you guys about, I've been playing tons of Latro.
how is that in gaming?
I bake pies. I'm figuring that sounds gone too. Like a samurai.
I am the greatest
Oh my God, he's got
I
it.
has ever known. My secret? I make pie like a samurai.
All right, Rafe, tell us about Latro.
All right, I'm up to making potato scones, plus 45 vitality, Rohan hot pot pie, and I can make coffee now, which increases my foot speed by 6%.
6%. All right.
So,
Well,
no, I'm just having a lot of fun. We can level up to 75. Lots of new content being brought up. Warner Brothers bought out Turbine, so
Yeah.
it's been infused with cash.
ooh, nice.
And so they're going to just give us tons and tons and tons of content. And I do want to talk about one thing, and I'll be short for another.
All right.
There was this one, Russ, that you really appreciated. You all of a sudden you're doing a quest.
Yeah.
You're talking to a questioner, nothing out of the ordinary. He takes you, shackles you, and throws you into the dungeons in Isengard.
Nice.
And you play for like 3 hours worth of content doing an orc's bidding. So you have to do, he says, "Come on, slave, go over there, crush those rocks." And it was just awesome.
So you're crushing rocks for 4 hours. That's pretty cool.
No, you didn't. It was just
I crush rocks like a samurai.
And at the end, what I really loved about this is at the end, you get a full Isengard prison outfit. So you got like a skull cap and these kind of like beat up jersey with a white hand on it. And these like beat up shirts and beat up slippers.
Is that what's happening now in Middle Earth? All the hobbits are going gangsta wearing prison garb.
That's what's
like
cool.
word.
Like, Stony, who's bald with a big dwarf beard, now runs around with his gangster cap. It's like a Harley dude.
Nice. All right. Cool. Well. All right. Hey, whatever makes it fun. So you're playing lots of Latro and not so much Star Wars, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you about Star Wars another.
All right, we'll get to other than that. All right, Craig, how about you, man?
Well, I certainly made up for all the games I didn't play in episode 99 for episode 100 because I wanted to make a good showing.
Nice.
So I started with it's actually mostly been in the last week in like one calendar week. All of this happened Sunday to Saturday. So on Sunday, Russ came over and we chatted about the new TLC thing we're going to hopefully be able to unveil soon. We're very, very excited about that. And then Russ busted out Summoner Wars because we just reviewed it. And like I said, it sounded interesting, so I wanted to give it a try. And I'm very leery of card games. Mm-hmm. And Russ likes the shadow elves, which are basically dark elves. And I just picked randomly, and I got the Mountain Vargath, which are basically beastmen, right? Like minotaurs and stuff like that. And wow, did I love that game.
It's good, isn't it?
It's so fast and furious and fun. And so, I mean, it's so fast that even if you're losing, that it's over so you can play again. I mean, it was great, and I really enjoyed myself. So I thought, I want to play this on Tuesday. So unfortunately, on Tuesday, I had myself a very ambitious goal. As listeners will know, I've been in the Warhammer Fantasy Escalation League.
Achievement for that?
That we've been having.
Yeah, right.
And it was falling apart. Because everybody, nobody wants to play. Oh, I don't want to play that. Oh, I don't want to play this. Oh, I don't want to play against that. Oh, I don't want to buy any more models. I don't want to paint it. So it was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. And here I was. I painted everything up. I had my 2,000-point army, which incidentally is not a great 2,000-point army. Learned that the hard way. So I started to put together, not unlike a game of diplomacy, all of the pieces in position so that I could play my 2,000-point games. Both of them had to be played on Tuesday for it to be valid for the league.
So you could say you had finished officially. You'd gotten it all done.
I could say that I officially went all the way through and played every game that I was supposed to play to finish the league.
That's all right.
Okay. So in order to do that,
miserable.
it was no. Let me tell you how it ended up being miserable, but I'm glad I did it now. It's kind of like the Spartan race that way. While it was happening, I was miserable, and afterwards, I was like, well, I'm pretty proud of myself that I did it.
Okay.
So first person I played was Jeremy, and Jeremy's always game. He's always up for a game. He's got ogres. They're brutal. I don't like them. I don't like the way they work. I don't like playing against them. I'm looking at just giant, enormous blocks of guys that, they get impact hits. Then they attack you. Then they stomp on you just in case you're not already dead. And I'm looking at, like, my chaos guys will cost me a fortune in points, and they're just getting stepped on and then smooshed and then munched on, and then, I mean, it's insane. It's just unbelievable, and I lost. I had a really good moment where I got in there with some really powerful models, and I killed. He of course he's got that thing at 2,000 points. He's got it's a cannon and it has all the rules of a cannon. So it's strength 10 and it does D6 shots and it D6 wounds and armor save and blah blah blah. But because it's on this big giant woolly mammoth, it moves around the table at the same time. So it was unbelievable. And in the first round,
Russ, I've got to interrupt him. I've got to interrupt you, Craig.
Why?
So, Russ, remember the day when Craig's standing there and he has his dice in one hand and he pours them into his other hand and he goes, no, it's not you, Jeremy. It's just that I don't understand how this block of troops can just squish 20 of my elves. And, he was doing that whole thing. He just looked miserable.
It was crazy. I still to this day don't know how, like, it felt like I was playing twice as many points as I had on
Did you use the line?
Which line is that?
Now I remember why I hate this game. That comes out.
No, I don't think I said that yet.
Okay.
No, I don't think I said that yet.
Yet.
We played right down to the last model of mine dying.
Oh dear. Well,
but I was able to kill his general, so I got points for being painted. And the way Will structured it, you don't get any points no matter how much stuff you kill. You get no points if you lose. So
nice.
All you get your points if you're painted. You get a point for killing the guy's general, and you get a point for killing his standard bearer if you had one, which neither of us
to the
had
model.
one, so.
See, these are the kind of reasons that make caster kill mechanics look kind of good.
Right. I mean, that was the last guy to die. Well, actually, no. The very first guy to die was my general. Now that you mention it,
see, that's what you do. You're like,
because
this
his cannon was like, I'm going to fire my cannon at that one guy on the very corner of that unit that coincidentally has your general hiding behind it.
Don't they have lookouts, sir? Isn't that still?
No,
there?
not if he's not in the same unit.
Oh crap.
And he was on a big flyer behind the unit so I could get him out. But I wasn't able to do that. So that was 500 points gone in one shot of his big, giant, 180-point cannon or whatever it was. Things just went downhill from there. It was awful. He's got a block of cavalry. Each cavalry thing gets like D3 or D6 impact hits and then 6 attacks. And that's the thing the ogre's riding. Never mind the ogre.
No hate, just disappointment.
No hate.
Right,
I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
Right.
So clearly my army had nothing in it to stop any of this stuff. So I'm sure somebody out there could come up with an awesome army that would stop ogres. I didn't happen to make that in my 2,000 point army. but I got one
Well,
game out of the way.
achievement
So I
for
was like,
doing
okay,
it.
I got that
Yeah,
out of the way.
nice.
And now, in order to get Matt to agree to play me, I had to agree to play Matt in Epic. So Epic had to happen the same night.
Wow.
So immediately on the exact same table, switched around, and literally less than 10 minutes later, I was playing Matt in his Skaven.
Mm-hmm.
Except that they weren't really his Skaven. They were like 8 different people's Skaven, all put together, and including one unit that just had a bunch of stands on it. Because that's what I agreed to. I said, like, whatever you have to do to
Just
get
get
an
it on
army
the table, I need my 2,000
so I
points.
can play. Exactly.
Right. Okay.
Oh my God. Then I'm playing the friggin' Skaven. They've got this big giant pit abomination thing. Killed all of my Chaos Knights. It's the only thing in the entire league. Killed all my Chaos Knights in one round.
Wow.
I'm like, wow, it just erased the unit and ran on through them. Didn't take a single wound. I was like, what?
Plus, Matt is not a Pussy Willow general. I mean, he's
No,
tough.
no. Matt is one of the best. Well, he's the super epic champion. I mean,
Right.
he's an awesome player. Tactically, he's extremely good. Strategically, he's amazing. He's amazing at building lists. I mean, he's like, if you're gonna make a team, you want him to be on your team.
Right.
So I did not pick a weak person for my final game. He has a spell that if he gets it off, it like some ridiculous number of D6, like 6 D6 or whatever of your models turns into his models.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
Doesn't matter what your toughness or your strength or your armor is.
Oh my God.
So
Wow,
I
that's
have
pretty-
blocks
pretty
of
thin.
really expensive guys. 15 guys in a block. He's casting this spell, and it's lucky that he's getting it off. It's not ridiculously lucky for the number of dice that he's throwing, but
Right.
he's lucky he's getting it off, and then he's wiping out the whole unit, and then the unit is like, for every, like if I've got 10 guys, and if he rolls 12, only 2 guys turn into his guys because everybody else just dies.
Wow.
But he's rolling so well that, like, of my 7 guys that I have left, he kills those 7, and then 12 other of his guys show up.
Wow.
So it's just, and he does that to both of my huge blocks of infantry, and he had misread it, so that in one block he killed my sorcerer, and in the other block he killed my lord sorcerer on a disc of Tzeentch, and that was basically the game.
And that was not supposed to work that way.
It's not supposed to. It would have killed the sorcerer,
Yeah.
because it doesn't differentiate for there, but it doesn't kill people on mounts
Doesn't-
apparently, or
oh,
something like
what's-
that. But still, that's insane.
I have a
It's
burning question for
unbelievable.
you two.
Wow.
Seriously, I really want to know this. It's not a joke. Okay. Craig really was like struggling to get this league finished.
Yeah.
Okay. The creator bails out. Everybody else bails out, except for maybe Jeremy and I don't know, other couple of people. Okay. I look at that scenario, and Craig was miserable, and he admits he was miserable. But he feels really good that he finished now. And I know Russ will do the same thing with the Descent campaign. You could pull Russ's nails off before he'll give up on a campaign. I look at that from my vantage point as being like, man, life is too short. Like, that's where I get my random Raef nickname to go, I'm not playing this anymore. I'm going to go play the new Aura Labora. So tell me I don't get the satisfaction here. Like, why, Craig, you weren't quitting. Everyone else quit around you. Why did you still not quit?
Because I wanted to finish because I loved building all of my stuff.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, time it.
Okay, I love painting it. It's all converted. It's all like my stuff. It's very much. You look at that army and you're like, yes, Craig. That's one of my old-fashioned. Craig put a lot of time and effort into this army.
Right.
Okay. And when I play casually, like when I'm playing, if at my level, if you will, I'm playing casually with friends that have comparable armies, like when I played in our little campaign that I did a couple years ago with Joe and John and Pete, like I enjoyed that a lot. But there's just the when you get into that really, I never played Warhammer Fantasy at that competitive level. Like even during the DACA days, I never went to a GT for Fantasy. I always went for 40K.
Okay.
I never traveled to play Fantasy. Fantasy was the thing I played on the side while I was, playing 40K or to take a break from 40K. So I've never been, at that high competitive level. And in my opinion, you're going to have to be at a high competitive level to play against the ogres or to play against anybody who's like Matt's level.
But where's the status? You just wouldn't feel 100% satisfied after you put all that effort in?
I set a goal to myself, and I
Right.
wanted to finish it.
But you committed to it.
Okay.
When you commit to something, you should.
I committed
think
to
you
something,
should.
and
Yeah.
not only that, but I won by a point.
Hey, look at that. There you
Blake
go.
came in second, which I felt really bad for.
Well, you beat Blake, though. That's even another achievement. He's amazing.
Blake didn't. I don't think Blake finished all his games. Blake came in second by 1 point and played one fewer game than I did.
Oh, so did he bail or did he just not find opponents?
No, it's
the
just
same problem?
it was just very hard to find opponents towards the end.
Yeah, well.
And like I said, I had to commit to an epic game in order to get that done.
So speaking of epic, how'd your epic game go?
So then I went and played epic, and boy, that was rough too, because it was against Matt. So Matt's playing a new list.
Reigning champion, right?
He is the reigning champion on the East Coast, and I played I played my standard guard that I've been playing for 3 years now because I collected the squats, but I didn't paint him. I got the chaos, but I didn't paint him. So I'm playing against Matt, and I've got all my standard stuff, and he's playing one of these fan-designed lists that the Epic fan base say, it's play tested up the wazoo. It's actually in their codex. They've actually printed out like their own codexes, which is really cool. It looks exactly like a GW codex. Like the artwork is really cool, and it's a soft cover book, but it's got all kinds of stories in it and everything. But it's the Death Corps of Krieg. And just to give you an idea, I have an infantry company with chimeras, a regular infantry company with heavy weapon support, sentinels, a Lehman Russ tank company, a Shadow Sword tank company, and a Manticore battery of three artillery things, basically, is what I've got. And then I've got some stormtroopers and 2 flights of fighter bombers.
Wow.
Facing that, he had, where I have 2 things of infantry, he had 3 things of infantry. Where I have one that's in chimeras and one that's hoofing it, he had all 3 of his were in Gorgons, which are war engine transports. So you need heavy weapons to take them down.
And you had a lot of those?
They're like Titan level transports.
Did you have a lot of those heavy weapons to take them down?
I did not. No.
Oh dear.
Okay. He had, where I had 1 thing of manticores for my artillery, he had 2 things of basilisks.
Oh, wow.
Where I had 3 hydras scattered throughout my army. He had a big anti-aircraft battery that he could put down in the middle. Where I had my tanks and my heavy tanks, he had 2 Titans. Wow. And on top of that, he had a Death Strike missile silo.
Wow.
They could fire a Death Strike missile every other turn. And a Death Strike missile, just for those of you out there who don't know, it's exactly what it sounds like. It will kill anything.
Right.
No matter how big it is.
Well, it is Death Strike.
It's a Death Strike.
Well, it is Death Strike.
It is Death Strike. And so it really, he had more units than I, and he had 2 units of airplanes just like I did. So
wow.
He had more units. They were tougher units. So again, I feel like I am the worst list builder in recorded history. That's what I have come across. That's what Tuesday convinced me of.
Well, there you have it.
So I will say this. I was very happy that I survived so that he had to actually win on objectives in turn 4, which is when you count objectives in Epic. Mm-hmm. So at least he didn't kill me to the model because he killed Tim Will to the model 2 days later in turn 2.
Wow.
So
sounds brutal.
Yeah. So I at least had fun. I have fun playing.
Well, that's good. Hey, where did you play?
An excellent game.
Where did you play all those games?
I played all these games at Myriad Games, which is an excellent place to play games.
It is. And they sponsor our show.
Fun and clear and clean. They sponsor the show. They're extremely excellent hosts. Mm-hmm. For instance, on Tuesday, I got sick and tired. I'm going everywhere. I'm looking for faction decks for Summoner Wars, and like no local store has them. They all have reinforcement packs, which is something I don't want to get involved with. I just want the factions. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, you know what, Josh? Could you guys just tell me whenever you get a new faction deck? And he's like, absolutely, Craig. Just the faction decks, not the reinforcement decks? I was like, absolutely not. And they're like, absolutely. Every time we get one, it'll go on the shelf for you. It'll go on the side shelf for you until we hear from you. That's insane.
That's awesome.
That's crazy service.
It is.
And that's Myriad Games.
So, what do you now? You had a little adventure there too. You had a little convention, almost a mini convention, a patty con, if you will.
I'm not done.
Long time running now too.
I'm not done yet. Not done yet. So I played Epic and I lost. And then the ultimate goal for my night, the one game I wanted to play for myself,
even more. Holy mackerel.
was Summoner Wars.
Yes.
So I had told Ian, please have Summoner Wars set up for me, and I will leap to Summoner Wars as soon as Matt crushes me in Epic.
Achievement.
And he was like, okay. So I didn't know what he was doing. He had the board all set up and ready to go, but I couldn't see what was going on. So I got crushed. I was putting my models away as they were dying. So by the time I was done, I just had to whip up all my terrain and put that back in the box. And I jumped over, and Ian had set up Shadow Elves versus Mountain Vargath.
That's what we just played.
And that was exactly what we just played. And so luckily for me,
they all come in the box.
you got 6 factions in the box. It's a crazy, crazy deal.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And so we played, and luckily because I had just played Russ, I knew how the Shadow Elves worked, and I knew how the Mountain Vargath worked.
Now, which side did you play?
I played the Mountain Vargath again. I was like, Ian, come on, this is exactly what I played with Russ. Well, I can't help it. I like Shadow Elves, and I set those guys up at random. I was like, okay, fine.
That's a good impression of Ian.
Well, Ian putting on a character voice, yeah.
Right.
And so I had a blast, and I actually won that game, and I thanked him for letting me win something that day. So that was Tuesday, and yes, PattyCon, was it the 4th annual? I believe it's the 4th annual. It might be the 5th, but I think it's the 4th annual PattyCon was on Saturday, and it was a blast. We had a whole bunch of people. We had a whole bunch of corned beef and cabbage, Guinness flowing freely. And people were coming in and out. We ended up having, I think, close to 30 people.
Nice.
It was a lot of fun. And I did notice another weakness when we were going over our man caves with Angelo. Another weakness of the layout here is as later people come, as earlier people kind of set up their tables and they're like, if there's not a lot of flow, then I feel like when you and Nicole came, I felt like you almost got stuck over in the other room.
Yeah, well, I was just the other tables were all set up. Yeah, there wasn't any cycling. That's right.
But yeah, so I think that's a weakness of having 2 different game rooms. So that's the only event where there's so many people that I have to do that. But in the pub, literally at one point there were 1, 2, 3, 4 people playing there, 2 people playing here, 6 people playing there, and 4 people playing there. So that's what, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, like 18 or 20 people just playing in this one room. So that was cool. So what did I play? And actually, the other thing that I felt a little bad for was this is the first year where I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna do the host thing. I'm gonna play my games and have fun and say hello when people come in, but I'm not gonna try to like force people to mingle and stuff like that. So I don't know if that had an effect on other people's time, but
I don't know.
I just played and I had fun. So I started with another Summoner Wars game because it's that fun and that fast and that much of a filler. I played Pete. And I wanted to play the Fallen Kingdoms, the Undead.
Yeah, they're cool, aren't they?
See how they are, and I could not figure them out. They've done such a good job balancing these forces.
Yeah.
Like, because Ian was like, oh, play the Fallen Kingdoms. They're awesome. They do these cool things. I'm like, yeah, they do these cool things, but they don't do these other cool things.
Right.
And I need this cool thing because of the base. I need to kill guys in order to get the card, but they can use the dead energy from people, i.e. their cards, for other things.
Yeah, you have to
not. I had no.
You have to strategically build magic and basically put your own zombies into your magic deck so that they discard it into your discard pile, so they're there for the other zombies to resurrect in the middle of the battle. So you have to really control your discards. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's much more of a hand management faction than some of the others. And Pete played the Vanguard, which are like clerics and angel worshippers, and so that was a really cool matchup. And he was playing. He had misread something on a card, and that really was a huge deal. But he won, and so I was happy for him. And then I played Quarriors back to back twice. So that was a lot of fun. Quarriors is always a good time. And then I played Vanguard versus Benders.
Hey, another one.
Those are
another Summoner Wars.
Benders are weird. They can like move your own guys, and they're moving their guys, and they're all kinds of awesome. And then I played the new Hotness, and I played it, and I will admit this, I played it under protest. I was like, what? Worker play Euro? What? D&D? What? No. And Russ is like, blah, splooge, oh, splurge, 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 blog, 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 blog. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. And Will's like, oh, video, 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 blah, 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 squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. And I'm like, whatever.
That's a pretty accurate description.
That's pretty much how it works. Not going to lie.
So I was like, okay, whatever. I'll go ahead and play because everybody else wanted to play. And I loved it.
Lords of Waterdeep we're talking about. Lords of Waterdeep.
Lords of Waterdeep.
Yeah. Yeah.
thought it's elegant. I went on. I don't often go on Board Game Geek, but I went on Board Game Geek because I was curious. People are like, it's so lame. It's a lame skinned Euro, blah blah, yada yada, blah blah. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe that's what it took for me. Maybe it took a lame Euro with a cool skin for me to like it. So you can blah 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 all you want, buddy.
Here's my.
Sometimes that's fun.
I just need to jump in with this because I agree with you, and I posted this game is I played it also. Bought it sort of on impulse at the store, thinking that's probably okay, and I just fell in love with it. And we're going to review this in the next episode, I think, probably. So we won't get too much into it here. But I posted my little blog post, which I haven't done in a while. So and then I put it on the Geek, and there's guys on there going, they're going, oh, it's just this Euro game from whenever, 1975, but with a new skin on it and better components and all upgraded and all shiny. And I'm like, and why is that bad?
It's a bad thing.
Like exactly. Here's my analogy. Let's say you've got a television from 1985 and a television from 2012. They both play movies. They're the same function, but I bet you the experience is better on the 2012 television because it's HD. And so it's the same thing. Yeah, if they blinged it all out, made better components, made easier to read rules that you can learn in like 10 minutes, it's fantastic. It's a great game.
That,
yeah,
right?
Nothing's wrong with it. It's just fantastic.
Absolutely nothing wrong with it.
It's a great game, and we'll talk more about that in the future.
I just need to know: is it Dungeon Lord-esque? Is it?
It's Pillars of the Earth.
Kingsburg-esque?
Pillars of the Earth-esque.
It's Pillars of the Earth in D&D with more player interaction than you'd normally find in a Euro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's these cards called intrigue cards, and they're what give it the twist your knife in your neighbor. Because most worker placement, the only player interaction is I'm blocking you from going here and stealing that spot.
Or stealing a resource.
There's that, and then there's, and by the way, while I'm blocking you, I'm going to also make you lose this item, and I'm going to get...
Or cause you to lose one of those.
Exactly. So there's a lot more, and then you get negotiating. Like, please don't get me, or I'm going to get you back, and then it turns very much into a Ameritrash game, which is great. So it's good fun.
I had a blast.
Me too.
And we played twice back-to-back.
Yeah.
And I don't usually play games back-to-back.
Yeah.
It hits every one of my buttons because it's fast.
Right.
So you're done in an hour or less. We played 2 games. Our learning game was an hour and 10 minutes.
With 5 players. 5 players all learning.
5 player, full player count, hour and 10 minutes learning game.
Yep.
None of us had ever played before. And then we played again with a new player. Somebody stepped out. Somebody else stepped in.
My brother was in there.
Your brother stepped in. And he had never played before. That game took 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's not like speedy, fast, we're not having any fun. It's like awesome tension, focus, and making fun of Dave for having analysis paralysis. And
right.
I mean, it was just that much fun. And if you take the time to read the fluff on all the different cards and
it's
the missions
pretty cool.
and everything,
Yeah,
it's a huge blast.
And the
because
artwork's
you're
fantastic.
Sending out these warriors and rogues and clerics and wizards on these missions, and at the same time you're trying to build buildings. It really kind of super catches the theme. I had a blast.
Save stuff for 101, man. Save stuff for 101.
Yeah, okay. Right, Save stuff for 101. Then I played Martian Dice with Karen and John and Susan.
Yep.
Wakeland. As a filler game, and they all hated it, and I was like, "Come on, it's a good filler game." And they, what I did get them to all agree on was that it was better than Zombie Dice. That's all they would agree on.
Why'd they hate it?
I don't know. And then I finished the night off with one of the strangest games of Battlestar Galactica I've ever been involved in, because it was like,
weren't you involved in that one at TempleCon? That was pretty strange.
The drunk people, yes, yeah, but this one was stranger in gameplay. Because there were no, I think it might have been the first time I've ever played a game where there were no Cylons in the first half.
Oh wow!
And so, but you're still super paranoid, right? I mean, you've got Dave at the table, so right off the bat you're going to be paranoid. And so everybody's like, "Oh, I don't know what's going on. Things are too easy. They're too easy, and we're almost there." And then both of the Cylons ended up getting passed out in the second half of the game. But we were so lucky early on with how far we were getting in our jumps that there was almost no way for them to stop us by the end. And they actually, Ian and Dave both came out of the woodwork trying to stop us, and they couldn't even do it.
Wow.
It was the easiest human win I've ever had in the game.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. So it was fun because of the people who were playing.
Well, achievement for that.
But it was odd because of that. And those are the games that I played.
Wow, that was quite. You're right. You made up, sir.
Games.
Yeah, you got a lot in there. That's quite the episode 100 list.
Yes.
Let's see. Well, I'm still playing in the Blood Bowl League, the little digital version.
Yeah.
And
Now, I heard people talking about that. That game just sounds so boring. It's like the whole game went and it was 0-0.
what? Where? We haven't had a 0-0 in a
Joel
while.
and Dave.
Joel's not even in the league.
No, sorry. John Cassidy and Dave.
Raef's
Oh,
me.
they might have had a tie. Yeah, I don't know. There's occasionally ties in Blood Bowl, but I'm having a blast with it. I'm really liking it. We have 15 players in the league. Right now, my Molnir Mashers, my Norse team, have just clawed their way into first place.
Wow.
7 no losses, 7 wins and 2 ties. Doing very well. I've been a little bit lucky, not going to lie, but yeah, I like Blood Bowl a lot. It's one of those games. Now, it's a punishing game for those who don't know it. So what happened in this league is we have a group of people who know it very, very well, and those games are just brutally brutal, but also fun because you're trying to outsmart each other. And then you have people who are learning it still, and because it's a 16-round league, that means our guys are really leveling up. So now that it's near the end of the league, we're like, I don't know, week 10 or so, some of the teams are very powerful. So what's happening is the teams that have been winning well, when they run up against a team that's been losing a lot, there are some equalizing factors in Blood Bowl, but now there's so many crazy rules everybody's got that unless you know all those rules and understand them, you kind of get hammered. So we're getting a little bit of some of the new guys are starting to feel the burn, but the veterans are just loving the long season and getting your all guys leveled up. So that's good times.
Wow.
But, yeah. As Craig mentioned, we played I played Lords of Waterdeep twice. Played once at PattyCon and then once at Myriad. Hi, Brad, new players coming up to the store. He just moved up to the area, and very nice guy. We learned Lords of Waterdeep together very quickly. Good game. Also played at PattyCon Ascending Empires. That's the one where you flick the little discs, but you take over the galaxy.
Yeah.
Wait. You flip the little discs and you
Take over the galaxy. So it's a space conquest game with disc flicking. So you have little plastic astronauts on discs, and you have little discs that your spaceships are on, and you flick them, and if you get them near the other planets, you can then land your ships and put your astronauts on the planet and take it over. And then if your ships get close to enemies, there's little like measuring sticks, and they get close enough, you actually battle them. So it's pretty cool. I like it a lot. I've played it before. Nicole played it with me, and as well as Jeremy and Alex, and we had a great time at PattyCon with that. It was a fun one. Also, Summoner Wars, I got a new faction myself. I got the Filth. Now, the Filth are basically the Chaos faction for Summoner Wars, and their shtick is they have a new rule set. They have a little card that explains their rules. They have mutations. So they can basically put their cards on their own guys and mutate them to make them even stronger, or they can even put their cards on other players and mutate them to their own little chaosy dudes. Pretty cool.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they're nasty. I also played a little old school action here at Myriad. I played StarCraft with the Brood Wars expansion. That was a lot of fun. Had a great time with that. I miss StarCraft. I like it. There's definitely some fiddly bits in StarCraft, but it's a game I really enjoy, and I want to get it out more often. So we can not have to relearn the rules every time.
Yeah.
Oh, and I played. Rose broke out. My oldest daughter. She said, "Dad, let's play this." And she broke out the other day. Sorry, I call it Sorry, the fake Lego game, but it's really called You Build Sorry. So Lego came out with their own series of games, right? Lego's got a bunch of them. Well, there's this other company, U-Build, who have very similar products to Legos, but they aren't technically Legos. And they have some of the Parker Brothers games or Hasbro games have all teamed up with them now. So Sorry, U-Build is basically Sorry with Legos. So you basically move your pawns around this little board, but there's Lego bits on the board, and then if you roll these dice to move, one of the dice lets you move the Lego bricks, they're not Lego bricks though, they're U-Build bricks, around the board and stack them up and block other players as they move. So it's kind of like, I move this wall to here. So it's actually not a bad Sorry variant if you like Sorry, but it's still Sorry at its core. So, but not a bad one for the kids. And that is my regular gaming. There you go. What about
Now,
modeling?
Ross, why don't we jump to you for modeling?
Well, I'm looking a little more on Project Obscuring Luna. Right now, I'm in the acquisition phase.
By the way, I was very excited when I heard about this.
Yeah,
project.
I'm having fun with it. So basically, I'm gathering things together. So I finally got my order in from Litco. I've got a bunch of little special stands. I actually got finally also from Myriad. They ordered for me the blisters of the Escorts, the smallest class of ships I want. So basically, as I mentioned before on the show, I'm trying to replace the components of Eclipse with some stuff from Firestorm Armada. So I've got all the bits now to make 2 players worth of stuff. So I'm going to start working on actually priming and painting those bits this coming weekend, actually. And I should have enough components to try it out once I get my copy of Eclipse. But unfortunately, that's not coming until the end of April.
Oh.
But I'm getting there. So I'm working my way up. I'm trying to get things prepped so I can at least start it out.
Because I've heard Eclipse is a great game, except the components are kind of
the components are adequate, but I want to make it cool because I like the game.
Yeah,
and it's
adequate,
also
right?
It's also a good excuse to get Firestorm Armada tables on the table because I love those models.
Yeah.
What about you, Raef? What have you been doing?
I've been a busy little beaver with Flames of War, mainly acquiring terrain, so that goes in the purchase order of modeling. I want to put it there because it's more than just buying something. I bought some Italian vineyards. Mm-hmm. I've bought some more street barricades. I've purchased some bocage, so really just trying to get my Flames of War ready and just kind of wimping out of wanting to build it all from scratch. So that's been fun. I built, painted, modeled, prepped, spray painted the whole 9 yards, 81 millimeter mortars. By the way, do you guys know where the whole 9 yards comes from?
No, I assumed it was football.
I thought it was football too, right? Although it's interesting that it's 10 yards.
Right.
So I always thought that it used to be we're going to go the whole 10 yards, boys, and then we later in life colloquialized it or something, Craig, or just kind of shortened it to make it more hip and said 9 yards. I learned that is incorrect. 9 yards is the amount of the belt feed for the 50 caliber on the B-17 bomber.
Oh, so if you go the whole 9 yards, you've emptied your clip.
That's right.
Oh, that's cool.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that's neat.
Wow, that's awesome.
So I did that, and I think that's pretty much it.
Craig, what about you? Modeling.
I tried a big push on Dystopian Wars stuff because I'd finished all my Warhammer Fantasy, including just a whole bunch of FSA and Covenant of Antarctica stuff, so that by the time I'm done, I will now have one or more full-sized units of everything from the opening, from the starter book that's offered in both FSA and the Covenant. So that's just a ton of models, both land and sea and air.
And isn't something going to happen next with Dystopian Wars? Like I see that on the threads. Like now that Fantasy's over?
No. I mean, a bunch of the new guys asked if I would put together I used to do these novitiate tourneys for Warhammer 40K during DACA days that I loved, because it was always like the whole theory was you put together a small force you've never played with before. So it's a way to start something new. Or in this case, a bunch of new guys who've never played Dystopian Wars. So we're going to have a tournament sometime in the not so distant future with very small size forces. Just going to do it in one day, and there seems to be a lot of excitement for it because a lot of guys have been wanting to play, but we haven't been playing a lot lately. So that's upcoming in the future.
All right,
and that's me.
All right, so how about other? Let's see. I'll go first, I guess.
You go first.
Excuse me. I'm loving Mass Effect 3. Taking it slow.
It's really good.
It's awesome. Taking it slow though, not rushing through it. Nicole wants to watch it as I play, so we're just finding time when we normally watch television playing it. Really great stuff. No spoilers. Talked about multiplayer last time, so I won't bother with that. Oh, Craig, I saw John Carter.
Oh, you finally did?
I did.
What'd you think?
Really liked it.
Isn't it a lot of fun?
Really
That's
liked
good
it.
to hear.
I agree with your assessment. It's one of the best sci-fi movies in a while.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it.
Because critics are already saying it bombed.
Well, it did bomb. It's not making any money.
Financially.
Financially, it's making no money. I don't know why, because it's a great film.
That's the studio's fault for being stupid.
Yeah, I think it's been a marketing fail. Yeah. I know a lot of the fans are upset with the naming, blah, blah, blah. I don't follow all that, but I know there's some issues. But I thought it was I just enjoyed everything about it. I liked all the references. I liked the way it was done. I liked the characters. I had no problem with the acting. I mean, it wasn't like, Oscar level, but when is sci-fi really Oscar level? Let's be honest. It was just great. It was just really fun. So I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a good sci-fi film, and I wish all the sci-fi fans out there who are hating on the movie for silly little reasons would stop and go spend money and see it so that they make more sci-fi films.
So much better than the other crap that's getting made nowadays.
It is.
Yeah, I want you fanboys to tank it on these little details.
Right.
Is to miss the forest.
You're telling the studios that we need less sci-fi and more Justin Bieber. That's what you're telling the studios when you do that.
Yes, good
That's the only message you're sending.
Not that there's anything wrong with Justin Bieber.
Yes, there is. All right.
Because there's going to be one less lonely Russ.
Keep moving.
Craig, I want to talk about this. I know we're running long, but screw it. It's episode 100.
All right.
You guys know movies. From what I heard from the blurb, that it's failed, that it's a bomb because of box office sales.
Yeah.
Did the studios, when doing the budget, I don't know the numbers. Let's say it was $300 million and it only grosses
$50 million, and it's so far grossed like 60 or 70.
Okay, is that because the Raef, Russes, and Craigs, and Pete Eisenhower are going to go to the movie and go, that was really good, only equal $100 million, and they're dumb for spending $300 million. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's a good movie to everybody who would like that kind of movie.
Well, here's my thing. I don't understand how a movie like Avatar can make as much as it can make with the writing it had, and then this movie can flop. I just don't understand it. Okay. I really don't understand it. That makes no sense to me.
We skirt the no-hate issue here.
Right.
But it really, like, I'm dumbfounded by the number of people who paid so much money to go see Avatar so many times.
Right.
Is that because who did that? Cameron?
Yeah.
James Cameron.
Who's the big director?
James Cameron's fine. I mean, I don't mind.
Is it because of his name? His name just drew all those people?
I have no idea. I mean, you know what I think it is? I think it was so pretty that people who would not normally go see sci-fi went and saw it.
Right. It was the tech more than anything.
And the love story, I guess.
But here's the thing: if you like tech, the CGI in this film, the actual CGI animation, because this wasn't just
better.
This wasn't Bob on the corner figuring it out. This was Disney Pixar. Pixar did the animation, and they look fantastic. And that's why it's so expensive, because there's like whole races of people with 4 arms at war, like Warhammer 40,000 level war going on, fully animated, looking fully awesome, and that's expensive. And these spaceships are awesome, and the deck duels are fantastic. I mean, there was nothing not to like about this movie for a sci-fi fan, except maybe to nitpick it, and even that's really pushing it, I think. And there's people like saying, this is the other thing that bothers me about it, is people saying, well, there's these
fans are nitpicking it?
Well, I don't know. The people are like, well, I've seen these kind of archetypes before. Of course you have. Do you know when the frickin' book was written? It's like picking on Tolkien for using elves in his work.
Right.
It's like, this
the
book
is
predates
100 years old.
This book is one of the foundations for a lot of sci-fi that's come since.
It really is.
You can't pick the movie apart for using classic things when it's based on a book that is the classic. That's like, and this is the guy that wrote Tarzan. You can't mess with this stuff. So I don't know. I know that people don't like the fact that they mess with the title and they change certain things about the title of the movie. Basically,
that
the biggest
small.
gripe. Well, I think so too. But anyway, it's a good film. Go see it. It's going to be one of those movies that people own on DVD in the future and think it's a great sci-fi film, and no one understands why they didn't make another one because it didn't make any money. That's what it is, really. I think that's my rant about it.
And see it before it leaves the theaters, because on your TV, it's not going to do it justice.
No, this definitely needs to be seen in theaters. This is a pretty awesome movie.
Okay.
Okay, so that's that. Civilization Revolution. My 2 daughters have been getting totally into that, and which is a Civilization game for the Xbox. And my favorite part, little proud papa moment, they're both talking to each other and having this debate. And my youngest daughter is explaining to the oldest daughter that you really shouldn't build roads between all your cities. And my oldest daughter is saying, yes, you should, because you get around faster. And she says, no, because if the bad guys take over your first city, now they can use your roads to invade your other cities too quickly. I'm like, that is brilliant tactics. So I loved hearing my daughters talk about that. That was awesome. Also, there's this new app out for the iPhone that everybody and their cousin's playing. I think all your wives are probably playing it. It's called Draw Something.
Oh, my God.
And
I haven't heard about it.
It is basically...
it's so annoying.
Oh, it just got bought for $200 million. It's this huge app. Basically, it's Pictionary on your phone. The genius about it is you can actually watch the drawing being drawn while they try to guess your... So you draw a picture, you send it to your friend, right? Your friend sees it being drawn slowly as you drew it, and they try to guess. And you're watching them try to guess it while you're drawing it. So it's literally like watching Pictionary. You're watching when they make a mistake, they have to erase. It's just like all that stuff. It's really cool.
I don't get it. So Russ is drawing it, and Craig can see it on his iPhone?
Well, I get a word, like I, okay, or sunny day, or sunny. So I draw a picture on my iPhone of something that looks like sunny, and then I send it to Craig. Craig opens his phone up, and it says, you've got a new challenge from Russ. And it opens up, and it slowly shows all the strokes I made to draw my picture. And as he's drawing, it gives him a little palette of like Scrabble tiles of possible letters that are used in the word to make the word that he's trying to guess. And he taps the letters in order and gets sunny. So I got this word, and I looked at it a little too fast. And I said, oh, this is going to be a fun one. So I started drawing. So I drew this guy, a little stick figure, and he's got 2 little gray sort of L's in each hand like guns, and there's smoke coming out of the guns. And I draw all these stick figures on the ground around him with blood pouring out of them and little X's for their eyes. And I'm like, that's awesome. And I wanted to show Nicole before I sent it. I said, look at this awesome drawing I did. You know what that is, right? And she looks at it and she starts laughing. I'm like, what's wrong? She goes, it's not massacre. It says mascara. So I drew the wrong word totally, which is pretty funny. But anyway, so that's Draw Something. I'm really enjoying that one.
It's a blast to watch Karen play. Although Karen and Ian's wife were playing, and they both had cross fails. First, Amy didn't realize she was playing a complete non-sci-fi fan.
Oh, there you go.
And her word was Smith. Mm-hmm. She drew Darth Maul twice.
Huh?
and with an arrow pointing at him.
Oh, she thought it was Sith. She misread her word.
And no, I think she was thinking that you would see Smith, Sith, Smith.
see
I don't
Smith.
know
Yeah.
what, because you get the letters, so you get to guess
Right.
from the. They give you a small array of letters to guess from. But Karen's like, you have to do this. I think it's a Star Wars guy. So I'm looking at it going, it's Darth Maul. I don't know what, like, those letters
Sith.
don't make Darth Maul. They don't make Maul. They don't make Sith. They don't make the Apprentice. I don't know what it is. But what the problem was she had clicked on Tiara.
Oh.
So she wasn't even drawing the right. So I'm looking at, and then Karen's like, I give up. Blink, Tiara.
That's the
And
best
in my
part.
head, I'm like, well, I mean,
The
he
funny
does have
thing-
those horns around his head, so
Yeah,
I guess, I don't know. And then in response, Karen gets javelin, and I didn't even see this, but Ian was making fun of it later because I said to him, like, what's up with Smith and Darth Maul? He's like, oh yeah, well, your wife drew a javelin flying through a goalpost. Like, she's basketball,
See,
man. She
good
doesn't know
times.
track.
Good times. Social
Good
apps for the
times.
win.
Very, very funny.
So, Rafe, I clipped this. I know we're going long, but, screw it. It's episode 100. So, I clipped this out for you. I saw this little thing. I know you like
I want to hear about this.
I know you like to talk about this stuff. So, remember how we were talking about the Xbox and video? So, Microsoft just released a bunch of new video apps for the Xbox, including, like, being able to watch Comcast on there now and HBO Live and all this stuff. HBO Go. But PC Magazine talked to them about it, and Microsoft told PC Magazine that since they've released all these new apps, the total hours on Xbox Live have increased by 30%.
Wow.
Okay.
And entertainment app usage has doubled over that time period. And now Gold subscribers are spending over 84 hours a month with Xbox Live turned on. Wow. So, and that's not gaming. That's people watching their television on their Xbox. So I think we are progressing to this point, which of more and more people watching video via the internet almost than they are. Oh, the other statistic I heard
I
was
think you're right.
was last year was the first year that more video was consumed digitally than it was on DVDs or Blu-rays.
Oh, I saw that.
So that's another big thing, right? So it's starting to make that shift like the music industry did, just sort of slowly. Just thought I know we like to talk about that sometimes, so I thought I'd throw that out there.
No, I like that.
And I finished Troy Rising, woohoo, the third book in the
yes.
saga. So technically done. I'm praying he's going to make more. He said originally it was a trilogy, but the way it ended, it could certainly go on. So I hope that John Ringo does continue. And, of course, I listened to that on Audible, Craig, which is my favorite audio service. If you want to check out Audible, you get a free book, 30-day trial. Head on over to audibletrial.com/D6G or to our website. Just click the Audible banner and get yourself some excellent audio books.
Wait, I want to do an audio plug.
Yeah, go for it.
iWaz, Audible.
Yes.
The Tipping Point on Audible. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And I suddenly forget what my other one was. Oh, Guitar Zero. So, and I've been listening to them at work because I've been doing a lot of data entry.
Yeah.
And so I've just, again, for one credit. And like Tipping Point was like 14 hours. I got the unabridged one, and it was just
Wow.
awesome.
Nice. Yeah,
I actually listen to them when I bake pies, too.
definitely good for pie baking as well.
Yes.
Craig, we did have a Skype voicemail question for you. A gentleman from Canada who did not leave his name asked that you once mentioned you had a Navy combat game that you did in school.
Yeah.
And he's a school teacher as well, and he wanted to know if you had a place he could look those rules up somewhere.
Yeah. Apparently, after he left that Skype message, he decided to just email me.
Oh, well, there you go.
So
you
he
took care of it.
emailed me. I do have that fun, very, very fluffy, absolutely not historically accurate in any way, shape, or form naval combat game that I play on the floor of my entire classroom, and I guess I could probably put the rules up for that on my blog at some point.
That'd be cool.
And I may attempt to do that, but we'll see.
Okay.
So, Rafe, what's your other? That's my other, by the way.
My newest other is I bought a Mini.
Wow.
I have a Mini Cooper.
Oh, I was going to say a car?
So law still pays. That's what
Yes.
that's the lesson there for me.
Yes, I did.
nice.
It is a lesson.
Nice. How you liking the Mini?
Law pays the bills. I bought a 2008 used. I
Yeah.
found it with 16,000 miles at the Bedford Mini, Craig.
There you
I
go.
was actually on the way to your house. And
Yes,
I've been-
I'm familiar. I remember when that was a nice, pleasant field that I could hike through.
It was. It's not any longer.
No, it's not. Now it's a freaking mini.
You're sponsoring the
But I'm
destruction
glad
of
it was
nature.
helpful for you.
Right.
Oh man, I missed having a Jetta, my little Sport 1.8 turbo Jetta, and I bought that car when I got divorced, and it was my reward to myself. And I never was a car guy. I mean, nerds and cars don't normally mix. I don't know anything about. My favorite thing is when don't do this so much anymore, but in the old days, you go to buy a car and they lift the hood, and they're like, and this has got an over 6 under cam switch diesel engine converter, and I'm like, it looks shiny, and that's all I need to know. But what I love about this car is it's like getting into a little cockpit. So you kind of sit down and low, and the seat kind of envelops you a little bit. It's a standard. I've got it with lots of bells and whistles, and so it has toggle switches everywhere. Did you guys know the Mini had toggle switches?
I did. I've seen the inside of a Mini before.
Yeah.
Cool,
It's got the big speedometer in the middle.
Yeah, they're nice cars.
And it's fun. I mean, Craig, I cannot explain it, but every time I like lower the window to get in the parking garage, I'm like, I toggle the toggle switch. I mean, I just feel like a fighter pilot.
Okay, cool.
So, you get to live this little world. It's that British red with the white top. It's pretty pimp, man. I like it.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Russ, are you still playing Star Wars: The Old Republic?
I am. I'm level 30. I don't play a lot. I'm playing a little bit. Nicole and I spread out. The problem is I slowed down a lot when I was at Mass Effect hit. So I've kind of paused it when I'm doing my Mass Effect stuff. Although I will say this, a lot of people debating whether the end game is fun or not. And Nicole discovered, though, she was the other day, she's like, I'm going to try another character. And she had a blast creating a second character. So now she's got 2 characters in Star Wars.
Yeah, she got the old.
My oldest daughter has a character now in Star Wars also. So it's definitely, I think the end game for this game is to start another character and learn the story, because there's another whole story to see, So we're still enjoying it. We still subscribe. We haven't even thought about canceling. I just haven't had a chance to, like I said, Mass Effect, I knew Mass Effect was going to pause me when it came out. So that's the I got to do that.
I just wondered.
Yeah, I still like it.
Anybody within the sound of my voice who likes comics, this just got suggested to me by Doc Rain. Tiny Titans. It's produced by DC. Ross, I'm telling you this because you'll find it hilarious with your girls.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, I'm late to the party. They literally just finished with issue 50.
Oh.
But I understand the trade paperbacks. I can't describe it because they have Teen Titans, and these are called Tiny Titans. So the people are like preschoolers, the superheroes.
Oh, jeez.
And
so it's like Muppet Babies? Muppet Babies, the superhero kind of thing?
Yeah, and it's somehow they're doing that thing where I can totally read it to Emmy and she takes it at her level, but I read it as an adult and it's hilarious.
All right.
These guys are funny. I want to talk to you real quickly about the my big documentary shout out at episode 99.
Yeah, all right.
And so I'm nervous and I think, oh my God! Once I announce this, I'm gonna have to start working on it, and I just want to go to Gen Con and have fun. No. You want to know how many emails I got after episode 99?
How many?
1.
Well, there you have it.
Hey, you got to start somewhere. The longest journey begins with a single email.
Right.
Wait, by the way, that doesn't count the 2 from Russ. Russ's first one was, there's a documentary about board games, right? And then he sends me another one that someone sent him on Board Game Geek telling me about going cardboard, which I'm very excited about that documentary. I haven't seen the whole thing yet. I'm psyched that she did that. It's got good quality. So I want to let everybody know. Yes. I know. There's a documentary.
She's local too, right? She's in New Hampshire.
Oh, yeah. She's in New Hampshire. Dan Yarrington's in it.
They're talking about doing a screening at Myriad with her to come do a question and answer.
Right.
It looks like a great one. Actually, she's part of the reason what motivated me. I'm like, gosh, dang it, if she can do one about board games, then I'm going to do one about all 5 of our gaming areas. And so I'm not quitting. I'm not giving up quite yet. But I don't know, maybe in my future I'll be baking more pies.
Nice.
I don't know. So we'll see. I'm enjoying being a beta tester for the first time. I'm a beta tester, I believe, with Craig and Russ.
Yes. Oh, I had fun with Realmworks. I'm digging it.
Oh my God, I want more time to do that.
I did it for my Mouse Guard game.
Me too.
And it made it so much easier, dude. It was awesome.
So fun.
It was awesome.
I haven't played with it nearly as much as I wanted to. I actually got everything for my latest Fantasy Flight thing. I actually planned it all out in Realmworks and then realized that it was all going to go onto their servers when I stopped. So I had to delete like 3 hours worth of work.
Right.
Oh, man.
I was like, damn, I'm mixing my IPs and my non-disclosure agreements.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, I'm even hesitant to say too much because we're all under NDAs, but stay tuned to what when Lone Wolf releases it out of beta.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
So,
man.
okay, Craig.
Okay. Yep, very quickly. Listening to a bunch of the Black Library audio dramas. We've talked about them before. I love them. I had no idea this was going on, actually. The Nathaniel Garrow stories actually get continued. He's one of the main characters in the first 4 Horus Heresy books. Most of the good guys you think are dead in the first 4 books. He's the one that survives and makes it back to the Emperor. A series of short stories was written to actually bring him continue his story arc, and he starts putting together all of the like this team of guys that are all the main characters from the first 4 books who you thought were dead.
Wow.
It's awesome. It's like superhero level stuff.
Nice.
And one of them is called a Legion of One, and each one of the guys considers himself like he's the only loyalist guy left of his legion. So he's like the Legion of One, and they'll like a Thunderhawk will come down and drop one guy out of it, and it's one of these guys, and they're just like,
nice.
Let's get some. So it's awesome. They're not audio books. So you have to take that into consideration when you're looking at buying them either online or in a store. They're literally only like 1 hour long each.
Oh.
But they are fully realized with their audio and the music from the video games.
Yeah, their dramas are awesome. Yeah,
they're awesome.
Yeah.
There's a new Eisenhorn stories. There's an anthology of Eisenhorn stories that are awesome. And they actually use multiple actors, so that's cool too. So I borrowed a bunch of them from Pete, and he's got a lot more, so I'm just really excited. I wish they lasted longer, but you know when you're looking at the quality that they're not going to last that long because they're huge. I finished Monster Hunters International in audio, and Audible.com is great, and I like them, and they're fantastic. And they sent me a $10 credit for just nothing.
There you go. Look at that.
They were like, "Hey, congratulations! You've been a member for like 6 months or something. So here's $10. You've got a month to spend it." And so I got the next book in the Monster Hunters International series for $5.
Nice.
Which is insane. It's like a $30 book. So again, membership has its privileges.
It does.
I'm reading. I finally got some Black Library books onto my Kindle. I really don't like the Black Library website. I'm just going to put that out there. It's ridiculously difficult to order stuff on the Black Library website. Your membership is bizarre, and I don't know what's up with their password rules. But I have never been able to get on there without your password your password
why can't
doesn't
they
work.
get on? Yeah, no, I love Black Library, but why can't they get in with Barnes and Noble and Amazon? Come on.
Yeah, what is up
because
with
they
that?
won't. Because they're GW.
I know.
Can you talk to Vincent and make that happen at Adepticon, please?
Because that
Craig?
is...
Craig, do they know who you are?
Right. Do you know who I am? I'm internet famous.
Please.
4 guys and a dog know who I am.
Literally, and it's like I feel like I'm at one of those cheeseball game stores where you can't get somebody to take your money.
I know.
It took me a half an hour to figure out to order the next Horus Heresy book for my Kindle this afternoon, and by the time I was done, I was like yelling at the computer. It was so frustrating, but I'm excited now, and they have a new anthology for Horus Heresy books, so I'm super excited about that. And last but not least, I am now listening to another book that I got in this series the series sale that Audible had a little while ago, where I got 3 different books for $5 each. Imperium by Robert Harris, and it's the story of a fictional account of Cicero, who is one of the huge guys, right around the beginning of the Empire, who was fighting against the Empire beginning. It's a courtroom drama because he was a lawyer and a politician, but it takes place in Rome. It's awesome. It's from the point of view of his private secretary, confidential secretary, who's a slave, and so it's really, really cool. I'm having an absolute blast with that one, and that's that. So that's my other.
All right, is that achievements?
That's achievements.
That's
All right.
Achievos.
You looking for news, reviews, and interviews? The D6 generation. It's groovy as groovy does defined, baby. The D6 generation. Born to game. Oh, yeah.
Oh. Was that a wolf or was that Vic's horn? I wasn't really sure what happened there.
No, that was a.
Oh, okay. Oh, good. I was confused because one of our loyal sponsors. Okay, you sound like a dead duck now. No, it sounds like a wailing duck in a cave.
Lone Wolf Development.
Whatever that was not a wolf, Dick. Lone Wolf Development, our friends, are always happy to hear from them and happy that they sponsor our show. Lone Wolf Development, makers of fine software for all your gaming needs,
And
including
purveyors
of Army Builder, Hero Lab for all your role-playing stuff, Pathfinder. We got a tweet the other day that says, we love the D6G sponsors. My favorite is Lone Wolf for their Hero Lab products for Pathfinder. So huge role player there, loves that stuff. Glad to hear our listeners are enjoying our sponsors.
Hero Lab is awesome.
It is awesome. And we can't even talk about it, but I can just say this. I've used the beta version of RealmWorks to run a mouse guard game. I can't tell you how it worked. I can't tell you why it was cool, but it made it so smooth.
Yep.
So smooth. You want to be on the Lone Wolf Development website, checking out what they can show you for RealmWorks, and seeing if it's not too late to sneak in the beta, because it is just so cool. I can't wait for it to come out.
That it's awesome for any aspiring writer who's trying to keep track of everything.
It's just so easy to organize your stuff.
It's going to have a secondary market in the writing, in the literature field. I guarantee it.
I do not use this term lightly, but it's paradigm shift, folks.
It is.
Okay, maybe I used it lightly, but still, paradigm shift.
Total shift.
Also, they're also working on, they're also got your Hero Lab, your Army Builder, and, of course, Card Vault for managing all your collectible stuff.
Collectible game.
And does deck building for you, too, for all those deck building type games as well. So go on over to wolflair.com. Follow them on the Twitter at Lone Wolf Devel. Check out all their latest posts there. Keeps you up to speed on when things are launching. They got Mac versions of their products out now, so there's really no reason not to check out their products today.
Absolutely. That's Lone Wolf Development. Oh.
And now, what's in the news? With the shout-out, is your favorite game store listed at GameStoreLocator.com yet? Tell them to sign up today. That's GameStoreLocator.com, powered by Game Salute. And now, the news. Up first, Baldur's Gate, the famous RPG originally released in 1998, is being upgraded and improved and re-released this summer using the Infinity Engine, not only for PC but also for iPad. The Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition will include the entire Baldur's Gate adventure, the Tales of the Sword Coast expansion pack, and never-before-seen content, including a new adventure and new party member. We've also been told that the iPad version will support co-op play as well. Very cool. A little old school on the new school, if you know what I mean. Anyway, the news also, the Inglestein design team is at it again. The prototype Starship that some of the D6G guys were lucky enough to pre-test last Gen Con has been picked up by Stronghold Games under the title of Space Cadets. This is a kind of a tongue-in-cheek fluff/fun party game in which players take on the roles of various stations on a starship. Looks like a lot of fun. The time that Russ and Craig played it, they really enjoyed it. So take a look at that. And they are excited to be showing it off at Dexicon coming soon. PAX East weekend is less than a week away by the time you hear this. PAX East in Boston next weekend, the weekend of April 6th, is coming up. And Nicole Wakeland is on a panel at 7 o'clock on Saturday night. So if you want to say hi to her and Russ, they will definitely be there then. So head on over to the panel for Geek Dad. Oh, and the kind of sad news today, the 40K MMO being produced by THQ news has broken recently. This is going to be downgraded to downgrade isn't the right word, but turned into a single-player game instead of an MMO. Unfortunately, this has led to a large number of layoffs, over 118 people at THQ. So that's we're sorry to hear that, and hopefully the 40K product turns into something cool in the end anyway. Speaking of applications, the War Machine War Room app was delayed slightly. Originally slated to release in March of this year, will now be releasing in April. There's a detailed FAQ on the product on the Privateer Press website. And finally, new Citadel paint range from Games Workshop. Apparently, Games Workshop has decided to redo their entire line of paints. And the full set now numbers at 145. That's 145 paints, broken down across 7 different paint types. The 7 types include base, shades, dry compounds, layer paints, glazes, textures, and technical. Apparently, they've got specific paints now for every possible need and combination of needs. So if you're interested in getting some new paints, head on over to the Games Workshop website, check out the blog section, And they've got some really great posts actually outlining exactly why they did what they did and what the various colors are good for and why you might want to get a couple different collections of them. And that's what's in the news.
You in the market for deeper D6G intel? There's only one place to go for your contact in the off weeks. What you seek is located somewhere in the lost chapters. Go to the D6generation.com for further instructions.
Welcome back, and now we figured since Raef was here,
Yes.
right,
Yep.
Craig, what better topic than Rafe's Roundtable, right, Raef?
That's right, fellas. Now, I did consider Peter Lipton, but I just didn't have it in me. So I wimped out, went with Rafe's Roundtable. But I've got about 13 questions. We may not get to them all. I have questions for you guys. I want to catch up. I want to know what's going on. And they shouldn't be anything that you normally talk about. They're just kind of random Rafe stuff and stuff I've been wondering. So do you guys have any questions before we begin? Any apprehensions?
There's always a
There's always
small
a-
amount of trepidation.
Right.
There always is.
A little bit of trepidation.
Russ contacts me about, 10 days ago. He's like, okay, so we're all set for episode 100. Rafe, the bullets. I go, nope, there's no bullets. Oh,
Right.
Jesus. I can just see him saying it.
We have no net, people. There is no net.
no net.
You say that like it's a surprise, though. I mean, it
No.
should really sort of be,
Not really.
Yeah, but
sort
now
of
I'm
standard
petrified.
fare at this point.
Because Russ will usually, in the olden days, he'd push back and be like, are you sure? Okay. Nope, it's Rafe. Yep, it always works. But he didn't push back, so now I'm fearing it'll be a big bomb.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right, so Russ, this is what I want to know.
All right.
I've been falling off all podcast listening, actually. And Craig, you know why that is? I have satellite radio now in my car, so I'm like
Oh, really?
listening to Howard Stern now.
Oh, you're back to Howard Stern, are you?
Yes, and what I've learned about the satellite radio is that they play Howard because it's Howard 100. So even if it's 4:00, I can hear a
it's
show.
Howard all day, every day.
Right.
It's really good. I have a lot of Howard questions, but that's not what I wanted to know about. So Russ,
Okay.
I've fallen a little behind. Tell me what's new on the tech front. Not stuff that you've already covered in what's in the news, but what's going on over there with Leo Laporte and crew, and what's new in the tech front for gamers.
Wow, that's a pretty broad question. Well, I guess the big news is the iPad, well, the new iPad.
Okay.
It's not an iPad 3. It's not the iPad. They're just calling it iPad now, kind of like the iPod is just the iPod. There's no version number anymore, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
So
Okay.
yeah, so the new iPad, the big deal about that, it's really kind of a gamer thing because the resolution on the iPad now is pretty high.
I've heard that.
It's higher than most laptops.
Wow.
And so it's kind of funny though. Apple's like, it's got higher resolution than your television. Can you believe it? It's better than 1080p. Well, computers have been better than 1080p for a long time, but it is actually higher than your TV. And what's kind of amazing about that now is you can do really high end, and it's also got a really good. In fact, the regular processor's upgraded, but the graphic processor is actually on par with a lot of the gaming processors now. So it actually is a pretty solid gaming rig. In addition to being an iPad, so that's kind of cool. So that's going to be interesting to see what happens from a gaming point of view. And there are tons and tons of board games coming out. In fact, in the news in just episode 99, I just covered Summoner Wars is coming out this year. Agricola is coming out this year. Le Havre's coming out this year. Just you name it, it's coming out on the iPad.
Oh, wow.
In 2012. Well, in the iOS and on Android too, but iOS is getting most of them. So it's pretty big deal right now for
Do you play
gaming on
any board games on your iPad now?
Mostly actually I play them on my iPhone. What I find is I think we've talked about this before, but I don't like to sit down at the table and pull out the iPad and board game. I'd rather have the actual, like Craig would say, I'd rather have the actual cardboard and stuff in front of me there. But but when I'm like, my girls and I play it a lot when we're standing in line or waiting at a restaurant for a table or waiting at the movies. We play a lot of Ticket to Ride. It's pass and play. Zularetto is pass and play. So those kind of games. So I'm always looking for the new version of the Bang version that's finally the iPhone is actually, it's been on there a while, but now they've upgraded it. It's pretty good.
I like it? Would I like the Ticket to Ride version on iPhone? It's not too small and annoying.
Oh, it's actually a very good implementation. You can really see what's going on. Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Oh, okay. Greg, what do you think of that?
It's not really my cup of tea.
Yeah.
So
Russ, if there's no version numbers, how do you know you're getting the new one?
Well, that's a good question. But it's kind of like the iPod Nano kind of thing. It's like, well, it's an iPod. Do you have the latest version? What's the specs, really? It's almost like computers,
okay.
right?
Okay.
So it's kind of like that now.
Now, I've heard that this comes with a camera, the new one. I'm not getting that.
Yeah, so this is interesting. Well, the iPad 2 had a camera, right? So, but the camera on the iPad 2 was not very impressive. It was low quality, even by most cell phone standards. And, the big claim to fame for a lot of the big Android phones, and as well as the iPhone 4 and 4S, was really, really high-def, good camera shooting. Well, the iPad, not only does it, so it's very high resolution now on the screen, the camera actually is really good on there, and it can shoot really high-def photos, but also it can shoot HD video. And which makes the iPad one of the few devices, according to Twit, which I haven't really thought about much, but one of the few devices that you can actually shoot in HD with in video and watch it in HD as you shoot.
Oh.
So most, at least not commercial stuff, the video you're looking at, the eyepiece or whatever, is not high def, and it's not a big enough screen so you can even tell it's high def. So you can't really look for those little things. But on the iPad, the screen is just big enough where you can really, if you're holding it close up to your face, kind of see what's going on there, and you're shooting in HD in real time. Now, it's kind of a dorky situation because you're holding this giant tablet in front of your face.
It's like the size of a clipboard.
Yeah, it's sort of weird. But I don't know. Some folks seem to think that that'll be normal after a while because you've got this really easy-to-see screen you're holding up and taking pictures. I have to admit, back in November, I went to Las Vegas for work. And I did see a woman walking around there with an iPad 2, now the older one, and she was taking pictures with her iPad with a bunch of her friends. It was almost like an Apple commercial. They're posing in front of fountains, and she was taking the pictures and flipping around and showing them the picture from a distance because it was such a big screen. And it looked kind of dorky, but at the same time, it looked very social. So, I don't know. It may be a kind of thing we all get used to after a while, but for me, it still seems kind of weird. I'd rather have the phone in my pocket and just shoot it that way.
Pop it out and shoot it that way, yeah. Craig, I apologize. A little Russ-centric in the beginning here.
That's okay. I'm fine with that.
Okay. What are you doing with Rock Band? Is there like Rock Band 5 now?
You meant it's going to continue to be Russ-centric.
You want to throw Craig a bone here?
Yeah, Craig has questions 3 and 4.
So,
goody.
Oh, good. Well, there hasn't been a lot of... I'm still using the same tech, so I'm still downloading new songs. I just got some of the new... Hollow Notes and stuff.
Rock Band 3 are we up to?
It's still Rock Band 3. Yeah, that hasn't changed. It's been Rock Band 3 for a while now. There doesn't really need to change, so I have all the keyboards and all that stuff. I've really just been playing the different songs I like. The girls still like it, and they still like to play Lego Rock Band better, actually, but I still like the regular Rock Band. And I did get Dance Central 2 for Connect.
How's the keyboard working?
The keyboard's... Well, I got all the Billy Joel songs. The keyboard's pretty awesome for those, but it's really hard. It's actually much harder than I thought it would be. Yeah.
Okay. Did you happen to hear about the book Guitar Zero?
No, I have not.
This is question 2.1.
Craig, for those keeping track at home,
question 1.
Russ has had 6 questions, and Craig has had 0.
Wow.
Okay. All right. I just think of that because of Guitar Hero. It just talks about adults learning how to play, and they talk about Rock Band and its role and stuff like that. It's pretty cool.
That's interesting.
Okay. Moving on to question 2 before we get to Craig. Now, I would ask Craig these. The questions are really reflective for the both of you, and of course, you could ask me and stuff too if you'd like.
Sure.
But I know Craig has next to no interest in electronics. Okay, so, Russ, what is on your wish list for the game you want to come out that you know is on the horizon and is about to come out and hasn't come out yet? What game is that?
Well, I'm going to cheat and say Mass Effect 3 because it already came out. It just came out last week, actually, or the week before last. That was the game I really, really wanted. So that's the game that I was totally focused on, and Nicole and I got it. And I have to say, Raef, I wanted to talk to you about this because one of the things in Mass Effect 3 that's really unique is that it has voice commands if you have a Kinect while you're playing the game.
Oh, no kidding.
So what's interesting about it is, and you can use the voice commands in a couple different ways. So whenever you choose a dialogue tree, you know how in Star Wars or Mass Effect you can pick what you want to say, all the words in that tree are voice commands. So if it says, someone asks you, should we go fight the aliens? You can say, it might say, hell yes, definitely not, or maybe. You can actually say, hell yes, and it'll choose that point for you.
No kidding.
And that's not that interesting, really, because it's just as effective to use the joystick, except if you're someone like me who your wife likes to watch you play the game, but she likes the story, but she has no interest in trying to jiggle the joysticks around and fight the bad guys. She does like the story part. She'd like to participate. So now what we do is when we get to the dialogue parts, she picks the dialogue. She sits across the table and just says, hell yes, I want to fight them, and then, Shepard does it. But in terms of gaming, the coolest voice commands are the ones that let you shift weapons and command your squad members without using some of those really deep defined menu options inside of Mass Effect.
That is
so you
pretty
can
cool.
say, Liara Singularity, and she'll do Singularity for you, or you can say Shotgun, and Shepard will switch to Shotgun without having to take your finger off the joystick and onto the D-pad and back.
That's pretty awesome.
So that's pretty hot, and it actually works very, very well. That's very solid.
See, we're living in Star Trek times. Computer,
we
analyze
are.
the planet.
Now the
and
big
people don't even blink. And I was thinking about that with the iPhone. Craig, have you heard about or seen FaceTime work with the Apple products?
No.
It's basically Videocom. So Russ has an iPhone, I have an iPhone. If I pull them up in my contacts, I can say FaceTime, and the camera reverses.
Oh,
shows
I've heard of it. I've heard of it. Yeah.
It's amazing. It's crystal clear. You can see. There's no lag.
It's pretty freaky. It's pretty sci-fi.
It's freaky. It's handheld.
Siri's actually a little freakier for me. Have you seen Siri, Rafe, yet?
Seen it or used
Siri? Have you used it?
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it.
I can't get it to work.
And it works for Nicole very well, it is pretty neat because you can ask your phone stuff and it just sort of does it, and it's kind of impressive how. So between the voice recognition on the Kinect and Siri, it does feel like voice recognition is extremely close to being what you saw in Star Trek with, like, computer, what is the approaching velocity of the enemy ship? It's almost that level. It's almost there.
Yes, it is almost at that level. Yeah. Well, I'm glad Mass Effect, but I should have been clarified. I meant in pulp gaming.
Oh, pulp gaming. Oh, why don't we let Craig do that first? Well, I think because I've been talking.
Well, I have a question though for both of you regarding Mass Effect 3.
Oh, yes.
Because I accidentally stumbled upon the controversy, the massive controversy yesterday.
Ooh, what's that?
Have you guys finished the game yet?
I have not. I have not.
Then neither of you can.
No, but our friend Will has finished the game because Will does. He goes hibernates in his basement for how many days it takes. Will said he found the ending satisfying.
Oh, okay.
Despite the controversy,
people are saying it's not satisfying.
Well, people are saying that it's not living up to the promises the company made.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm not there yet. So, and I'm avoiding all that dialogue because I don't want to spoil it for myself. So I don't know.
Right. Well, it's oddly enough. Seriously, I've been digging because I don't give a crap about spoiling it because I don't know the story anyway,
right.
and I can't find what the ending is. I found out what the main controversy is, but it still doesn't spoil anything. It's the question of I guess they promised 16 different endings depending on the choices that you've made, or did they not?
I don't know if that I researched to see how many endings there were. I know there are multiple endings. There were multiple endings in 2, and there were multiple endings in 1. But I don't know if there were 16 different ones. I don't know what the actual.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't even ever get to finish Mass Effect 1. It was funny. I've been listening to episode 99 with Angelo, and I'm at the part where Russ asks Angelo if he plays it, and Angelo and I are in the same camp. We can't get through it. Like, we kind of want to, but we just don't get through it. Even though they're great games, I get no problem with the game.
So I guess the complaint is that there are only 3 different endings, and they're all only cosmetic. So,
well, I'll let you know when I get there.
Yeah.
I hope it just doesn't end with like it was a dream.
I know, right? I don't think that's going there.
I don't think that's what it is.
Yeah.
No.
All right. Well, while Russ thinks about what game is on his wish list, that is a reflective one for Craig as well. What's on your wish list for a game that's coming out that you can't wait? Like, it's got to come out.
The Star Wars fighter game.
Ooh, yes, good choice.
Ooh, the one we saw in Gen Con?
Oh, I know what I want.
Yeah, I got to tell you, right now the rotation for bedtime books for Reese is a book called Brown Bear, What Do You See?
Yes.
And, of course, the classic Goodnight Moon.
Yeah,
Of course,
classic,
yes.
And the Star Wars alphabet book.
Nice.
And whenever I get to X, I'm like, oh, when is that game coming out? So that's like 3 or 4 nights a week because I always, he's to the point now where I can hold up books and say, like, which one do you want? And he pushes the ones away that he doesn't want.
Yep.
And then I say, you want this one? And he's like, uh-huh. So I read that one.
Nice.
And I'm not above, maybe holding the Star Wars one a little bit harder, so it's harder to push away. But yeah, every time I read that one, of course, I keep remembering because I keep forgetting that Descent 2 is like right around the corner.
Yeah, that's on my list. That's what I was going to say.
But for some reason, that Star Wars game is really, really, really like in my mind often. And interestingly enough, by the original company that did Wings of War, the Winds of War, Age of Sail ship combat game based on the same rules. Yeah.
Wait. So that's a different. I started to think that the people who originally made Wings of War are making the X-Wing game. No, that's not happening. Right?
No,
okay.
What happened?
Because I like that game.
Yeah,
Wings of War.
Fantasy Flight took Wings of War.
Yep.
And flew it for a while. and then got rid of it,
And then
and
retired.
then unveiled. No, they like gave it back. They didn't want the rights anymore or whatever, and so gave it back to the original company. And then they unveiled a game that is eerily similar, which is the Star Wars game, which is cool. I don't give a crap. Looks cool to me. Looks like
Okay, so the Star Wars game is going to be somewhat similar to the Wings of War game.
yeah. Well, you were
Awesome.
there.
I never got a chance to play it. There would be always people around it, and
I
I
didn't
didn't
play it
care.
either, but I watched.
No, I didn't even watch.
Didn't even
I got
watch.
confused with the WizKid versions. I think in my brain the Star Trek ones are all blending into my head.
Oh,
And
yeah,
then
no,
third
this is basically Wings of War, really tooled up and kind of brought to the nth degree with Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Now it won't have that same problem that other Star Wars game that we played, which I thought was a lot of fun.
Well, no, because
That was the Star Wars, like the Star Wars collectible miniature game.
Yeah.
That was very simplistic. I enjoyed it too, but that was very simplistic, more like checkers.
I think the biggest problem those games have is they're collectible.
Yeah, that's
which
true.
which I think is what gets you in trouble, because then one of your friends goes out and gets everything and you don't have all that.
Enough.
This won't have that.
I am a completist. I can't help it. It's a mental condition.
Look, I didn't say anything. If your guilt is still living with you after all these years,
That is pact, Russ. Remember?
I remember.
You and I made a pact to keep Ragtag
Whatever.
arms.
No, okay. Like I took all the bruises and the slings and the arrows last night for the stupid ship card game. Okay, it's not my fault. I hate collectible games. When you guys get me into a frickin' collectible game, I'm gonna go on eBay. I'm gonna buy the things that I want. I'm not.
It ruins it.
God knows, God in his heaven knows that I cannot build a list for any game to save my life. So it's not like I'm power gaming and I'm going out there and I'm getting all the really cool models. I'm going out there and getting the cool models that I want because they look cool. That's what I'm doing, because I am not going to do a blind flipping purchase game ever again.
I may have struck a nerve there.
You think you may have? You think maybe I got a lot of little jokes thrown in my direction last night, maybe?
See, the funny part with that, Russ, is remember how you and I made a pact to just kind of buy a booster a week or whatever?
Right, yeah.
We had a ragtag army, and we had a blast.
Right.
Craig goes out and buys a thematic army. Again, not power gaming, but at the same time, Christian and the other people are building building an Uber list, and then he plays them with his complete list, and he's like, you see, come on.
Yeah, that's exactly. See, I didn't. See, that's not power. My really expensive. eBay list just got crushed.
And then Craig turns around, and Russ and I are playing War Machine.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad collectability's on the way out. That was definitely not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, but X-Wing looks pretty good. I'm
those are
excited for that.
Those are the games that are in my head right now.
All right. Now, Descent 2, is that your pick, Russ?
Yes, Descent 2 is my pick. I'll tell you what's not my pick. What's not my pick is this abomination that's being called StarCraft Risk.
What's that?
Doesn't need to happen. Blizzard is sold out. Okay, so remember that this was in the news last time too, but I have to rant about it more. I can't resist. So Blizzard had a license with Fantasy Flight Games back when Blizzard was Blizzard, right? And that allowed Fantasy Flight to make two really interesting board games. One was StarCraft, the board game, the one we reviewed on the show, and the other one was the World of Warcraft board game, among some other things. Well, a few years ago, Blizzard got bought out or merged with Activision, right? And about a year ago, Fantasy Flight said, we're sorry, we no longer have the rights to produce the StarCraft board game, so we're ceasing production on it. And now we found out why, because recently Blizzard has just announced that the StarCraft Risk game is coming out. And then last week in What's in the News, I joked and said, what's next? World of Warcraft Monopoly? That was a joke. But it's not a joke, because now they've announced World of Warcraft Monopoly. And I also joked, what's next? Diablo Sorry? And I bet you there's going to be Diablo Sorry in about another month. We just don't need those kind of games. We don't need them.
The Monopoly, talk about brand dilution.
Yeah.
The Monopoly brand means nothing. Russ, you'll be very happy to know that your old alma mater is being featured in the new Monopoly Milford.
Oh, really? Excellent. Milford High School. I thought you could talk about Virginia Tech, but Milford Senior High School in Monopoly, that's always good.
I'm sure there's already a Virginia. Every major college got monopolied a long, long time ago.
See, that kind of stuff thrown in Monopoly, okay. Although it would be kind of interesting to see really innovative mechanics around various colleges, how they do it. But really? I mean, these kind of games are so much better with a light. And the thing is, FFG is now in Barnes & Noble. They're in major places. It's not like, I don't know, it just seems weak sauce.
Yeah, I don't like when they do that stuff.
Anyway, I'm looking forward to Descent 2.
All right, now, before you can goob on that,
Yeah.
I have Descent, Craig has Descent. Why do we need, and I'm Jones and I haven't played Descent in a long time, why do we need Descent 2?
You don't.
Well, you don't need it, except
you want to have more fun.
parts of Descent.
Need it like a gamer.
Well, parts of Descent.
How can I rationalize getting
I don't
Descent?
play Descent anymore, mostly because that there's better dungeon crawls in my mind that aren't as complex. The problem I have with Descent personally is just when you get near the end game, there gets to be there's just so much time lost in people calculating the dice rolls, and the mechanics get clunky, and also the game's kind of exploded into all these sub rules and just really it needs to be refactored, kind of like Mark II did for War Machine. It needs to be brought back into control under one big umbrella. I'm looking forward to that. I would like to break out all my Descent models. I have tons of them. I would like to break out all my tiles and get the group back together. Going to be great. So I would really like to see. I think a new rule set would do that, and I would like to see them look at what they learned in Sea of Blood and Road to Legend, and the new game has the built-in campaign system. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they rethought that as well, and maybe made that a little.
That's what I was wondering.
A little more straightforward.
Is it
too.
going to have new characters and new monsters?
Well,
Is it a reboot? Is it a whole new cast of characters?
It's a little fuzzy. My understanding, I haven't read it in a while, so I could be wrong about this, but if you're already a Descent owner, you're still going to be tempted to buy the core box, because the core box has new heroes in it, new tiles that just look sexier, as well as, I'm not sure, I don't know how many of the monsters are new in there or not. But then, and I think you need that for the rules, but then there's a booster box that is like $25, and that brings all your old stuff up to Descent 2 standards.
Okay.
So I think you have to buy both those things to be able to play Descent 2. I originally thought you could just get the booster box and all your old stuff would work. I think you also need the core Descent game to get the core rules for it as well.
Do you have an idea when it comes out?
No, I thought they were saying Q1, but I guess it's Q2. I don't know. I don't really know. But I'm real open to soon.
Is it going to be like Ice? What was the Ice one?
Oh, yeah, Tomb of Ice.
Yeah. Is it going to be Tomb of Ice 2.0? Or are they going to kind of do what D&D does, and it's the Legend of Drizzt? Like it's a whole new expansion.
It's a whole new. Oh, the core game. The rules are totally different. They've changed the core rules.
You can't, other than like the tiles and the monsters, you're not really going to be able to use anything.
It's like D&D 3.5 to 4.0. It's like a totally different system.
Oh.
So except for the tile and the plastic, the core rules are totally different.
All right, I want to get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on to Craig.
Yes.
So, as you know, we haven't talked for, 10 episodes. I know I've been on in between there, but it just seems like we haven't talked in a long time.
Okay.
One of my favorite things is hearing about your secret armies, your secret projects. So what do you have going on? I'm not saying reveal the secret, but like usually you give it a code name. And do you have anything going on creative?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Right now I'm working on boop and boop boop, and then I just finished boop, which really took me a long time because I was trying to work on boop. But I mean, I'm so busy creating boop for boop that it really, kind of got in the way of everything else. And right now I'm very excited because I just today finished working on boop, and it got approved, I think, because the email was boop and very boop because boop was drunk. So it was a little hard to understand. So I'm hoping that boop will show up on boop boop of the boop, but I'm not sure. I'm just hoping. And what I think I'm going to be able to do is hopefully I'm going to end up boop going all the way to boop so I can talk about boop to boop. And then if I'm really, really lucky, I'm going to boop all the way to the bank.
Now, on that note, is it a bummer that you can't talk about boop? Or is it still just as exciting?
Let's see. There's really in real life. There's a couple things I can work on because last night I was very excited to just get the Warhammer Fantasy battles I needed out of the way so I can say I finished the league.
Yep.
So I'm now done with my
miserable, however.
It was miserable. It was. I mean, you can't play 2,000 point Warhammer 40,000. I mean, Warhammer Fantasy battle in the equivalent of an hour and a half against two superior players with far superior armies and have bad luck and have any fun at all. So it was just a question of trying to get the game out of the way. The games out of the way. So I'm done with that. So now I can kind of like do my own thing and focus on what I want to focus on. And right now, that's very much trying to paint everything for Dystopian Wars that I've collected over the last 3 months. So right now, as I've already mentioned, I believe, in Achievements in Gaming, I'm painting a whole bunch of both Antarctican, Antarctican models. Thanks, Myriad Games, for that free $50 land box.
I know, right?
And a bunch of FSA models. In fact, I have everything in the FSA now except for the land, their mobile airfield, because they didn't have that when I went in.
Well,
and
I see people still talking. They seem excited about that, unlike the Warhammer.
Yeah, no, the Dystopian Wars I think is here to stay for a while.
Does Warhammer petered out?
Oh, God.
Yeah. Didn't we already talk about this in Achievements in Gaming? I believe I was brought near to tears.
Sorry.
Yeah, as Craig mentioned in Achievements, it was the poor guy.
Yeah. Anyway, let's not rehash all that. Let's not go back to that again.
Bygones.
So anyway, as far as what do I wish, I'm very excited about something that I'm glad I can't talk about because I think it's going to be neat when it happens. And
thing? Can you say that?
No, I can't say that.
I liked it back when you were like building your 5,000 point corn army and stuff like that.
Okay, well then here's my realization today when Ragnar threw me a bone trying to get me back into Warhammer 40K, and he was like, "I can't wait to see what Craig does with the new models." I ain't doing any 40K army. I ain't doing any Warhammer Fantasy Army. I don't know that other than little skirmish games and very small scale games like Dystopian Wars and those games, I don't know that I'm ever going to do another army. So
welcome to the club.
Yeah, exactly. There's a time thing here. And between having a son that didn't exist 19 months ago, and now very much does exist, and today started shoving his head into a toilet. So explain that to me.
He's an explorer. You have the next Jacques Cousteau on your hands, my friend.
He is, or he's a mimic, and he's watching the dog, and then going, "Oh, what a good idea."
Well, okay, we won't go there.
Either way,
you have a dog again?
Yes, I do. Yes, we have a rescue. He's a mix between a lab and a boxer, and he's extremely well behaved. He's a rescue dog.
That's a good mix.
He's a very, very friendly, very well behaved, very, very good with Reese, which was the kicker.
That's
and
the lab in him.
And
boxers are very gentle too.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it was great. We went and visited him several times in the shelter where he was staying.
What color is he?
He's called black and white, but if you look in the right light, he's actually like a deep brown.
Oh, cool.
Which is
what's your name?
Cool. Karen named him Boo.
There you go.
Yeah. I got to name Kai, and Kai, that sounded pretty cool. Now we've got Boo.
That's Monsters Inc.
But I think Craig just went down a degree of manlyhood right there.
Well, you got to do what you got to do.
You got to do what you got to do. Exactly.
It's a caboose thing.
Anyway, so with all of that on my plate now,
do what you got to do.
you know what I'm talking about. All you old vets in the audience, you know what we're talking about. And so I don't.
They call him Rocky or something.
No, Boo is fine. I don't mind.
Boo, Monsters Inc., dude. It's okay. Boo.
There you go.
All right.
It's from To Kill a Mockingbird, if that helps.
Or that's even better. Literary reference.
Yeah, see,
better than Pixar,
No, I know what you mean about the armies.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I would love to do something, but to be honest, Warhammer Fantasy Battle, I had fun. I had a lot of fun painting and putting together the models and everything. And it had a lot to do with how hard it was to get in games. It had a lot to do with the armies that I was fighting against, and I didn't have a lot of fun. So I can't imagine. Right, and I did that with the majority of models that I'd had in my garage for 15 years.
Oh yeah, no, I know. Now
so I can't imagine going out and buying. In fact, that's the realization that I've come to over the course of this project is I'm looking at the prices that GW is paying. I'm also looking at the prices that Battlefront is charging, and there's no way that I would put down the kind of money it takes to play a full scale Army minis game nowadays.
Yeah.
I would do it from any of those companies that I wouldn't do it from Privateer Press, even though you can argue that it's less money because there are less models. I could argue the other side, but there's really no need to do that right
I'm gonna
now.
get all Russ on you. That is, I've got a really cool rationalization. I agree with you guys. I don't have the time to start from scratch and build an undead vampire counts army or something. But I am finding by adding to my Flames of War army, it is like building a skirmish. So, for example, I bought 81 millimeter mortars and I built them, and so it was a $50 purchase, and I built them, and then that's it. I'm not building 10 more rifle guys and this and that and 5 more tanks, because I have my army, so I just keep adding to it.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is totally different from getting into it.
Totally, yeah, totally
Yeah.
different. Yep.
I think the key is
Ground level.
skirmish. If you can get into a skirmish game, it's a much slower model count. I think.
Oh no, that's why. That's totally what I'm looking at.
And there's a group. There's a group.
Who
of-
knows? There may be
yeah.
an army scale game out there that's gonna wow me and suck me right in. But right now, it's not on my radar. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not soliciting emails, by the way. So
Right.
I'm good with where I am. Thanks.
There you go.
Russ, do you have any secret projects?
Just Project Obscuring Luna, which I've talked about before, which is the idea of. So here's my thing. So here's the same
I
problem.
heard something. I didn't understand that. Something about flight stands from Litco. And,
Yes. So
called and I lost track.
I like. This is sort of my fix to what Craig's talking about. I love the models from Firestorm Armada. Love the models from Firestorm Armada. Yet very few players in our area play Firestorm. Just can't get people to the table. They'll play Dystopian Wars. They'll play against. For some reason, Firestorm just not clicking. But I love collecting and painting the models. So I also really discovered this board game Eclipse, which came out a couple months ago. Raef, I think you played it. Right. Great space conquest
the
game.
components are really boring.
The components are crap. So what I'm doing, Project Obscuring Luna, which is Eclipse, is I want to get different elements of the different fleets from Firestorm Armada and replace all the components for the different factions in Eclipse with Firestorm Armada stuff. So Illico just told me they have these nice little stands that are very small. The trick is you got to be able to fit quite a few ships into one little spot. So I can't go with the normal giant-based flight stands. I got to go with something smaller.
Work around that.
Well, Illico's got some. So I'm getting those, and then I've got the smallest class of ship that is made for Firestorm, the escorts. And I just got those for the Aquan Prime. So I've got those. I already got the frigates and I've already got the cruisers. I'm thinking,
see, this is cool.
Yeah, so I'm going to build those up and I'm going to try to get enough. And what I'm hoping to be able to do is maybe as soon as Gen Con, and then what I want to have is I want to get Battlefront to make me little inserts for the box so I can have a little pop-out thing for each player, which have their fleet in there and all their stuff.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And I really want to make just a really, really kicked-up version of the board game.
That's
And the
awesome,
nice thing about that is I'll be able to get people to play it because all the
game is good from what I understand, but
it's
the components
it's a great
boring.
game. I'll have all the components now. I'll be able to show off and play with the Firestorm fleets, even though it's not Firestorm. And it's just a great way to kind of merge
It's brilliant.
my favorite
Craig, I'm
miniature
sorry,
games with
man.
that.
He scooped you.
Well, I don't know. It's not done yet. I haven't finished it.
Oh,
That's
he's
a
been
wake-
talking about this. The only reason you don't know about it is you don't listen.
No, I don't mean scoop. I mean your 5,000 points of corn bike army. He just gave the version of that. Sorry, man.
Now, well, the reason I haven't gotten far on it
Of course,
yet
he
is
does have an 18-month-old.
the problem I have. Well, yeah, kids are still problem. The problem I have though is Eclipse is out of stock right now, and I've got it reordered, but it's not coming in for me until April or May.
Hey, let's crowdsource that. People out there, hook up Russ.
Well, no, I've already got a pre-order with Myriad. It's all good. I'm just got to wait for it to
Listen,
come in.
Russ, I've got a secret plan that I want for my own selfishness.
Oh yeah.
Can you take pictures and blog as you go?
Oh yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that for sure.
Okay.
Once I get the Litco tokens, and I got to prove out the base size. So I'm just trying to get 2 fleets set up, and then once I get that working, then
so I don't think you are going to do that. You'll tweet it.
no, I'll put it up there. My blog's got pictures of that. I did the Dystopian War dials on my blog, stuff like that. I just haven't modeled in a while, so I'll do it.
Okay. All right. Cool. Craig,
Yes.
what movie that has come out in the past year
Yes.
do people have to see?
Oh, I don't like being put in that position, but I would
Wow,
say
no pressure.
if you're a sci-fi guy, I think you need to see John Carter.
Oh, good. It's good.
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
I want to
So,
see it. I'm not seeing it
Cool.
Yeah. So
Now, did you
that's
like it a lot in a way that some people like? What's the blue people?
Avatar?
Yeah.
The funny thing about that is Rafe, you never really know until other people have seen it and then start to react with, what the heck were you thinking?
Okay. Russ, have you seen it yet?
I have not. I want to. I'm glad to hear Craig liked it because I wanted to like it from the previews, and I've been hearing mixed things about it. So if Craig likes it, I'm sure I'll enjoy it.
Well, I went in with very low expectations because I bought into the hype, and only afterwards did I start to think the hype is exactly what you would write about a sci-fi story if you didn't like sci-fi.
You mean negative hype?
Yeah.
Negative hype, yeah, okay.
And I mean, and we're talking like, oh, they all have silly names. Oh, the plot is too confusing, and there's too many factions to keep track of. I mean, all the stuff that you would want.
And we're all like, it's 40K, go!
Exactly. Right. And you're like, oh, that's awesome.
Right.
Oh, yeah, there's those guys, and then there's those guys. Oh, yeah, and those guys. I know who everybody is. I mean, there's a couple little things that you're like, huh? But most of it gets wrapped up. And it relied a lot on what I want from a story. I don't, like, if there's something that happens and it's like, what? If they give a nod to it and be like, whoa, and 3,000 years ago, something like that happened, and you're like, oh, okay, at least they've commented on it and you can move on. They did a lot of that in this movie.
Yeah.
So there's a lot where they didn't go in depth. What's that?
I like it because I want Tim Riggins to be successful, which is the character in Friday Night Lights, who is the actor that played John Carter.
He's fine, but he is such a indication of a trend in Hollywood that gags my reflex. It's not even. They were looking at John Hamm for that role, who's a much, much, much older guy.
Who's that, and what is he in?
He's the guy from Mad Men. He's on Saturday Night Live all the time.
Yeah. Okay.
And
now, Tim Riggins was awesome in freaking Friday Night Lights,
which is great. But he's a boy.
He's a boy. He's a boy.
He's a boy. He's a girlish boy at that, with his long flowing hair. He's an Orlando Bloom.
Yeah,
and you've got these guys. I mean, they're if you look, they're not putting up any Harrison Fords lately. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. And John Hamm would be like a Harrison Ford if he could break into that kind of role. But those roles are going to, Orlando Bloomish clones. They're
you're right.
My flowing locks. And I mean, I just think that he's supposed to be this really embittered Civil War hero,
and not exactly 18 looking either.
Exactly. And he's gone through all these horrible things, and it didn't bother me at all in the movie. I wasn't like, oh, he's too young. It's just after the fact when I was like, oh, now I know why they were looking at John Hamm for that, because if you grizzle him up, and now he's the bitter shell-shocked vet and he's the older guy, then all of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, hell yeah. I mean, I was already heck yeah, but I'd be hell yeah for that.
Okay.
So anyway, that's it.
Russ, what's on your pick?
Well, I really wanted to see that. I haven't seen that one yet. I'm trying to think. I haven't seen a lot of movies lately for grown-up
All right, how about Netflix or?
Let's see. Oh, wait. One thing I did see. This is totally a kids' movie, but I saw The Secret World of Ariti, which is
what is it? The Secret
World of Ariti, and it's actually based on the book called The Borrowers, which you may have heard of.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Right. So Ariti's the main girl character and they for some reason named it that. It's actually was a fully animated movie in the Japanese animation style, but produced here in the United States by Disney. Really beautiful. I mean, old school style animation beauty. Just like attention to detail, like the way they did the wind and the grass and everything. It's not even really a very action oriented film. It's just really, the girls love it. It's a really nice, great family movie. So I know it's not very exciting for geeks, but that's what I watch. I'm trying to think. Oh, you know what is exciting, Rafe? Did you see that Will Wheaton and Felicia Day are doing the new series Tabletop? Have you seen this?
Nope.
They're doing videos of them playing board games, like our style board games, with other famous people. And
that's awesome.
It looks great. It looks like a lot of fun.
YouTube?
It's on YouTube. There's a new channel. YouTube just started producing their own content, so they're paying producers to produce content for them. It's kind of like Netflix putting out Lilyhammer and stuff. Mm-hmm. So this is YouTube's strategy. They're paying the people who are doing the web series. So Felicia Day has a new web YouTube channel called Geek and Sundry, and it's just all kinds of random geeky stuff. And this tabletop show is one of those things, along with the Guild's part of it now and a bunch of other stuff she's doing. It looked really interesting. I just thought the way they showed some previews of it, and they have like Grant Imahara from Mythbusters on there. They have I can't remember his name, but the sheriff who plays the sheriff from Eureka's on there sometimes. Just different celebrities playing like Pandemic and Carcassonne and Small World and all whatever game they can get.
That's awesome.
They get to the table, and then they're actually also explaining the game as they go. So it's sort of like a review slash. So it's almost like a combination of like Celebrity Poker, but with a board game. Plus, then you have the review of the game.
Plus, it's the Geek World.
It's a pretty neat angle. Yeah, it's pretty cool, and production value looks fantastic. It looks really good.
All right, so
looks fun.
According to my calculations, I've got like 8 minutes left?
About 15.
Oh, 15.
Yeah,
No, not 15.
10.
10. Okay, 10. All right. So we're going to do this 1 or 2 word answers because I've got a lot of questions still for you guys.
Uh-huh.
All right.
It's lightning round, Craig. Lightning round.
Yeah, lightning round where
points
all
are
the
doubled.
points could double.
Right.
Russ,
Yes.
other than the Goliath series, what book on Audible do people have to listen to?
Oh, that's easy. I just finished the 3rd book in the Troy Rising series, and it is fantastic.
So wait, Troy Rising is the author or the name of the thing?
Troy Rising is the name of the series.
Okay.
The first book is Live Free or Die, and Craig, I'm just totally blanking on the author's name.
Talking about that.
Craig,
Wait, that's too much words. I'll run out of time.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the Troy Rising series.
Yes. Must read. Must read.
This is a Russ and Craig question. Craig, you will go first.
Mm-hmm.
Are you playing in any scheduled things at Adepticon?
No.
Russ, are you?
No.
Okay. That was easy. All right.
Please elaborate. None.
So it's been 10 episodes since I left the podcast.
I know, right?
From a fan side, where do you see the podcast going? And what I mean by that is, do you have any super secret ideas or plans that you can leak out as far as your creative directions go?
Craig, you want to go first?
I don't have anything secret.
Okay.
I mean, we're pretty much we're still in a transitional phase, Rafe, that we're in because someone left.
I didn't anticipate you going there with that.
So we're still in the process of finding the good listening to
For the third chair.
listener feed. No, we're not. I think we've struck on a very nice compromise by having the rotating chair.
Okay.
And I think we're just listening to listener feedback and what third chair combos work the best, and right now it seems like people really enjoy when people we know and they know together and we've played games with and people like that seem to be high on people's lists.
Okay.
We are kind of excited about, there is a new technical thing that Craig and I just discussed. It's sort of a new, how can I put this without, a different way you can get the podcast.
Yes.
Listen to the podcast, as well as integrating the lost chapters and some other interesting things. So we're very excited about that, new technology opportunities. So that's coming hopefully soon. So I'm looking forward to making that happen.
So they should look for that for like in 30 days or 60 days, or
yeah, I'd say inside the next month or so.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, Craig, are you watching Walking Dead?
I am.
Season 1 or season 2?
The only thing I have not seen in season 2 is the finale that was on Sunday night.
And your thoughts?
My thoughts are I really enjoy it. I've been dying to talk to somebody who's read the comics because there's some shocking stuff that happens in season 2, and I'm just really curious as to how people who are familiar with the original story feel about it. But I like the direction that it's going, and I'm confident that it will continue to do well.
All right, well, that's too juicy to pass up since I've read the comics. So spoiler alert, if you don't want to know.
I can't do that.
Oh, but I love talking about it. There's a girl at work who's watching it, and she hasn't read the comics, and I haven't watched the series.
Yeah.
So we talk, like, I don't care if she tells me, she's like, oh, I don't want to tell you. I'm like, no, I don't care. I'll watch it anyway, So I'll be like, oh, my God, that happened on TV. That's so cool. That didn't happen in the comics. And I'll be like, this is what happened in the comics. She's like, get out. And we have the greatest conversation.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and we could have that right now, you and I, but we're not going to.
Nice.
Maybe we should do that for TLC.
You didn't want to stick around for TLC.
I know, I'm too lazy.
I know, right?
My lazy ways.
And
Russ,
and everybody who
watching?
listens to TLC last week knows it. so you can't taunt them or tease them because they've already listened to it.
Right.
This is old hat, my friend. This is old news. Right. Stale newspaper.
Eddie's in the space.
Put it in the bird cage.
Right.
Russ, are you watching Walking Dead?
No, Nicole watches it religiously. and actually has been on.
What do you do? You turn your head? What?
I don't. I just have no interest in the show, so she usually watches it like when I'm down here recording a podcast. She watches it.
That's as bad as Spencer or her not watching Star Wars.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Do not even try to compare Walking Dead to Star Wars. Don't even get me started.
No, you can't do that.
Don't even go there.
I can compare it as far as your geek street cred.
No.
Okay.
No.
Guys, write into Russ at the D6 Generation.
It's never done anything for me. It's not.
I don't think anybody is going to be emailing to say that Walking Dead is up with Star Wars for geek cred.
Yeah.
No.
I don't think that's an email that's gonna.
No. I'm not comparing the two as art forms together. I'm saying, like, as a geek, I think you owe it to yourself to have Walking Dead been watched or read. Okay, Russ.
Yes.
If you lived during the frontier days,
Ooh, yes.
what would your job be based on who you are now, not what you want your job to be? What would you have been back in the Little House on the Prairie days?
As a young lad who wore a coonskin cap religiously, it would be anything involving a coonskin cap.
Does that actually appear in the job description?
It does. And I do hike a lot, so I think I would enjoy going out there and exploring trails and blazing new trails and having my trusty...
Could you shoot a moose?
Basically being Davy Crockett. I have not killed me a bar when I was only 3, but I would love to try.
Would you mind shooting a deer?
I think back then I could do it. I never actually killed it. I killed a wild animal, but I did train when I was younger. We almost started doing deer hunting. We never did it, so I know it's actually a very good friend of mine just wrote a whole book about this. But no, I have not. I have not actually hunted before.
Okay, all right, Craig.
I'd like to think I could do it though.
I'd be an old school marm. No, I would not. Well, given that I was heck bent for leather on a federal law enforcement employment track, I would be a marshal.
Nice.
Okay. All right. Good. Craig.
Yes.
Your favorite TV show on right now?
My favorite TV show on right now would have to probably be, ironically enough, Justified, which is about a marshal.
Ooh.
Okay. All right.
I really, really like it, but that's mainly because the main character, Oliphant, I can't remember his first name. He is from the HBO series Deadwood, and I've loved him ever since that, and he's almost the same character, but in modern times in Justified, and I love it.
What channel is he on?
Yeah.
Yes, TiVo,
AMC, in case
USA, I think.
channels
Is it AMC? It's AMC or USA. It's one of those.
Okay.
Channels.
Russ, what's your favorite TV show?
Actually, I just got addicted to Shark Tank.
Which is a darn fine show.
That's a great show.
Nothing to do with geek cred, but I totally love that show. I am totally addicted to it.
That's a fascinating show.
I'm watching it on Hulu Plus. I just blasted through the second season.
Yeah.
If anybody knows where I can find the first season online, I can't find the first season, but I got through the second season, and now the third season's on Hulu Plus also, so I'm almost caught up. I'm about 3 episodes behind right now. Really liking it. Really digging it.
Russ,
yes.
This can be all time, not just on right now.
Okay.
Your favorite documentary or documentary show, like Deadliest Catch or something, or Ice Truckers, or
yeah, I did like those.
So we're talking we're talking reality TV turned into a documentary now.
Yeah, like
no, that's a separate question.
That's a tough one. Go to Craig first. I'm thinking.
No, he got stuck with favorite TV show.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'd say. I don't know. I did like. I don't like that one. That's too preachy. I do like.
Size me.
I do like.
Okay. No. Now you got. There's a floodgate right there.
Go. Explain to them what a documentary is, Craig, and how that's not one.
First of all, you got a documentary. You're going to go out there and you're going to prove something, and you're going to be like really actually rational about it. What you're not going to do is hide from everybody the fact that you're a triathlete who was a vegan and on day 1 of a 30-day series suddenly stopped being a vegan and stopped working out and went to McDonald's and ate there 3 times a day, supersizing every meal and got fat? Oh my God. Say it isn't so. The guy's a charlatan. Don't even get me started on stupid supersize me and schools, including my own, that make kids watch it. It makes me ill.
Wow. See what you did there?
Okay,
See,
so there you
I didn't
go.
know that guy had that whole history.
That's twice in one segment we got him going.
He is a complete con artist with an agenda. It's crazy.
Actually, yeah, I actually watched a really good documentary about that documentary, which is pretty
Yeah.
interesting. Where a different individual said, "Look, I'm going to actually try to eat healthy," and he actually went to McDonald's and ordered only certain foods, ate there nothing there for a month, and actually lost weight and got his cholesterol down and everything. So
Right.
That's
it's
awesome.
really
Which doesn't prove anything other than that
right.
first documentary was total bupkis.
well. All it proves is that
you can do
whatever you want. It's all about choice
you
and
can go to
choosing, right.
McDonald's and eat healthy, or you
Right.
know what? I can go to McDonald's once a week and not gain weight. I mean, it's insane.
Right,
it's
right.
unbelievable.
right.
I love that question.
Yeah.
So
My
anyway,
favorite one, and I don't know the name of it, which is horrible. It was on ventriloquists,
that's a good one.
and that was really good. It was really.
Oh, you know what I like? I don't know if this counts as a. There's a show. There's actually it's kind of a documentary. It's one of my favorite ones. I can't really say it on the air. It's called Bull Bleep. The Bull Bleep. Right. It's by Penn and Teller, actually, of all people.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
And it is
Really a
these guys are
documentary.
fantastic. They rip apart things like this. They go in and they say, people say Walmart is evil, and they'll go in and say, well, was Walmart really evil? Let's talk about it. And they interview people on both sides. And they try to give a fair and balanced, fair and balanced, but they give it's obviously entertainment, but they try to give a little more
Just collared yourself, sir. Collared yourself.
a different angle on this the tried and true trope that's spouted by most people on everything from global warming to fast food to whatever. It's a very interesting show. Just a different angle on stuff. I like that one.
I think the one is called Dumbstruck, the ventriloquist one.
Yeah.
You wanna see that one. That one sounds good. What's that? Oh, it's called Bull Bleep.
Yes,
Okay.
Bull Pucky, but not Pucky.
It's a series on HBO.
It is a series. Yeah, it's on. You can find it on
series,
Netflix too. Yeah.
Oh, it's on Netflix. All right,
Yep.
awesome.
Yep.
Okay, Craig, because my time's running out. I have 2 questions left. Craig, your favorite reality TV show,
Oh, my favorite.
even if you love to hate it.
show. No, love to hate would be anything with housewives. The word housewives.
Okay.
I like. Okay, I wouldn't watch it. Couldn't watch it. I include there. I think MTV is out to destroy the American culture from within. I think they're a domestic enemy of the United States culture, and
That's
I
just
think
'cause we're
anything
old,
they
man.
put on. No, it's not. No, it's not. They
That's what
glorify
Aaron
bad
said about
actors.
Elvis.
They glorify bad actors, people who are actually damaging themselves. They
That's
put them on TV. It's not
That's
true.
what parents were telling
Elvis,
kids in the 60s.
that's not true. Elvis
See what you've done, Craig?
swiveling his hips is not Snooki getting pregnant on TV.
It
Okay,
is to us.
It is not.
Wow.
It is not.
Not to the people watching Snooki.
Controversy right here, folks.
Yeah, that's fine, Rafe. You just go ahead and keep telling
I
yourself
agree
that.
with you. That's the funny thing. I've
Wow.
noticed that about myself.
Yeah, no, but I disagree with you. It's not age. It's not.
It is.
Well, there you go. Okay. And hey, one of us is in an office all day, and one of us deals with teenagers all day, and an entire generation of teenagers every year getting renewed. So one of us is probably in more touch with the younger generations than the other.
Wow.
But you can go on and say what.
Wow.
Do you?
Why don't you go ahead and make a documentary, Rafe, about
Oh, that's going to be my second one.
okay.
Why teenagers love Snooki? Well, let me ask you this: did the teenagers like
wow.
Snooki?
No, most. Oh, that's okay. I teach kids at both ends of the spectrum. I specialize in gifted children and I specialize in troubled children, and I love them both, and they're both very rewarding for different reasons.
Yeah.
And without a doubt, there are dramatic similarities amongst the gifted kids, and there are dramatic similarities amongst the troubled kids. And one of them is the troubled kids all glorify MTV and those kind of TV shows, and the gifted kids, almost to the last kid, see it for what it is and are horrified by it, and horrified by their peers who glorify it.
Right. Okay. I still think
So
that's important.
I don't agree that it's generational.
Wow.
So there you go. And I like Survivor. So
New adventures in great topics.
Russ, favorite reality TV show?
Shark Tank. I just mentioned it. Awesome.
Oh, Shark Tank.
Loving it.
oh, damn,
Actually,
that's
actually,
mine too. Yeah.
although
it's good, but I like that.
I
one
also
better.
got to say, Amazing Race. My kids love Amazing Race, so we watch it as a family. So it's a nice
It does
family.
look fun.
Amazing Race is fun. It's the only one that
All right, so to do Amazing Race.
Survivor gets boring
Now-
for me. Amazing Race is still cool.
You know mine, right? Because I'm a big fan of Bring It On and things like that.
Cheerleading.
So take a guess what my favorite reality TV show is. It's not Deadliest Catch. I do love that.
Housewives of Orange County.
No.
Dance Moms.
No. One more guess.
I don't know. I got nothing. Is there a cheerleader one?
The
The
Bachelor
Bachelor.
and The Bachelorette.
Oh my
Wow.
God.
OMG, dude. Dude, that's not right.
And wait, I'm sorry. I lost points because I let my wife name my dog, but you watched The Bachelor and The Bachelorette.
Well played, Craig. Well played.
You know what happened? You know what just happened, Rafe? You might have felt it. The universe shifted, and my points came back, and you lost some.
Well, I just can't believe how
No
Courtney...
one who watches The Bachelor and The Bachelorette is allowed to take man points away from anybody else.
I just can't believe how Courtney, treated all those girls.
Oh, wow.
No, in all reality, I do, pun intended, Marisa and I watch it, and we like to laugh at the ridiculousness of it. So it's something we have a fun time being like.
Absolutely. That's what men who are forced to watch it say.
Yeah, no, I'm not forced to. I volunteer to come in and watch it.
Oh, dude, at least Craig was like, yeah, it wasn't my choice, the dog. Just saying.
Exactly. There you go.
Okay. And the last question for
good.
Roundtable on episode 100 is...
I know, right? 100.
Here we go. 100. Whew.
Okay. Russ, you're
Yes.
at work.
Okay.
You're standing near your cubicle and near your office.
Right,
And one of your coworkers come walking up, and his fly is open. Do you tell him or not?
Happy 100th episode.
Oh, wow. I did not see that one coming. You could have asked me to write down on a piece of paper all the questions you're going to ask tonight, and that would not have come down no matter how many I wrote.
Yeah, I want to know.
I would tell him. I would tell him.
You would tell him?
I would.
Okay. Craig,
Yes.
you're at school, and I know the principal, so I can't say him. Your new vice principal comes down to your classroom. You have students all around you, and his fly is open.
Yep.
Do you tell him?
I would do exactly what I did the last time a teacher did that and asked to speak with them in the hallway and told them in the hallway.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me back.
If I didn't like him, I just would, pretend to not notice.
Look at his pants. Everyone, look.
What's wrong with your pants?
That's
Quick.
my last question.
All right, Raef, well, thanks for a very unorthodox and illuminating.
Great to have you back, Rafe.
It is.
It's fun to be back. I've had a blast.
Worlds to conquer, foes to vanquish, violence to sow, and medieval crops to reap. The whole world of gaming at your fingertips. The D6 generation. Born to game.
It's time now for the War Store. Bringing the war to your door for a decade and more. Featuring some of the best prices on the net. We love the War Store not only for the great prices, not only for their amazing selection of just about any miniature game out there, but also for their fantastic service. I mean, I say this every episode, and I can't stress it enough. These guys are a value. They have a fantastic selection, and they have the service. They're the real deal. If your friendly professional gaming store can't get this stuff to you, the War Store is where it's at. I can't wait to check them out at whatever con I'm heading to. They're almost always there if it's a major con. They've got it supported. They've got the product for you there you need. If I forget something, I know I can head right over to the War Store booth and get what I need for my games.
Yeah, and now, of course, we're hoping, fingers crossed, that War Store weekend works out this year.
Oh, yeah, it's lining up. It's all the ducks in a row.
Started now. Pre-registration is open.
It is.
War Store weekend and Mechanicon.
Yeah, definitely check that out. I can't wait. I'm hoping I can make it down to War Store weekend this year. I couldn't make it the year before last when their inaugural weekend was.
Yeah.
But I heard it was a blast, so I can't wait to check that out. Also, again, don't forget they have the stuff that's hard to find, like Mantic, Warpath, you name it, they've got it. And don't forget also they've got the extended hours now, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern time. So if you need to get a game and you just have to call it in, it's after dinner time, you can still make that call. Get your stuff ordered.
They are the place to go for hard to find stuff and information. They're an awesome place to go for information.
And that is thewarstore.com. And don't forget to follow Vic in all his crazy escapades on the Twitter at The War Store.
This Hollywood Minute is brought to you by Z-Pocalypse. Does your squad have what it takes to survive in the world of Z-Pocalypse? Pledge your support today at Kickstarter.com. Prepare for the Z-Pocalypse. All right, listen, I'm going to have to check that out. Hang on one second. All right, so just recorded episode 100. I've been racking my brain past couple of weeks trying to think about what super special thing could I talk about in the 100th episode of the D6 generation on the Hollywood Minute. Something really deep and personal and heart-wrenching and moving. And I realized that I don't want to force it, it's pretty cool that we did 100 episodes. Of course, I've only, like I joked in the show, I guess I logged in 93. Looking back, it's been a fun ride. I'm a big guy about ceremonies. I liked going to graduation. I liked going through the process, like when you, at least in my school, I don't know if all law schools do this, when law school you get what's called hooded. You wear your doctoral hood on your gown. That kind of stuff means a lot to me, and so having the support of you guys and listeners to support us to want to do 100 episodes, that's pretty special to me. It's pretty cool. I think back to a lot of the cons, meeting Cody and John and Doc and Greg and Angelo, Adam, Ryan. These are all people that I'm, kind of naming. I haven't met in person. I feel horrible naming names because there'll be somebody out there who's like, what about me? And it's really cool. I've made a lot of new contacts, a lot of new friends. Really looking forward to going to Gen Con, seeing people again. Really looking forward to having the time to do some of my other pursuits, like build a beautiful campaign inside of Realmworks, play some more Mouse Guard, get a chance to do more of the Hollywood GPS. I just got to talk to freaking David Peterson, and we talked for hours. That wouldn't have happened but for you guys out there and the show and Russ and Craig. And so, yeah, it's quite a hallmark. I'm proud. I'd have to say, looking back over this body of work, I'm very proud, and hearing some of the old memories from people brought back some good solid memories, and it's been a good ride. And I've enjoyed the opportunity to be able to write more on my blog and do my little offshoot projects and have some fun in some different areas of gaming, and waxing nostalgic even further. But for these 100 episodes, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet Angelo, Greg, Doc, Moss, and Christine, our new player to our Skype group. And I feel like I've been friends with them my whole life. Doc and I are business partners now, and I think that is something I learned from the show, actually, is this was a good partnership working with Craig and Russ, and I'm so used to being by myself, captaining my own ship, piloting the river by myself, and that's what I do in all my businesses, because I'm freaking opinionated. I got my own ideas, I got my ways of how I want things done, and I'm okay to fail, so I'm used to being by myself in the business world, and I've had an opportunity to lean on some advice from Angelo, and Doc helps me out with our Rocket Dog reports, our credit reporter updater business. This is a business I'm very excited about, and I know it's going to sound crazy, but for this podcast, I wouldn't have reached out to Doc, and he's been an integral part of helping me bounce some ideas out and provide a small infusion of cash and some graphic design work, and it's going to sound crazy, but for the podcast, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have had the courage. I wouldn't have had the faith in other people. And doing this with Craig and Russ has helped me see that it's fun to be part of a team, and it's fun, and you can get more done with more people. I do miss those guys. It's fun to pop on every now and again. I do miss them. And it's fun to go off in this different direction, though, at the same time. Like I said, I want to focus on my law practice, which I've been really having a good time doing because I've been able to totally reboot the thing in Raef 2.0. I want to focus on Rocket Dog reports, and I want to focus on the Hollywood GPS, and I want to focus on the documentary, and I want to focus on being a guest host, and I want to focus on being a better miniature gamer, and go back to my modeling. I don't know which one of those things is going to stick, but it's been fun, and so I don't want to get too egotistical or too filled with pride. But I'd have to say, yeah, it's been a fun 3 years. I'm looking forward to the future. I'm really looking forward to Gen Con, just hanging out, and just being part of the crew. And I hope you guys come up and say hi, and I have a chance to sign some pens or throw some dice at your head or something. I want to get some cool swag. I just want to give away. And something fun, something different, something you can stick on your army bag. I'm all about the swag. So that's pretty much it, man. I think we've got a good show. I don't need me to wax on anymore. You know what one of my favorite memories is of all times? It's actually a negative review. There's a guy way back when, man. He was complaining on iTunes, as is his right, when I was talking about Latro and how it was obsessing with my time and am I addicted and all that. And I'll just never forget this, man. The guy's like, it's a freaking MMO. You're not curing cancer. I still think of that to this day because you know what, though? This podcast to me is as serious as cancer. I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean it to mean that I took it seriously, and the guys take it seriously, and you guys take it seriously. And so when I was sharing that moment with with baking pies, that's what I was really feeling at the time. And there's been times I haven't wanted to share with you what I think inside. It's embarrassing, or it can be embarrassing. But all in all, that was my goal, and I feel proud I've done that. I look back at my Peter Lipton moments. Those were some good ones. It was really fun to do Raef's Roundtable again with the guys. And so, hey, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not dying or anything crazy like that. But I guess I've been, it gave me 100 episodes. It's ceremonial to me, and it gives me a chance to wax prophetic. I also like to thank Spooky and Adam Pitzer, all my local guys, Ian, Jeremy, Dave, Brian, Matt, Stino, Adam, Mike, Miles, Randy, Dave. God forbid I leave somebody out because, boy, will I feel like a schmo. Hey, guys, I'll see you in 2, all right?
And now it's time to talk about the traveling sponsor of our show, Geek Nation Tours.
The itinerant sponsor.
Itinerant, right. They get you around. They get you everywhere you want to go. We're very excited to be teaming up with them for Gen Con.
They go all over the world.
Yeah, so what are some of the new hotnesses coming up here, Craig?
Well, we've already talked about it so far in this episode, of course, and the next trip that we're looking at is Adepticon. Now, it's way too late for you to sign up to Adepticon, but we're very excited to meet all of the Geek Nation Tours folks who are making the board game night at a D6G board game night at Adepticon one of their main
Looking
events.
forward to that, yeah, definitely.
And it was one of their big things. One of them, Terrence says it was one of the most fun things that his people did last year, so we're very excited. But they also go to Lego. They go with the Legos at Brick World.
Oh, nice.
They're now booking that tour. Which Brick World? I don't even know. I can't even tell. I'm looking, and it's Chicago.
Nice.
Chicago, going to Chicago with their Brick World, which is June 12th through the 18th.
Oh, neat.
The Trek sites, Hollywood to Vegas. That's a pretty awesome ride.
Yeah.
You know, I made that ride with what's his name? Brady, the comedian.
Wayne Brady?
Singer and comedian.
Wayne Brady?
Wayne Brady, yes, actually.
Oh, wow.
I made that drive with Wayne Brady back in the 90s. It's a fun drive. Then, of course, Gen Con.
Yeah.
We got Gen Con coming up. So Gen Con is going to be huge. We're going to see all the folks at Gen Con. We're going to have dinner with them. Yeah. We're going to be a part of their big Gen Con experience. And then, of course, the booking now, this is the one I would want to go on if I had the free time.
Yeah,
it's not,
England.
Unfortunately, England. Geeking out with miniatures in England is definitely the one I would do if it wasn't during the school year.
Me too.
You've got Emerald City Comic Con. You've got the battlefields of the Civil War. I mean, seriously, there's almost no place on the planet that a geek wants to go that Geek Nation Tours can't get you.
Right, so you want to head on over to geeknationtours.com and click on the upcoming tours button.
See it all.
This is Total Fangirl. Regular Jane most days, total fangirl when the moment strikes. Han shot first. Starbuck is a guy. And Lestat, now there's a vampire. everyone. This is Nicole, your Total Fangirl. You can follow me on Twitter at Nicole Wakelin and check out my blog, TotalFangirl.com. You can also hear me on the Geek Moms podcast and the Sithhead Star Wars The Old Republic podcast. This week's shout-out is from a regular listener who's won more than a few of my shout-outs in the past. It's from the Cranky Lawyer, and this time he's sending the shout-out to me. Nicole, congrats on episode 100. Hope you can continue to carry the guys for the next 100. I don't know, that's a pretty tall order, but I will do my best and see if I can manage it. And this brings me to the topic of this week's Total Fangirl, 100 episodes of the D6 Generation podcast. This is a milestone. If we were a TV show, we'd be in syndication by now, and there would be cake and probably confetti. I might possibly run in while the guys are recording and throw some in Russ's face. The confetti, that is, just for good measure. But in all seriousness, this is a big deal. 100 episodes. Let's look at those 100 episodes by the numbers. I pulled some of the most important facts, the most salacious tidbits, the stuff I could figure out without a calculator, and assembled them here just like the Avengers, but with more snark and smaller muscles. For example, at an average of 3 wrongs per episode, that's 300 times Craig has screamed himself hoarse as Geekly McNerdigan. At an average of 30 times per hour, that's 12,000 times, probably a conservative estimate, that Russ has interrupted somebody when they were speaking. At an average of once per minute, even accounting for his recent departure, Raef has been distracted by shiny things 24,000 times. And in the precise science of what I happen to be thinking in my head, and who are you to argue, during the course of the last 100 episodes, the following things have happened. At least 5,000 of you have spent the better part of an hour trying to break down the D6G patented rating system. It can't be done. Stop it. Go play a game. Roughly every single guy listening has tried to convince his significant other of the need for a stripper pole in the bedroom. Not one of you has succeeded, yet you're all still trying. Russ's Jedi mind tricks have convinced half of you to buy a game with your grocery money. You love the game, despite eating nothing but bread and water for a week. You swore it would never happen again. I'm here to tell you, it will. 30% of you have laughed out loud while listening to the show on a pair of headphones in the subway or on a bus or on a train. People looked at you funny. This either got you some much-needed space or it got you arrested. If it was the later, apologies. Are bad. We've survived 100 episodes, just like Oreos and Tarzan have been around for 100 years. That's pretty cool company. And the Titanic even sank almost 100 years to the day that this episode is airing. Okay, that one's a little creepy, and if I hear any of the guys scream, "I'm king of the games," I'm going to strangle them with a cord on their headset. Either way, 100 episodes is a pretty cool thing. Thanks, everyone, for sticking with us, and here's to 100 more.
And now it's time to Hawaii Salute GameSalute.com.
Hello.
Hello.
Indeed. So Game Salute, great stuff there. If you want to check out the latest gaming news, head on over to GameSalute.com. Also, is your local gaming store a select store? You want to have them sign up today, go on over to GameSalute at their GameStoreLocator.com, which is an easy way to remember that. And you can get your store to sign up, and they can get cool games, too, that Game Salute carries, such as Yomi, Alien Frontiers, and Fealty.
Check out Island Fortress coming from Frostforge Games.
Yeah.
Pre-order today at shop.gamesalute.com or through your favorite select store.
That's GameSalute.com.
Salute.
I'm Dan, your friendly professional game guide. Welcome back to When You Wish Upon a Game, where we discuss ways we can make the game industry better. Today's topic is appropriate for the centennial episode of the illustrious D6 generation. Today we're talking about milestones. Every now and again we evaluate where we've been, where we are now, and where we're going. Within the world of tabletop games, this comes up constantly across the entire industry. As a gamer, we may evaluate whether we want to continue a particular game with a particular group. This often comes up with RPG campaigns. We could be a publisher evaluating whether to reprint a title with all the variables that entails. We could be a store trying to figure out what's working and what's not with regard to carrying specific products, running certain events, or supporting certain marketing initiatives. No matter the situation, it's helpful to consider the past, present, and future. Are you happy with what's happened in the past and what's happening right now? Now look to the future. Based on the past data and present status, do you foresee good outcomes down the road? Simply considering these variables and asking questions like, am I enjoying this? Is this sustainable? And how could this be better? Helps us reach realizations about how to move forward. Having these discussions with your game group, your business partners, your friends, and your family can have a clarifying effect, either reinforcing your resolve to continue your current course of action or suggesting alternative paths toward reaching your goals. And while I'm sure we drive Craig nuts with all this navel-gazing, contemplating, reflecting, and reevaluating can be very useful and refreshing. Whether your goals involve actually playing the games you want during game nights, determining what games you want to keep in your collection, or successfully completing a campaign, milestones remind us to recognize and appreciate our accomplishments and opportunities. That's what I see when I wish upon a game. How about you? Email me at wish@gamesalute.com. Thanks for listening and have fun playing.
Well, hello and welcome back. And now this is my favorite part of episode 100. I've been waiting for this moment now for months really, because one of the favorite things we've done in the past is these listener submission contests. You guys, what makes this show so much fun to do is our listeners. You guys are fantastic. You are so creative, and I love listening to your crazy submissions. And so we've got a bunch for you right now. What was the call out? What did we do here, Craig?
What we were asking for was, we were actually pretty broad in the call-out. Is that a new term?
Mm-hmm.
We were pretty broad. We said something that inspired you from the first 100 episodes, or something that you enjoyed from the first 100 episodes, or a reenactment from the first 100 episodes. So literally, I guess it could be almost anything from the first 100 episodes.
Pretty much anything that inspired you or from the episodes. You could send in your favorite moment that we're going to play. You could send in your own interpretation of whatever. It was pretty much wide open, a little tribute to help us celebrate the fact that we made it 100 episodes, right?
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear this.
Now, we were racking off all these crazy categories and we were talking about the contest, and here's what we came up with. So in the final analysis, each of us is going to pick a favorite. There'll be Craig's favorite, Ray's favorite, my favorite, and each one of those will get a prize. We'll announce those at the end. We will not duplicate a favorite. So if Craig and Raef pick the same first favorite, one of them has to go to a secondary favorite.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we're going to give a prize out for the most original. We'll kind of powwow on that. And you're going to hear this live on the air. We haven't pre-vetted this stuff. I've listened to it all to get it ready. I don't think either of you guys have listened to any of it, have you?
Nope.
So this is live. So we're going to work this all out live on the air because, that's how we roll. Also, we're going to give a prize for most original. Also, there's going to be a prize for best overall. That person's going to win the biggest prize, which is Dreadfleet.
Which is a great game.
Great game and a great value. Also, eBay's quite well, just in case, just saying.
Oh, no.
No, but you want to keep it. It's awesome.
Nice.
It's actually a great game. The components, the bits in this game are off the charts.
I concur with the esteemed Wakeland.
And finally, we're also going to win a prize. This is Rafe. Rafe, what is the Superfan prize?
Superfan prize is going to be where we can tell by the submission that clearly you're a huge fan of the show, but maybe your audio's not that good because, you're from overseas and Skype connection or whatever was messed up. So it's for effort. E for effort.
Right. So our very first entry, actually, both Tim. Now these aren't actually all going to be the order they were entered in. One of the earliest entries we got was a non-audio entry.
Yes.
It was from Jeremy Beement. I think that's how you pronounce his name. And Jeremy has a comic strip blog, a webcomic blog called mayhemmoments.blogspot.com. I've been there. I've read the comics. They're hilarious. It basically tells the story of a comic store owner and the daily trials and tribulations of being a comic store owner. As a former game store owner myself, I can say that Jeremy must indeed be a true comic store owner because only someone who owns a store would get him these jokes. They're hilarious. So, Craig, why don't you describe and read the strip he drew up? That's part of his strip. That's just dedicated to our show and episode 100.
So this actually showed up on his blog?
Yes, it actually is in his blog.
That's
on
great.
April 9th. It's in his blog.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Awesome.
And he sent it to us also. He tweeted it to us as well.
Uh-huh.
So, Craig, what does it say here?
Great. Jeremy, did I seriously not say your name ever?
Nope.
Okay. It's awesome. It's very funny. It's very well drawn. Congratulations on 100 episodes, D6G. There are so many memorable moments, but one definitely sticks out for me personally. And then the next panel is him holding up a copy of Artemis Fowl. After sending him the book, bugging him via email, and buying a shout-out on Did You Ever Notice, Craig says that he finally read my favorite book, Artemis Fowl. And then he's got sort of a nonplussed look in the final thing, and he's given a thumbs up. Of course, he couldn't remember my name and said the book was no Harry Potter. Here's to 100 more episodes. Maybe Craig will come to his senses by then. Check them out, the d6generation.com and on iTunes. Jeremy, I feel bad. I feel really bad. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say.
We'll be sure to put a link.
Count on Russ to start the whole evening off with a guilt trip on my part.
Yep.
That's awesome.
That's how it goes.
So, okay. Thank you, Jeremy. It's extremely well drawn and funny and poignant, and I see the tears in your eyes at the same time.
It's great. And so we'll put a link in the show notes to the comic strip so you can see it. And thank you also, Jeremy, for the nice shout out about our show on your strip. That was great.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
I like his shirt too. We got to get one of those.
All right. So judges make notes of how much you like Jeremy's
his shirt that he's got his little character wearing is cooler than any of the shirts.
It's better than any shirt we produced to date. It's a D6G shirt, and I think we have to go make that now.
That needs to hit the shelves.
I know, right?
And we'll have to send him one.
We'll have to send him one and a nickel on every sale or something.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you again, Jeremy, for a great entry there. And that was our only non-audio entry, but I think from the drawing styles, it definitely was a worthy one. Okay, so the next one was from Andrew Boys. Rafe, what did Andrew say here in his email message? And then I'm going to start queuing him up here.
Okay, he says, attached to some wee audio to celebrate the 100th episode. This being my first production of anything like this, well, I hope it cuts the mustard. You might want to watch the levels on it, Russ. Could be a wee bit too loud. Clearly, he's from Australia or somewhere.
Other than the fact that it doesn't say a wee bit too loud.
Oh, come on.
But sure, if you want to inject
Craig, when you teach theater, do you tell the kids to read, like when it says bang, bang, boom, boom? No, they're supposed to...
No, it's called
hyperbole,
you read the word.
extrapolate.
Actually, I go into great depth that this author, who is important enough for us to be studying in class, probably knows what he's doing and decided that those are the words he wanted. So why don't we just go ahead and stick with those?
Posh. Congratulations, guys and wives. You're about to hit one massive milestone. Just don't pull a game on us come episode 100. = P. Now... Is it time to tell them, guys?
No, we are not leaving. All right, so let's play Andrew's entry here. Where you go?
No one's going anywhere.
Here we go.
Except me.
The D6 generation.
Dice are our vice.
Welcome back, and now we're excited to do another brand new segment.
Some kind of jamming equipment.
The Doctor has been exterminated. Next target, the D6 generation. Exterminate, exterminate, exterminate.
Wow, that was pretty good, Andrew. that was most impressive, and I also like the fact that.
I want more. There's no more.
That was it. But the doctor.
I thought we were going to get a whole audio drama out of it.
Me too.
But I tell you what, that Dalek voice, I thought he was using that from the show, but then it actually said the D6 generation
Right,
perfect
yeah,
Dalek.
that's what I thought.
That was pretty impressive. So
that was very cool, Andrew.
That was very nicely done. So that was Andrew. He did the Dalek bit. I like that one. That'll make a good bumper,
I think
too.
They're called Daleks.
Dalek, whatever.
But, okay.
I don't even
I don't think it rhymes with garlic, is what I'm saying.
What are you guys talking about?
Doctor Who. It's a Doctor Who reference.
Doctor Who. Okay.
Yeah.
It just sounded cool to me.
They're the trash cans with the plungers sticking out of them.
Dude, are you the same Rafe Granger that was giving me crap in the Lost Chapters, losing geek cred points for not watching Walking Dead, and you do not know what a Dalek is?
Leave the blood on the mat, okay?
Right.
We're back in the studio.
All right, here we go. The next
leave
one.
the blood in Dunkin'
I just
Donuts.
don't understand a British guy with a big long scarf. I don't get it.
Wow.
Okay. Anyway,
all right. Now, this next one, this has been titled 100 rounds of rapid fire.
Oh boy.
Are you ready? Here we go. And it is time compressed. There is actually a version of this that is not, but here's the time compressed version. Here we go.
Welcome to another edition of Rapid Fire, the roundtable discussion of all things gaming, coming at with the speed of an overstrength squad of Federation of Saul infantry, dropping hard on the heels of a sweeping bombardment by the Saul dreadnought fleet. The amazing iron horse of yesteryear, pumping steam and howling spirits from its mighty smokestack as it burns the mysterious and enigmatic Ghost Rock of a swiftly evolving Xeno species reawakened by heedless human terraforming. A huge chunk of space rock hurtling towards an expected Earth with an arrival date of, just around December. A celebrity name drop in the middle of a podcast oppressor. The swift white raven soaring above the seven kingdoms and bearing the worst of news to a beleaguered realm. Winter is here. A chubby, deformed little girl figure in unfortunately skimpy leather armor running at full speed and then bamfing up to 9 squares away in a single moment of the treachery of the Nippon Text 3327, whose darkness device Daiku helped him to rule the world, approaching anticipated day that never came until it came. That's fortunately a well-thrown Ras D20, charging armor-clad destriers, clearly thought out an analytical rules model. A steam-powered, magically controlled robot in a turret of funny colored dice with strange symbols on them. Like a volley of cloth-yard arrows. Of a mad minute. All right, welcome to our maiden voyage of the McLaughlin Group, D6 Generation. We're going to ask a series of questions, cover a series of issues, and Russ Wakelin with me today, and Raef Granger on assignment in Concord are going to offer responses.
That was, in that bit, there is actually, Brian, actually. How do you pronounce his name, you think, Craig?
Looks like Brian to me.
Brian Lauren.
That's Brian. Not only does it look like Brian, but I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say that is Brian.
Well, it's Brian with a Y, so it always confuses me.
How would you say it, Brian?
Brian. Thank you, Brian, for an awesome. And now Brian sent 2 copies of that. One is actually all 100 bits without the time compressing in the middle, so it's actually the entire segments in there. We'll put that on our upcoming premium stream so you guys can hear that in the future. But we don't have time, obviously, for this one to play the whole thing. But that was a great entry. I love how he did that.
That was awesome.
Nice 100 rapid fire tribute. All right. Next up, what did Melvin Welch send us there, Craig? Raef? Or Craig, whoever. You pick. Work it out.
This comes from, or is about, I'm not really sure, People's Podcast Liberation Front.
Oh, that's got to be Monty Python. Let's find out.
Okay. Let's sit down. Right. I want to call this meeting of the People's Podcast Liberation Front to order. Whatever happened to the People's Liberation Podcast Front? They're over there. Splitter! Right. We are here to decide what the D6 Generation may or may not have done for us. Right. So, what have they done for us? Well, I like the reviews, Reg. Yeah, they're very good, they are. Oh, yeah, they're fabulous, they are, the reviews. Yeah. I especially like the way they've managed to review Pandemic without actually reviewing it. Because that's very clever, that is, Reg, that is. Right, fine. Okay, there's the reviews. We admit the reviews are good. The general content is good. We admit that. Fine. So, what else have they done for us? Well, they've got that lovely man Owen Staden on, haven't they? Well, he's got a lovely voice, and he comes from God's own country, you see, Wales. So it's got to be good then, hasn't it? Alright, fine. Apart from ethnic humour of a Welsh variety, which is a acquired taste, I must admit, who thinks that they've done anything for us? Well, Reg? Yes? Can I point out that they also not only have put Wales on the map, because, that's a little bit off the side of England there, they've also put New Hampshire on the map, which apparently is in New England. It's like the old England, only better. Right, okay, fine, yes, okay. There's that bit of America and the twilly bit up the north bit there, what they put on the map. Yes, we agree with that. Okay, but apart from ethnic humour of a Welsh variety, putting an obscure part of America on the map, and the reviews of games that they haven't actually reviewed, what have the D6 Generation done for us? Well, there's the bloke that they call Random Raef. I mean, if they hadn't brought into our attention, what would we have done for all kinds of japes and humour? Japes and humour? Are you sure? These are Americans we're talking about. Oh, yeah, right. Sorry there, Reg. Yeah, okay. I'll retract that one. Okay, fine. So, well, did they have anything to do with the sewers? No, they didn't. Oh, alright then. So, if we're ignoring the ability to review games without actually reviewing them, introducing Welsh humour to the general population and putting 20 bits of America on the map, I'd have to say they've not done a lot for us, Reg. Exactly. That's why we should go out there and we should campaign that there's no more D6 Generation. We should stop it at episode 99. Who's with me, brothers? Yeah, Reg? Yeah? I think they're on episode 100. Blast.
And there you have it.
Very nice.
Brian's entry. That was Melvin's entry on the People's Podcast Liberation Front. Thank you, Melvin. That was very good, I thought.
That was funny. Very, very funny.
I felt like I was watching
and
BBC.
a classic.
It is a classic. It is a classic. That's a great one. So let's see. Another one. This next person, you might know him.
We may know him.
Chuck Robinson, a local player here with us at Myriad Games, sent in his entry called what's it called there, Raef?
Pandemic Review.
Hey guys, Chuck here, and I just wanted to wish you congratulations on reaching 100 episodes.
Thank you, Chuck.
Fantastic work. I've loved the podcast for a long time. I am a loyal listener, as well as a Lost Chapter subscriber. I appreciate all the hard work you guys do, and you have enlightened me and entertained me for many, many hours, and I hope that continues. I was rummaging or trolling around on eBay, and I happened to find a lost review, if you will, from the D6G. Very rare, very, very rare. I bid quite a bit on this. It was upwards of 5 or 10 cents to get my hands on this MP3.
Nice.
So I present it to you now, the never-before-heard D6G review of Pandemic, the board game.
There it was, with an achievement at the end. I love it. Thank you, Chuck. That was very kind, sir. Thank you.
What was that?
Well, apparently a lot of people have glommed on to the fact that we've never reviewed Pandemic, although a lot of people have bought it on our say-so. So there you go.
There you go.
I loved it. Thank you, Chuck.
I have a prediction.
Yes.
For episode 200, we should review Pandemic.
We should review Pandemic. That's right. That'd be awesome. So that was Chuck's, and thank you for those kind words, Chuck. That was very, very nice of you.
Yes, Chuck. Thank you very much.
All right. Now, who's the next one from, Craig?
The next one's from Spooky, and we haven't mentioned that Spooky sent us more cool marine aviation T-shirts.
He did. Spooky's awesome. Spooky, his real name is Ian. Thank you, Ian. Now, Ian has sent us 2 bits. First, he has an intro, and then he has something he's referred to as the gangsta rap.
Uh-oh.
So here we go. Here's the intro.
So what are you doing? You've been at that computer for days.
Oh, it's the D6 Generation's 100th episode. There's a contest for best fan entry. I've been listening to all the episodes to get ready.
Are you crazy? That's like 400 hours of gamer nonsense. When have you had time for all that?
Yeah, I tried doing it at work, but you know how it is. I couldn't hear over the air traffic controller guys always jabbering on with their turn here and get back on altitude and flight violation nonsense, so I took some days off of work.
You took days off work so you could listen to some radio program.
First, it's a podcast, and secondly, there are prizes involved.
Yeah, like what? More games you won't let the kids play?
Hey, a lot of those games have a screw your neighbor component. The kids already get upset when they lose at Run for Your Life, Candyman.
No, they cry because you bite their heads off their gingerbread men and scream, "There can be only one."
Yes, Mr. Crumbles was an effete snob. I took his quickening and ate his gumdrops before the crumbs were cold.
What?
Anyway, or anyways, depending on the part of the country you're trying to portray. As I was listening, I found there's a song, or little bits of a song, embedded of all the episodes.
A song?
Yeah, it's a Taking a Favor's gangster rap song by the Ghetto Boys, only it's about games. I never figured them to be the gangster rap type, but it takes all kinds. Anyway, the song is really cool, and it kind of sums up everything I love about the show. There's also an embedded video of them with a copy of Risk and a baseball bat, smacking it down kind of like an Office Space, but I couldn't get it to resolve.
I knew I should have married one of those guys into model trains or a furry or something.
Hey, let's not get ugly about this. Besides, we both know you're allergic to faux fur.
True.
Thank you, Spooky. So that is the intro.
Awesome.
And now here comes the song that apparently he found embedded secretly in all of our episodes. Like, I didn't think he was going to find this, so I'm a little surprised someone was able to dig this out. Here we go.
Close and wrong! And I won't tell you which is which.
First up, rapid fire on the show. Longer than a convention. but shows more invention. They were evicted off of Avalon Hill, but it's roll D6G, roll D6G. Walking around in the game store, the friendly local game store. Boxes of fun staring me in the face, and I can think straight. If I choose the wrong one, it won't be fun. So many choices, I'm going insane. They're always following mechanics and pouring through the rules you players read about. They touch on subjects designers sometimes leave out. You see rulebooks with a bad index, maybe scenario that's overly complex. And simply what the boys do, they break it down New Hampshire style until they understand through. I bet you home gamers will too, because it's roll D6G still crew.
Hello! And welcome to episode... Oops, yeah, right.
Oh, snap! Raef's on a random thought again. The Hollywood Minute begins. I walk around town with my small Plano case. All my Corey cards tucked safely in their place. The purchase rate may increase. If you're caught up in the hype, then you buy it. I guarantee you're trying it. Cause Russ's mind tricks make you buy Pandemic and you do it, even though the D6G hasn't even reviewed it. All the gamers start to calm down, put their cash down. Then the rules lawyers, they'll start to panic. Cause Russ is pointing out the innovative mechanic. They'll read the game, then they'll rack it, even though their system's not quite mathematically accurate.
The D6 generation, I'm not Russ Wakeland.
No, you're not. I'm Russ Wakeland.
I'm not Rafe Granger.
That's right, yo. HD is in the house.
I am Craig Gallant.
How many gamers want their bags tonight? Tell. How many gamers want to play tonight? I do. Pull out your meeples when the board is right. Start trading sheep for wood because the time is right. Total Fangirl legs up the darkle, because she makes sure we all know real vampires don't sparkle. Han Solo shot first, Starbuck is a man. Hobbits have nasty feet, and they can all scram. Gamers are doing things that seem unreal. Craig, did you ever notice, tells you what's the deal. He'll break it down, describe it all. Gamers ins and outs, short to tall. Depends on game companies the game can relate, because when they review, they roll with no hate. But maybe sometimes disappointment, because it's roll D6C still.
And that's what's in the news.
Come on, Daddy needs an armor save. All ones.
And that is Spooky's entry.
That was awesome.
That is unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. So that was
so good.
With the intro too. That was fantastic. So Spooky,
and then he just not only does he talk about it, oh my god, and then he does the song.
I know, right? Yeah. So
that was awesome.
I don't know what's more amazing.
It showed an awful lot of knowledge of the show.
It did. So, and the pandemic thing is really coming on strong.
Who knew the pandemic thing was going to be?
There's always a theme, you know. One time
in there in the zeitgeist.
Right. So there's so make your notes, judges. That is a tough one. This is going to be tough. This is only going to get tougher. Yeah. I'm telling you. I'm warning you now.
Really?
Oh yeah. So Norman Muller. What did Norman send in there, Craig?
Norman Muller sent in favorite moment, Craig Gallant, David Weber, foot in mouth.
Oh, dear. What could that ever be about? Let's see what this says.
That'd be fantastic.
Hi, guys. This is Norman from Germany, and my favorite D6G moment was that whole Craig Gallant, David Weber debacle, which took place between episodes 62 and 66. If I remember correctly. And it started with episode 62, where Craig presented a mini-review of the newest David Weber novel in the Achievements in Gaming section.
And then the new Honor Harrington novel came out by David Weber, and I got to tell you, I want to shoot myself in the head. Honestly, 283 pages, nothing but board meetings, committee meetings, conversations, and the first missile, the first action that was took place on page 283. And that was once again, one of my favorite authors falls to this narcissistic, I don't need an editor.
I'm starting to get
there's
embarrassed.
Honestly, I'm just like, get some action in there. If this was your first novel, you would never get published.
Well, there you have it. If you think that was quite harsh for a show with a no-hate policy, you'd be surprised to hear that Craig did a little follow-up rant in his Did you ever notice segment? And please keep in mind that this is the same Craig Gallant who accused Myriad Dan of having a short fuse. Have fun.
This is not a good novel. It's poorly organized, poorly paced, and it doesn't have any decent payoff at the end. Wow. It really reads, coming in at just under 600 pages, as maybe 100 or 200 pages worth of plot advancement, and the rest as authorial masturbatory excess. More characters than any average reader can keep straight. None of them the central figure anymore, and plot lines that have been scattering and dragging for a couple of books now make this a very frustrating read for people who've been following the series from the beginning. I don't believe any young author would be allowed to get away with almost 300 pages of dry and expository, that means explanation, dialogue before a single moment of action occurs. Any decent editor would either return the draft half-read or chain the author to a desk and force them to edit down the first half of the book. I don't know yet if I've gotten to the point where I'm going to have to abandon the series. Do I want to spend another 2 weeks trolling through 600 pages for the 100 or 200 that interest me? I'm a fast reader. When a book takes me 2 weeks to read, you know there's something wrong. Honestly, I'm starting to feel like he's churning out these books as guaranteed moneymakers for the publisher so he can continue doing his less well-received but probably, I guess, personally more interesting books. And that sort of annoys me.
Thanks, Craig. Be advised, I had to edit this segment a little bit. The original rant went on for more than 5 minutes. If you want to listen to the unabridged version, you have to re-download episode 62 of the D6 generation. Anyway, this is where it gets funny. 2 episodes later, episode 64, Craig tells us the story of what happened to him next.
And then I've got a weird little story that I think is very ironic.
Okay. This is hilarious. I like this.
I feel awful. The timing is terrible.
I'm giggling with glee always.
Yes. Well, as regular listeners know,
I don't know what you're talking about back there.
Raef doesn't read his D6G emails regularly, so he doesn't know what's about to happen. As regular listeners know, I have been, and I've always been, a huge fan of David Weber.
Right.
However, regular listeners will also know that very, very recently...
Last episode.
Or 2. Okay, when I was reading...
You were very disappointed.
I was very disappointed, and I gave a very negative review, which, unfortunately, due to my...
brutal might not be over top.
Shut up. Due to my innate honesty, I despite what's happened since, I can't really... I still stand by the basics of what I said. However,
I thought it was accurate.
Okay, well, you have never read the book, so thank you very much.
But I've read the other ones, and so I was able to totally understand what you were saying.
Okay, good. So anyway, it just keeps getting better. Yesterday, a package shows up, and I'm like, oh, it's a big package. I wonder what that is, and I'm trying to think. I don't have anything that size due right now. That's weird. And I open it up. It's a copy of the book I just reviewed, Mission of Honor.
Right.
With a little slip of paper inside it. The little slip of paper inside it is a printed out email.
Oh, no.
To somebody who knows David Weber.
Uh-oh.
The little slip of paper says, I have been dealing with these guys from the D6 generation for a while now. They're a really big podcast, and one of the hosts loves David's books. Please have David sign him a copy. I know he would really appreciate it.
Oh, and
So then I start flipping through, and sure enough, a very nice, very personal note to me from David Weber signing the book that I just reviewed.
Nice.
Thereby drenching me in a giant bucket of irony.
And if Dave Weber's like, you know what, I might listen to this podcast. Which episode shall I choose first?
Yeah, exactly. Because the podcast and the podcast address were both included in that email.
Awesome.
And I feel awful. Because I do...
Achievement for honesty.
Okay, well, I'm going to... Again, I stand by what I said, but I also want to reiterate that that's one book out of all the other books, and I really do love most of the other books that he's written. Okay, so there you go.
Awesome.
And
the word
I don't
for the day
know...
is irony.
It is again.
Well, that's wrong, actually, because the word of the day is not irony, but opportunity. You see, Craig learned a valuable lesson here, and the lesson is, If I just complain enough, I get a free book. Come to think of it, that's an even better deal than the Audible thing you guys got going. But anyway, this is Craig in the same episode, less than half an hour later, about the new Jim Butcher novel.
Do you feel it's frustrating when you're reading a book and you know there's like a big reveal of a big secret and you figure it out? And I think almost everybody figures it out. I figured out what his name, the significance of the main character's name by the end of the second book. And again, they haven't told you yet. So I'm like, I'm just not that smart, Jim. Okay, Mr. Butcher? I'm not that smart. I know everybody out there is in the same boat I am. Please just confirm what we know. But it hasn't happened yet. But I still.
Well, I could just see it now, huh, Russ? Signed copy showing.
That's funny.
Jim Butcher would like you. Craig was a real big fan, Jim.
I am, and I
send it over.
No, I love it. I cannot complain. I love it. Just in case I'm getting a signed copy.
You want to send me more? You're awesome.
No, I'm not soliciting. I'm just saying. I'm setting.
Yeah.
I'm laying the groundwork so I don't have
You
to.
Want to read your address now?
Shut up.
Okay, let's get back to David Weber. 2 episodes later, in episode 66, you guys managed to get him on your show as a guest. So this great man agrees to give an interview despite all the criticism in the previous episodes. And you guys do the only right thing, as venerable and respectful show host that you are. You screw him in rapid fire.
Question. In the short story, The Last Encounter, rounding off the Hornblower series, Horatio is visited by what real-life historical figure?
Oh, I know, Napoleon III.
Oh, he just jumped in there.
Hey, okay, well,
I'm going to go with Napoleon III giggling.
HMS Renown Raef. Rafe, what do you think?
Napoleon III.
Really? Wow, that's odd. HMS Raven Russ.
Napoleon III.
Oh, see, I went through all the time and effort to come up with these names. HMS Witch of Endor David. Go ahead and say it again.
I'm sorry, Napoleon III.
Maybe now we can see why I think these moments are among the funniest in all the D6G history. The actual interview with David Weber was great. He was a great sport, despite the technical difficulties that you obviously had in addition to all that what went on before. Anyway, keep up the great work. You're my favorite podcast, and I, for my part, will stay with you for at least the next 100 episodes. Take care.
Wow, Norman, thank you for taking all the time to put those together and color me in such a positive light.
That was awesome, Norman. Thank you very much. That was a lot of work.
Wow, that was a lot of work and searching
And
went
research.
through that. And
Clearly one of his favorite
I
moments.
didn't remember myself as being quite that negative.
I didn't
Now
either. I was
feel
like, oh my
really, really
God.
bad.
No, hey, David Weber came on the show. He couldn't have been that upset with you.
I don't know.
All right. Well, that was a good one. So make your,
That was
judges make
awesome.
your notes on that one. That was really good. So next up is Adam, friend of the show, Adam. Let's see what Adam has to say.
Hey, D6G. Congratulations on your 100th episode. One moment I always remember every time I hear the name Hollywood is that another host had his self-selected nickname so casually dismissed, while Hollywood has endured. Yes, I'm of course speaking of Craig Boise Gallant. In all seriousness, when you're hanging out with your friends, it's the little things that you remember. When I went back to listen to all the episodes again when I had much more free time, this moment from the very first episode cracked me up, and I always think about it whenever I hear Rafe's nickname. The reason that this sticks is that listening to the podcast still feels like you're hanging out with a group of your friends, and that's what makes it so enjoyable. Keep up the great work, and I can't wait to hear what's in store for the next 400 hours. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, Adam. That was nice. So his favorite moment was the Rafe nickname moment.
I remember that.
I believe Craig Boise was the very first episode, wasn't it? Or his second episode?
I believe it was.
Yeah. All right. Who's next on the list there, Craig?
That would be Brian Aurelio.
With an I instead of a Y this time, just to make me
right.
pronounce it.
Okay, who has a farming entry with Cody, where Cody sums up the D6G farming joke history from episode 97.
Here we go.
Yeah, because when I hear farming, I'm like, this is going to be awesome.
Yeah, because when I hear farming, I'm like, this is going to be awesome.
Nice.
So he liked the fact that, even though it was episode 97 pretty recent, that Cody's as the third chair pretty much summed up the D6G opinion on farming, except for, of course, Rafe.
Yes.
All right, so make your notes on that one. Next one is from listener Phil.
Mm-hmm.
Rafe, what's the title of this one?
Rule of the Poll.
Gee,
Phil, man, you and this poll.
I know.
Phil is a regular. He's a listener from way back. He emails us a lot. He sends us all kinds of cool info and stuff like that. He ends every email with "Vive la poll."
Right.
He is a
that
big
segment.
fan of the poll.
Hi, this is Phil, and this is my contest entry. With many hundreds of hours of quality listening to choose from, picking my all-time best bit from the Dice Tower podcast was nearly What? The D6 generation? Is that the one with the annoying lawyer? Oh, he left the show. When was this? Oh, I can check that many. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. There wasn't actually much decent stuff to choose from, but I found something and I think it'll do. Oddly enough, my story begins not with the show at all, but with the lost chapter, number 26. It concerns the great debate of the Jones theory versus the Wakeland rule, and whose is the best interpretation of this universal gamer law. And the answer is... it's irrelevant! Nobody cares! Now, whilst either is a good rule of thumb for the casual gamer, or noob collector, if you will, us seasoned veterans need something a little more, something that meets our needs for granulation and precision, while still allowing for those little flights of fancy. Or should that be? Flights of fantasy. Gentlemen, I give you the rule of the poll. The premise of the rule of the poll is thus: our hobby incorporates not only the playing of, but also the collecting of games. And like any good collection, it should be proudly displayed for the world to see. For do we not all secretly covet a sign over our gaming room door that reads, "You be off the map now, lad. Here be gamers." No? Just me then? Okay. Anyway. The point is that games should not be hidden away in cupboards, under beds, atop wardrobes. No. They should proudly be displayed on shelves. Dedicated mantles to hold the massive bulk of these great behemoths of modern geekdom. The problem we gamers face is that those feeble ledges, known to all and sundry as bookcases, just don't cut the mustard. But I have solved this dilemma. I myself have a sturdy, deep shelf that is not only firmly mounted to the wall with manly steel bolts, but is also propped at the front by a pole. Can you see where I'm going with this? Now, the nature of that pole means it has a weight limit of 250 pounds, and hence the rule of the pole was born. And this is it. Should any game break the nature of the pole by tipping the collective mass of your game collection over 250 pounds, then there is no place for it in your collection. Unless, of course, you first remove another game. For example, this year I gave away my copy of Twilight Imperium to a friend, and because of this I was able to add about a dozen other games to my shelf without violating the rule, and my collection is much better for it. Unfortunately, this is where a teeny tiny flaw appears with the rule. When I realized I was running out of space on my shelf, I began to ponder if a gamer should be allowed a second shelf, held up by a second pole? Does a second pole even exist? It was on that day that I vowed to find the answer, so I began a noble task, a mighty endeavour, the greatest of all quests. I set out to find the truth behind the legend of the Great Pole, the One Pole. And I have found that truth. In the darkest corner of the unfriendliest of all local game stores, carved into the underside of an ancient crokinole board, it is written in the Elvish tongue. The Dark Overlord Gallant forged the 19 poles of power. 3 poles for the magic players, for they are the lowest of all gamers and deserve no more. 7 poles for the deck builders, who hide in their corners, having no fun at all. 9 poles for the cosplayers. Bow chicka bow wow. But in secret, he forged another pole. In the bowels of McNerdigan's pub he sits atop his mighty throne and utters the immortal words.
There is a weight limit of 250 pounds due to the nature of the poles.
Jeez. And there you have it. There you have it, folks. That is Phil's exquisite entry, I would say.
Yes. Nice, Russ.
Still do it.
The pole joke never gets old. Never. Thank you, Phil. I think it's safe to say you're in the running there. That was a good one. Let's see what else we got here.
The pole.
We got a little submission from Dan. A little thank you note here from Dan Yarrington. Let's see what he said here.
This is Dan, and on behalf of Myriad Games Presentations, I'd like to congratulate the D6 generation on becoming a venerable institution in the realm of tabletop gaming. Having listened to every episode of the show, it's an impressive accomplishment turning out 100 big meaty episodes. My favorite bits of the show are always those that induce fits of laughter, along with those that unveil the true passion of the players and commentators and guests. There's nothing quite like a heartfelt discussion about a topic or a game to get me jazzed up as a listener and excited for playing or experiencing that part of the industry. Here's to hundreds and hundreds of more hours of awesome discussions, interviews, segments, and reviews. Thanks, guys, and best of luck in the next 100.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Hey, that's nice.
That was very nice.
Thanks, Dan.
And we know that he gets jazzed up because we've seen it.
Right. He was just on this very show. Let's see. Who's the next one from, Craig?
That would be Stephen Rothschild or Stefan Rothschild.
Oh, I think you're skipping Victor, though, aren't you?
Oh, we're totally two in a row with names like this. Victor Petici or Victor. It's got to be Petici, right?
All right. Let's see.
Petici.
What do you think?
It's got to be Petici.
What do you think, Raef? Rafe's got no comment.
I think it's Petici.
All right, Petici.
But there's no two C's.
All right. Well, anyway, Victor P for short. Let's see what he says here.
Greetings, I'm Victor from Romania and I'll be telling you a little story about, well, not my favorite moment on the D6 generation, since I couldn't decide on that, but rather I'll cheat a little and tell you about the moment that influenced my life the most. About a little bit more than a year back, two of my best friends had a serious falling out, something to do about politics and arrogance. Anyway, a little bit later, I myself had another falling out with one of those friends, based on something he said that I thought was very insulting. Almost a year passed without anyone speaking to the aforementioned friend. But then comes December of last year. As I was working myself through all the episodes of the D6 generation, along comes the Did You Ever Notice of episode 36. The one about how Craig's father managed to heal his family in a moment of shared tragedy, and how should one re-examine his own grudges to see how legitimate they were. My mind immediately snapped to the aforementioned friend. A few days later, while I was mulling how to fix our friendship, said friend called me about a problem that only I could help him with. He apologized for what he said, and I apologized for being a jerk, and all was orange and fuzzy. But the true victory came a little bit later. After some copious amount of guilt-tripping and some logic on my part, I managed to get the other friend in the same place as the one I just reconnected with. Things were tense at first, but I managed to get them to talk eventually. Now we're having weekly game days, and thus far our favorite game has been Cutthroat Caverns. Go figure. Well, that's the story about my little victory I managed to achieve based on Craig's far greater victory of healing his own family. I hope I didn't bore you to death. Thanks and goodbye.
That was awesome.
That was very nice.
That was very nice, Victor. I love hearing stories like that.
That was really nice. So, Victor, that was great. Thank you for submitting that. It was very nice.
That was a tear jerker. I'll admit it.
Now, who is next, Craig?
That would be Stephen Rothschild or Stefan Rothschild.
Yeah, so Stefan thought that my recent rant on hand size was pretty funny. So let's see what happens.
Okay.
One thing that dovetails into your comment, Craig, is the quick reference cards. Why? No game.
This sounds like it's coming from recent experience.
No game does this, and it frustrates me to no end. A lot of games tell you, here's a turn order on a quick reference card. And a lot of games have starting hand size, but none of the games ever put the starting hand size on the turn card. You always got to go to the book. And the problem is every game's got a different starting hand size. It's 4 in this game. In Ticket to Ride, it's 5 in Rune Wars. Who knows? I don't remember what they all are.
In Champions of Who's It, it's just roll a D6, and that's your starting hand size.
There you go. Well, at least that could be on the card. So I'm thinking, I want that. I want your quick reference card should have the turn sequence on it. Should be very clear. And if you have a hand, please put the starting hand size on the quick reference card. I don't know how many times that frustrates me, but it frustrates me all the time.
You could put it in a silhouette of a hand so people know what it is.
Whatever it takes, maybe. I just want it on the card. Can you think of a game that actually does that? None of them do.
No, there are some that I've played recently. I just can't think of it.
They never say it on the card. It's really frustrating.
Oh, you mean the hand size part?
Yeah, see, they don't. They say but they never tell you the starting hand size.
The closest I've seen to that is saying at the start of your turn you draw like 5 cards, and so that's the starting hand size.
Even one of my favorite games, Summoner Wars. Okay, there's like 4 steps in Summoner Wars. It's so simple. And then the last step is like draw, or the first step is draw your cards. It doesn't tell you how many to draw to. Right there,
it doesn't say just draw 5 cards?
It should say draw 5 cards. It says draw.
Well, is it a static or is it modified by things in the game?
No, because it's a 2-player game.
There's no units that say, draw an extra card?
No, and even if they did, it should say draw 5 plus bonuses or something. You know what I mean? Like, how hard is that?
I'd get kind of wordy if it said, or something.
But the card is so simple. I mean, you look at Summoner Wars, there's nothing on that card. Anyway, that's my peeve right now. Besides the index and table of contents, it's starting hand size should be easy to spot. So, all right. Well, thank you for that submission there, Steve.
Wow. And how do you feel about that now?
I still have a problem with it. I'm not going to lie. It's up there.
I like it. That was a good rant, dude.
I was just going on. I did go on for 4 minutes on hand size, but yeah. So who's the next one from Raef?
Yeah, I thought that was like a Seinfeld reference or something.
No.
Jonathan Sue, episode 15, BSG review, chemistry.
Yeah, he thought this particularly showed off the chemistry amongst the hosts. Let's see what this part was. So as a Cylon, what I was doing was getting to the bridge.
So annoying.
And jumping as soon as we could.
As a hidden Cylon.
I'd be like, I'm going to go to the bridge and jump now. We've got to get out of here. Look at all the bad guys in space. And Craig, suspecting I was up to something because he doesn't like the negative, because if you roll bad on that jump,
you lose 3 population,
resources,
which is 25% of your starting.
The fluff there is one of your civilian ships just gets lost, right? So I'm going to jump us now, though, because I'm thinking I want the second round of Cylon cards to come out.
Yeah.
The better the condition of the Galactica and the fleet, the more likely the sympathizers of Cylon. So I was going to try to get there faster, and I wanted to do damage. I wanted to get there quickly. And Craig's suspecting this, so I'm forcing the jumps. But it looked like I was rolling really well when I take any population damage. So it looked like I was brilliantly keeping space clear.
Oh, brilliant.
So it's another great way where you can just totally...
You should have heard some of the stuff he was saying to justify it. Oh, it's a learning game.
Yeah,
well, no,
I can only imagine.
Ever said that.
The line you use is, the only way the humans can win is if they jump. And Craig's like, we can't jump. Like, the only way you can win is if we jump. Look who's arguing against jumping. It's great.
Yeah, exactly. 2 more cards and we do it without losing anybody. And he's like, look who's arguing against jumping, guys. And the next thing you know, I'm in the friggin' brig.
Oh, God. I can only imagine.
Fracking brig. It was maddening. Awesome. Absolutely maddening.
So anyway, so that was the segment he enjoyed.
I remember that.
That was pretty good. Let's see. Oh, Chris wants to talk about, likes our conversation about Galaxy Trucker. You might remember this one, Raef.
All right. I remember that one.
Hello, D6G. This is Chris from Poland. I wanted to submit one of my favorite moments from the podcast. It's from the Galaxy Trucker review.
So if you have 2 exposed connectors, and each side of the tile, remember this is a 4-sided little square tile, each side of the tile might have connectors on it, and if 3 of those sides are hanging out in the wind, that's 3 spaces you fall back. So it can be pretty brutal.
You know what the equivalent of that is? That's kind of like being on a race on the beach, and you get sand up in your up in your area, and you got to run.
That's what he's
chase
here
you.
for.
You got to fall back.
This is Raef being Raef.
Okay. Well, that is okay. I'll take your word on that.
Sand in your area.
I haven't really.
That's all Raef. That's all Hollywood right there.
So if you have an exposed connector on your body on the beach.
Solid gold Hollywood.
Right.
All right.
Exposed connector.
That's what I'm saying, see?
I don't run on the beach with exposed connectors.
Well, but apparently some people do. There's the problem.
They do.
Well, that's just classic Raef for you. I also like the follow-up conversation.
There's combat, there's meteors, there's aliens.
Are you in a Snuggie?
What's that?
Okay, for the listening audience, Rafe has set himself up a little camera so we can look at him and maintain the dynamism of our...
All we see is his belly button.
I guarantee you he's wearing one of those ridiculous Snuggies they've been selling on TV.
I think his bottom's already hurting. I think he's standing up.
I think he's got sand in his connector.
I am standing up, and I don't know what a Snuggie is. What the hell are you talking about?
I also find it cute how in the following episodes, Raef kind of tries desperately to make the exposed connectors a kind of running joke the way the stripper pole is, and he never succeeds. Right, so that's it. I hope you enjoyed the reminiscing. Congratulations on your 100th episode, and well, I look forward to 100 more. Bye.
Thank you, Chris.
Bye. Thank you.
That was a pretty funny moment. I got to admit,
that was a great
pretty
moment.
Good one.
Exposed
that, yeah.
connectors on the beach.
All right, let's see. Who's next there, Craig? On the list
Micah
there.
Liebert.
And what is
who
he?
loves the audience participation. Episode 76, the Survive contest with a poll reference.
Oh,
well, it's a copy of Ninja vs. Ninja, and that new Merchants and Marauders game. But I believe we only have space for one of them. Then chuck that ninja rubbish over the side. Everyone knows that pirates are better than ninjas. Why is that, sir? Because they are. Now, while you've got the games, I found this mighty stick. I hope to be able to fashion an extra mast. The added speed should help us outrun any sharks that we encounter during our escape. Sorry to correct you, sir. It's not really a stick. Technically, it's a pole. And it's not what I'd call mighty either. It looks pretty flimsy to me. In fact, sir, due to the nature of the pole, I'd say it'll barely hold 250 pounds. That said, sir, do you have an idea of what we could use it for?
An oldie but a goodie.
Wow, that joke just does not die.
Oh, that one hurt again.
That joke does not die.
I was sick then too.
I know. Keeps coming back.
I'm sick a lot.
Well, Micah, hopefully you enjoy this listener participation contest as much as the last one as well. So we have one more left.
Yep.
Who's this one from, Rafe?
Monique Cummings, and this is called the D6G Rap, included lyrics.
Yes, she included lyrics with this, which we will make public at some point here after the show. So here we go. What do you guys think of this?
Oh, yeah.
Yo, D6G. Let's kick it. Dice, dice, baby. Dice, dice, baby. I can't stop. To every show I've listened at over 3.5 hours per session. Podcast has a hold of me tightly. Show that I download almost fortnightly. Will they ever stop? No, please don't go. Turn off the mics and fill me with woe. These lobby gamers share their time to their utmost. Let me now tell you about the first of the co-host, Russ. His recognizable voice rises an octave and speeds up with choice gaming. Accepting Agricola. Wait, is this black cube a cow or a zebra? Blink for your ka-chink, he spells things his way. He loves innovation, his orders can't play. If there is new hotness, yo, he'll tweet it. Check out the show and you'll get an achievement. Dice, dice, baby.
That is
D6G,
awesome.
dice, dice, baby. D6G, dice, dice, baby. They did not rate Pandemic. So next up, Craig is a modeling master. With his dry brush skills to sand tiles of plaster. Quick to create terrain and buildings. eBays it all when magpies go flitting. Ranting at black shirts, wearing backpacks. He goes crazy when you veer from facts. He sends Charlie, seeking truth with paddles. Prefers the games that allow him to battle. Rolling, tons of ones in a row. Though his luck sure sucks, his paintings on show. He's somewhat his echo, awesome from the get-go. And he writes, eloquent fellow. Don't interrupt him or you'll lose cash. The Guinness flows from McNernigan's pub stash. He rapid fires wrong at random Raef, or AKA HD Hollywood, loves to eat even though he's recording facts and planning something he finds boring. Squirrel. Yes, he tends to flake out. Loved by the Irish, but he chose to bow out. Whiskey. And Crabs are his loves. His comic book collection should be handled with gloves. Patents were an entire show. He signed a pen, then he had to go. Lately, it's just Craig and Russ left. Show is still great. I'm not bereft. Craig is on the Twitter, and Russ is pointing out all the segues he is making like a real pro. I've bought the games. I cannot complain. They did me right. Avoided everything lame. I'm not disappointed with this epic. Please do not think that they rated pandemic. Dice, dice, baby. Oh, roll the dice, dice, baby. D6G, dice, dice, baby. They love their dice, dice, baby. So you should take heed, because Owen's stories are epic. The dragon loves his tea and thinks Torchwood is pathetic. Karen, we created for his birthday LOTR cake with minis for Craig. Chose to leave being pregnant with Reese. Cabbage and hash, her St. Patrick's Day treat. Competitive wife, she keeps a score in the box lid. She loves to shop, but she is also a gamer. Nicole is up next. She is a geek mom, but her chief passion is sci-fi. And she knows Hunter first. Starbuck is a man, and Twilight is the worst. All the contributors have made the show great. The 3Z plus the guests minus all hate. If there is a game out there, they'll score it. 100 shows and they just keep on soaring. Dice, dice, baby.
That's awesome.
D6G, dice, dice, baby. D6G, dice, dice, baby. Their humor's not too horrible. D6G. Yo, man. I must rate it a 1 with a reroll. Dice, dice, baby, to roll. Dice, dice, baby, to roll, roll. Dice, dice, baby, to roll. Nature of the pole,
Oh, Monique is in the house.
That was pretty crazy awesome.
Monique. That was incredible.
That was, having tried to rap on the show, that was incredible.
That is so hard to do, and she nailed. There were so many references in there.
I am stunned by how many references to the show. Yeah. How far back? I mean, she went all the way back to the beginning.
She had them all.
I know.
She had them all.
She hit all the big notes, but she also hit a lot of the stuff.
I know, right? Even even the Lord of the Rings cake Karen made for you. I mean, that's like episode 9 or something. I don't know. Wow. That was awesome.
You just guaranteed, Monique, that Karen will listen to this episode.
Yes.
Well, and
all I have to do is tell her that she's in this song.
She did send also all the lyrics along, so we'll post those as well. So you can read them all carefully because it's kind of hard to hear them all.
Yeah.
She's rapping
Having
away.
done some of these song parodies,
That
was
amazing. So that is all of our entries. Thank you, everyone, so much for submitting all those. So now comes the hard part. Now we got to work.
I don't think it's that hard.
You don't think it's that hard?
Well, I think. Are we all agreed on overall?
Yes.
I can't imagine that we wouldn't.
So we all thinking Monique won overall? Is that pretty much
Monique
the scoop?
wins overall.
So Monique, I mean, there were some other great entries there. I just think the length, the duration, the amount of just verses in there, and the execution, Monique, that was fantastic.
It was awesome.
So Monique, you win Dreadfleet for best overall entry.
Woo!
So unfortunately, you can only have one winner per category. So that's Monique's prize. Well deserved.
Yeah.
So now, what about Craig? What is your favorite?
Favorite
one. I
know,
right?
My favorite. Well, I loved Brian's rapid fire.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
I loved Melvin's People's Podcast Liberation Front.
That was good.
Spookies is awesome. Norman's massive epic of the David Weber. It's going to come down for me it's going to come down between Norman and Brian. It kind of has to for me.
Which one's Norman?
Norman did the
David Weber thing.
The David Weber thing.
And Brian did the rapid fire.
Now, Brian didn't try to embarrass me, so that kind of
that's a bonus.
That kind of gives him a little edge there.
Yeah, right.
I don't know though. Oh, jeez. Oh, you know what? No.
You got to dice it, or you got to do it?
Fall back on the dice. No.
Make the call.
I'm going to go with Brian. Brian,
okay.
Congratulations. You get the sprues. I'm going to say mainly he did an awful lot of audio work on that also.
For the so he's rapid fire.
Plus he submitted.
He did every rapid fire,
and to make you feel even more solid about the decision. Not that
no, I thought
anybody's was bad.
I thought Norman had a great. I mean,
but he submitted both two versions of the rapid fire. One with it out fully unedited, like all of your bits together, and then one with it cut down. So he did extra. But not that to take away anything from the David Weber one, because that was also fantastic. But
right, that was So
Brian, you won Craig's. That's the Space Marine sprues from Space Hulk.
Yeah.
So that's pretty exciting. Raef, Rafe's giving away Pandemic, right?
Yeah, I'm giving away the unyet reviewed game. Okay, my favorites were Spooky, and I liked Exposed Connector. So that's
funny.
Chris.
Mm-hmm.
I like Russ's rant on the hand size.
That was pretty funny too.
And I too liked the David Weber one. Now David Weber I wrote down David Weber, so that was Norman, right?
That was Norman, yes, Norman Miller.
Yeah. I've never laughed so hard as Craig going, oh, ouch, listening to himself. Man, you were on a rant.
I feel bad. I still feel bad.
Well, especially, it's even harder now knowing what happened and
what happened. Yeah,
Russ, what's that called when you relish in other people's pain?
Schadenfreude.
That's how I felt because I could feel Craig's pain,
which is appropriate.
Relishing in it.
It's a German term, and it's from Norman, who lives in Germany. So there you have it.
So here's my dilemma. I know who I want to pick for Rafe's favorite, but I have a question for you.
Yep.
I feel like Spooky gets gypped. Remember the Civil War one he did?
Well, we have still also Most Original and the Superfan prize. But Spooky's on my list as well, so figure out who you pick. Because Spooky
you can't do that, Rafe.
Yeah,
you got to just pick
Norman. I picked Norman.
Norman, okay. Norman. All right.
That was awesome.
Norman. I'm glad you won something, Norman, but I'm still reeling just a little bit.
Best D6G moments.
And he edited it well, and right when
he
I was
did. No. It was a very, very close call for me. He did a great
presentation
job outlining my failure.
All right, I'm going to go with so that was a good one, Rafe. So Norman, you're getting the copy of Pandemic. I'm giving away a code for the Dawn of War 2 on Steam.
That's a fun game.
Which is, this is the Chaos Edition expansion pack for it, which is also a full game. So I have that code given away. Boy, there were some good ones in here. I don't know. I like Spooky. Spooky's on my list. But I'm kind of like, I don't know. Here's my, well, okay. Let's see. So I'm thinking Spooky, and I also liked, the David Weber one, but you already gave a prize up for that. I'm going to go with Spooky. I'm going to give it to Spooky on that one. I really like I like the dual entry. I like the air traffic controller bits. So Spooky, you're winning some Dawn of War for me, buddy. Hopefully you enjoy a good computer game. Now we have Most Original.
Yep.
So that's the category where it's original. I have a feeling for this one.
Okay.
There was only one entry, which actually was a touching, heartfelt moment. The rest of them are all related some way to humor.
That's true.
So I think my nomination for Most Original was from our friend in Romania, who told the story of how Craig's touching story about his dad helped him patch things up with his friend. So
I would love to give that prize to him.
Rafe, any concerns about that? He totally set you up now. Like, no, that guy's a jerk.
Well, that guy is a jerk. He's a loser, clearly.
Wow.
And I don't feel like it fits the Most Original, but Russ's point is persuasive. It certainly wasn't like any of the others. So yeah, he gets it.
Okay.
Okay.
So that was let's see.
That was Victor.
Victor, thank you, Victor. So I'm going to make sure Victor gets written down here so he gets his thing. And what was the last category there, Craig?
The last category was best overall super fan favorite.
Superfan.
Yeah, we gave best overall to Monica. So Superfan is best effort, and this is going to win a little Elamini's deck from our friends at Game Salute. Elamini's is a great little card game.
Or Superfan.
Or Superfan, right. So who do we think had a good effort and was good fun? There's tough choices in there.
I picked Phil.
Phil?
Not for best effort, but for super fandom.
I kind of agree with you on Phil because Phil always enters everything we do, and he is the man behind the poll. I mean, the poll joke.
And he emails us, and
he does carry the poll banner there
true.
pretty heavily.
I still like the People's Podcast Liberation Front.
Oh, that is a good one. That is a good one. And I have to say too, I almost did this for most original. Also, I really like the comic drawing we got.
Oh,
from,
that's right. We totally forgot
yes.
about the comic drawing.
So
that doesn't change any of mine. The comic drawing is awesome, though.
No, yeah, the comic drawing. I mean, I don't think I would change anything either in terms of originality because it's still humor.
Right. That's a good candidate for Superfan, though. I mean, if you put that on your website, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is pretty super fanny. So what do you think? Should we dice the super fan between this one and Phil? Super
You
fan.
want to dice that one?
No, I don't.
No?
No.
All right, Rafe, you make the call. You're the guest.
I want to pick now. I want to pick. Sorry, Phil. I think I want to pick Jeremy.
Jeremy for his webcomic?
Yeah.
All right.
That's my pick. What do you guys pick?
I'm equally torn, so I'm okay deferring to Rafe. What do you think, Craig?
Well, if you're deferring, then
I'm just thinking if you throw effort in too, I don't know what's harder to make audio or draw a comic strip. That's not easy either.
Then Jeremy wins, and you keep forgetting his name. So
I don't keep forgetting his name.
What's his name?
Jeremy.
Last name
Mehmet.
All right, you have it in front of you.
I do. And
All
Will
right.
for the I'm going to put a sticky note on my monitor.
All right, so Craig, make the call. We got to be unanimous in this. Rafe and I are both going with Jeremy.
Wait. Craig's using his animus?
I don't know if he's using his animus or not.
Congratulations, Jeremy.
All right, we're going with Jeremy.
Now I can rid myself of the guilt.
Because here's the problem: if you said no, there'd be a comic strip tomorrow. So I was listening to the D6G. Russ voted for me. Rafe voted for me. And Chris
it was a very close thing.
No, but we can't. All these entries were fantastic. I'm going to try to do something to break these audio entries out so you guys can listen to them individually if you want to or something. I'll figure something out.
That'd be a cool idea.
Definitely want to post some of the lyrics up there for some of these songs. Monica sent her lyrics in her song. Everybody did a great job. They were all fun to listen to. Thank you so much for making this episode so much
Now,
fun.
what does it say about us that the two songs that were made were both raps? Yeah.
I know, right? That's pretty
it.
cool.
I think that's Rafe's influence.
I think it is. That's the Hollywood influence. So thank you, everyone, so much for helping us celebrate episode 100.
Yeah, guys, thank you. That was awesome.
And we look forward to being here for another 100 more.
I wanted to thank you guys for letting me pop back on the show. I was really looking forward to it.
Oh, thanks for coming, Rafe. Really appreciate you sticking out here.
Rafe, we love to have. It's like old home week.
It is.
That's what I was wondering. So, what should I do? Is plan for 105?
Yeah, plan for 200.
200? Okay. Thanks, Russ.
No, we'll have you on sooner than that. We'll figure something out.
I don't think we should tie it to a number.
Or how about 150? 150
we should tie it to when stuff comes up.
Right, when the opportunity strikes. We like you as backup too, in case something falls through. It's always good.
I see. So I'm the
just
second
back
pick.
Not just backup.
Now
You're
it's the second pick.
Way to go, Russ.
I get it.
We'll be getting those emails for at least a week.
Please send them to me too.
All right. Well, thank you everyone so much, and we'll see you in 2.
We'll see you in 2 more weeks.
See you in 2. No, wait, you won't see me in 2.
You'll be on Hollywood Minute.
Oh, that's right.
This very special edition of Jever Notice is brought to you with cheers by Kenneth, who wants to say, the Vikings are coming! No, not Vic, but the War Machine and Hordes players of Oslo, Norway. Great people, great games! Any chance to use the war horn sound effect. Did you ever notice the many varied sources of inspiration? I was actually going to do a big old rant on Facebook and primitive cultures, but I'm going to spare you that, and I'm going to do something uplifting and inspirational because it's our 100th episode. Almost everyone is inspired by different things, and yet every person understands the concept of inspiration. Some folks are inspired by the failure of others. They think of ways that they could succeed. Others are inspired by the success of others. They see that success as proof that they can succeed. And some people are inspired by music or movies or books or pictures. The key, of course, is that everyone at one point or another finds that spark of future achievement somewhere hidden amidst the myriad sights, sounds, and even smells of the present. You just have to be open to them and then act on them. My life took a drastic turn 20 years ago when, after 10 applications to various federal law enforcement and intelligence agencies, all of which were proceeding extremely favorably, the U.S. government decided to do a hiring freeze. So there went all of those plans. So I started to work in corporate America, ringing up an impressive resume of all kinds of bizarre jobs. Eventually, I was miserable, stuck in a long-haul job that wasn't going to pay off anything impressive for several years. I reconciled myself to paying my dues and settled into what I thought was going to be a very depressing run. My parents, in an attempt to pick up my spirits, got tickets to the theater in Boston and took my sister and I out for a very nice night on the town and to see the show. The show was Phantom of the Opera. Now, are there problems with Phantom of the Opera? Yeah. I didn't care. I loved it. I've loved it ever since. I love the story, I love the themes, I love the songs, I love the costumes and the sets and the characters. I even really love the music. You know, the movie, the one with Gerard Butler in it. It was that very night that I decided to go back to school and follow one of my original passions, theater. The rest, as they say, is history. Lots of history, it sort of feels like about now. And all because of that one night and that one show. Well, last night, I took a bunch of my students to go see the new national tour of probably my favorite show of all time, Les Miserables. Now, if you're a real theater person, with quotes around real, and of course it's all caps, the kind that I don't generally associate with, here's where you roll your eyes and you talk about spectacle over substance and blah, blah, blah. Horse apples. That show has it all. The themes, the characters, the story, the historical context, which I plead with anyone within the sound of my voice. Please look into that before you start likening the plight of the poor of San Michel to anything that's going on right now anywhere. There are places that are worse, but most not. We're talking, I start sobbing when the lights go down on that show. I'm a crier. I admit it. Only in the dark theaters, oddly enough, but I'm a crier. So I start crying when the lights go down, and I don't recover for hours afterward. I love it. And I've got to tell you, I've seen it all over the world. If you like Les Mis, and this new tour is coming anywhere near you, you must see it. They've changed up some of the orchestration. They've cleaned it up. They've made some radical changes to scenery and staging, and they're leveraging some of the most cutting-edge theater technology I've ever seen. I work in a very well-appointed theater with lighting and sound equipment, the equal of most theaters in Boston and many in New York City. But honestly, I don't even know how they were doing half the things I saw last night. It was like being in a movie. It was like so artistically, no, actually, it wasn't like being in a movie. It was like being in a painting, an ever-changing painting that beautifully serves the story unfolding before it and is coming up to life moment to moment. It was amazing. And the talent, phenomenal. J. Mark McVeigh's Jean Valjean, the prisoner of 19 years, he stole a loaf of bread to feed his sister's family, who was then redeemed by the Bishop of Dean and goes on to live in secret as an honorable man. He was the best I'd ever heard. And I heard him. You could understand every word. And yet he still hit every one of those really high notes. Andrew Varela's Javert, the dedicated police officer whose life's ambition is to track down the one escaped parolee who always escapes him. Jean Valjean was powerful. Jean Valjean is the guy he's trying to get, is powerful and frightening, and for the first time ever, there's all kinds of little nuances that I'd never noticed before. Relationship between Grantaire, the alcoholic, cynical, revolutionary student, and Gavroche, the plucky little street urchin. I was a wreck, and I was completely stunned. And I left completely reinvigorated. I'm not sure how that will express itself in crafting worlds in the rigid Gothic structure of 40K, or even in the many various worlds a Spartan has allowed me to dabble in so far. But maybe in some other venue that might open up to me. I don't know. But I am very eager to sit down with some quiet hours to play around and find out what's going on in my head. So my advice to you, intrepid listeners who make it bravely to the end of each episode, is to open your ears and your eyes to the inspiration around you. Whether it's for the next painting project, or the next army, or the next RPG campaign, or character, or world, whether you're writing or composing awesome amateur spoof songs, or drawing amazing cartoons. Are you sure I never mentioned your name, Jeremy? Then open your heart up to what the world is trying to give you, and then, the far more difficult but important part, go out there and use it. Speaking of the senses reminding us of things, though, anybody ever been racked by sudden memories due to smell? That happens to me all the time. I'll be walking around and suddenly I'll be jammed in the head by some very vivid memory, and I have no idea why until I take a pause and a big whiff. Often I'll be like outside and I'll suddenly remember very vividly running or rollerblading when I lived in Florida or North Carolina because I smell a flower or even just some trees. Very, very recently, I can't even remember where I was now, and it was only like 3 days ago. But I like had to get something from some closet somewhere. I was helping somebody, and all of a sudden I just got this whiff of the closet, and I was like catapulted back in time, like over 20 years, back to Norwich, to the basement trophy room of Roberts Hall at Norwich, where we used to play our war games, which is apparently now a very stuffy and building, but back then it was like pretty much an empty room with like a trophy shelf all the way around the room where we used to put our dead guys when they died. We called it the Wall of Shame because that's where all dead guys went. But anyway, it's uncanny, it's crazy, and I was just wondering, am I alone in that? But anyway, well, before I go, I'd really like to thank everyone again for all of your support and enthusiasm over the 100 episodes. Often, I believe, success requires one to put one's head down and just get to it. But then you sort of lose perspective for large chunks of time as you're getting to it. And then you raise your head up and boom, there you go. You're at a year or 4 years or 1 million downloads or 100 episodes. It's been quite a wild ride these past few months. And we've got all kinds of changes that have happened, and things were shaken up, and who knows what was going on. And we've hit all these landmarks that have come up. But seriously, they never would have happened if it hadn't been for you guys. And if it weren't for all of you and the emails and the contest entries and the posts on DACA, we never would have made it to 100, believe me. Neither Russ nor I have the personalities to do this much work for the fun of it in the basement all by ourselves. Okay, we do this much work for the fun of sharing it with all of you guys in all the various ways technology has developed for us to share stuff with you. And yes, I even mean Twitter and Facebook, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but seriously, that's why we do it. So thank you, guys and gals, and congratulations to you for making it through 100 episodes. And congratulations for making it through this episode 100, because you're there. Because that's about all I have to say about it. So thanks for listening, and good night.
Achievement unlocked! You've made it to the end of another D6 Generation episode, the podcast whose humor has universally been acclaimed as not too horrible. Please let us know what you thought of the show by either emailing us at info@the d6generation.com or by posting in our official D6G episode thread at the top of the DACA discussions forum on DACA.com. If for some inexplicable reason you actually enjoyed this show, you can help others find out about it by leaving positive reviews on iTunes. See you in 2 weeks. Thanks for listening, and happy gaming.
The theme from Total Fangirl comes from the soundtrack of The Last Night on Earth, the zombie game, courtesy of Flying Frog Productions, and is a composition of Mary Beth Magalanes.
Furry LARPing in the house tonight. Everybody's gonna wear an animal mask. Furry LARPing in the house tonight. Dig it.
Based on the theme song for Dominion.
What?
Yeah, Every Day I'm Shuffling.
Oh, very
yeah,
nice.
baby.
That was pretty good, Wake.
All right.
That was pretty